I am Shuwen. It has been 8 years since I graduated from the police academy. Right out of the academy, I was assigned to the Chengnan Sub-Bureau. Looking back on my career in law enforcement, the most shocking and unimaginable event remains a serial murder case that occurred shortly after I first transferred to the Bureau. At the time, the case triggered a massive wave of public outcry. To say it shook the entire city would not be an exaggeration. It was not necessarily because the murders were uniquely brutal or because the body count was high enough to provoke mass outrage. In fact, compared to the cases I would encounter later in my career, the sheer violence paled in comparison. The reason the public reaction was so visceral and explosive was due to the location of the primary crime scene, the main lobby of our own police station. Furthermore, the victim was a retired veteran police officer. I remember it was a night of torrential rain. Officer Wang Wenhui and I were working the night shift when we discovered the victim's body in the main hall. He was entirely naked, suspended from the lobby chandelier by a thick rope. His flesh was mutilated, blood spattered everywhere. Most chilling of all, the Chinese character for Death Shiji had been carved directly into his chest with a knife while he was still alive. Truthfully, the level of brutality alone would not have been enough to alert the Provincial Public Security Bureau, but disastrously, it happened right inside the lobby of the Chengnan Sub-Bureau. This was nothing short of a direct slap in the face to the entire police force. Within days, public uproar reached a boiling point. The case was thrust under the intense scrutiny of the masses, and the credibility of the police department evaporated instantly. The fallout was so severe that as soon as dusk fell, the city streets were utterly deserted. Even the most exploitative corporate bosses did not dare ask their employees to work overtime. After all, if a killer was bold enough to murder someone right inside police headquarters, and the authorities were completely helpless to stop it, anyone would live in a state of perpetual terror. Although officials continuously tried to reassure the public and dispel rumors, their efforts only seemed to make things worse. The situation escalated to the point that the leadership at the Provincial Bureau was furious. They issued a 10-day ultimatum to the chief of the city bureau: solve the case or pack up and resign. When the higher-ups are under pressure, they naturally look for the subordinates directly involved to vent their anger. The city bureau chief marched down to our sub-bureau chief and declared that if the case was not solved in 1 week, he would throw all 7 officers in our sub-bureau into provincial prison number 4. Our sub-bureau chief immediately found Officer Wang and me, the 2 men on duty that fateful night, and dumped the case in our laps. He gave us a strict 5-day deadline. If we did not solve it, there would be hell to pay. Wang and I nodded profusely, voicing our compliance while cursing silently in our heads. He made solving a flawless murder sound as easy as drinking a glass of water. On the night of the murder, the rain was torrential. A power outage had rendered the station's security cameras completely useless. Old Zhang, the gatekeeper, had fallen asleep during his shift. Consequently, absolutely no one saw the killer's face. To make matters worse, when the crime scene was processed, aside from my fingerprints and Wang's left when we discovered the body, there was not a single trace of evidence left behind. It was as if a ghost had committed the murder. Furthermore, while Wang and I were technically on duty that night, the power outage had prompted us to retreat to the duty room, where we used the forensic doctor's alcohol lamp to cook instant noodles. How were we supposed to notice anything? Leaving the chief's office, I turned to look at Wang. He looked back at me. We both shrugged our shoulders and let out long, heavy sighs. We were out of options. Because of this crisis, the Bureau suspended all other active investigations to pool every available resource into solving this one case. Wang and I spent an entire day scouring the perimeter of the police station, but we found absolutely nothing. The heavy rain had perfectly washed away any suspicious evidence that might have been left outside. Finally, thanks to a reminder from a colleague, we realized we needed to head down to the Bureau's morgue to examine the victim's body again, hoping to find any overlooked clues. The victim was Liu Sen, a 53-year-old male who had retired from the police force just 3 months prior due to a line of duty injury. Dr. Du, the forensic medical examiner, stood beside the examination table and briefed us. I acknowledged her with a nod and began circling the body, examining it from every angle. Suddenly I stopped, my eyes fixing on the lower chest and abdomen area. Embedded within the crusted, dried blood was a faint trace of grayish-green powder. If you were not looking closely, it was nearly invisible. I carefully scraped a small amount off with my gloved finger and held it up to Dr. Du. What is this? Dr. Du leaned in. What is that on the victim's body? That is strange. How did I miss that earlier? Give me a moment. I will run a test on it right now. I looked down at the powder on my glove. The freezing environment of the morgue had hardened it into rigid granules. Sorry to trouble you, Dr. Du, I said. Dr. Du chuckled wryly. Before old Lou retired, he was a very resourceful man. A lot of people owed him favors. Who would have the heart to kill him like this? Officer Wang stood beside me and chimed in. Kid, do you think this could be a botched robbery that escalated into murder? I ran the scenario through my mind and concluded that the reality was far from Wang's theory. If it was a robbery homicide, what kind of thief would be brazen enough to drag a body into a police station? Unable to make sense of it, I brushed the remaining powder off my glove, said goodbye to Dr. Mijin, and left the station with Wang to visit Liu Sen's home and speak with his family. When we arrived at Liu Sen's residence in the Ziju residential compound, his family was weeping inconsolably. Han Fang, Liu Sen's wife, suppressed her grief and invited us inside, offering us 2 glasses of water. Sorry to intrude, sister-in-law, Wang said politely. I echoed his sentiment. Han Fang sat on the sofa opposite us, clutching her young 7-year-old son in her arms, remaining completely silent. Wang and I exchanged glances. I took a deep breath and broke the heavy silence. Sister-in-law, we are here today representing the Bureau to offer our deepest condolences. The dead cannot be brought back. Please try to stay strong. Han Fang looked at me with gratitude. I was about to continue when Wang kicked my leg under the table. I understood his cue perfectly, glaring at him briefly before continuing. Actually, sister-in-law, aside from offering our condolences, we need to gather some information. On the 5th, which was 3 days ago, where was old Lou? Tears welled up in Han Fang's eyes. She wiped them away with the back of her hand. Officers, I won't hide anything from you. My husband always loved to drink. Wang nodded. Her statement rang true to Liu Sen's reputation. On the afternoon of the 5th, a few of his old classmates came over to visit. Han Fang continued. They hung out until the evening, then decided to go out drinking together. But this time. At this point, Han Fang broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. I quickly grabbed a stack of tissues from the table and handed them to her. She took them, wiped her tears, took a deep breath to regain her composure, and went on with her story. It turned out that around 10,000 p.m. on the 5th, a sudden torrential downpour began. Worried about her husband, Han Fang called him to check in. She dialed over a dozen times, but no one answered. Finally, just as her anxiety peaked, Liu Sen called back, slurring heavily, saying he was on his way and would be home soon. Through the phone, Han Fang could practically smell the alcohol in his voice. She nagged him for a moment and angrily hung up. However, Han Fang stayed awake waiting until past 1000 a.m., and Liu Sen still had not returned. She called again. Liu Sen answered, but his words left her utterly confused. Hearing this, Wang and I instinctively leaned forward. What did he say? I asked. Han Fang looked at us blankly and replied. He said, after the rain clears, the flower of justice will bloom in the most suitable place for it. Wang and I were completely baffled. The phrase made no sense. Ahem. And then I cleared my throat to mask my confusion. Han Fang shook her head, on the verge of tears again. And then old Lou. Seeing her state, I quickly interrupted her, crying to change the subject. Sister-in-law, excuse me for asking, but who exactly did old Lou go drinking with that night? Han Fang provided the names and addresses of several individuals. I carefully recorded them in my notebook. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, we hastily took our leave. Outside the apartment building, Wang asked me, got any leads? I shook my head. Where would a lead come from? Wang shrugged. Great. Another few hours wasted. Though I did not say anything, I smiled bitterly. Wang was right. We had spent hours and gathered no solid evidence. Let us stop guessing. We will just go track down old Lou's old classmates and see what they have to say, Wang suggested. I nodded. Halfway through the drive, a realization suddenly hit me like a physical blow. I turned to Wang, who was at the wheel. Wang, what time did we discover Liu Sen's body again? Wang paused. I am not exactly sure of the minute, but it was definitely before 1000 a.m. Before 1000 a.m. That meant Lu Sen's time of death could only have been earlier, not later. My brow furrowed deeply. If I remembered correctly, Han Fang had just said the last time she spoke to her husband on the phone was after 1:30 a.m. But at that time, Lu Sen was already dead. So who did Han Fang speak to? Was she misremembering, or was she lying? Turn the car around. Go back right now, I roared. Wang slammed on the brakes. What is wrong? I gritted my teeth and laid out my exact realization. Wang, a seasoned veteran, did not need further explanation. He immediately grasped the severity of the situation. Without another word, he jerked the steering wheel, swung into the adjacent lane, and sped furiously back the way we came. Racing at top speed, we arrived back at Lu Sen's compound in a flash. We sprinted up the stairs, like madmen, but as we reached the door and raised our hands to knock, the door slowly drifted open on its own. Wang and I froze in our tracks, exchanging a look of dread. We had planned to use the excuse of leaving something behind to get back inside. But as we stepped over the threshold and clearly saw the carnage within, we both turned to stone. Right in the entryway, Han Fang lay face down in a massive pool of blood, her eyes wide open in terror. Her beige dress was dyed a deep crimson. A fruit knife was buried to the hilt in the center of her back, flesh and blood mutilated. Right next to her lay a discarded apple peel. Her 7-year-old son, his face frozen in an expression of absolute horror, was strung up by his feet, hanging upside down from the living room chandelier. An IV tube had been inserted directly into his femoral artery, draining his blood. His horrific death perfectly mirrored that of his father, Lu Sen. What the hell just happened? Wang finally stammered, deeply shaken. I calculated the timeline. From the moment we left to the moment we returned, less than 20 minutes had passed. How, in the blink of an eye, had Han Fang and her young son been slaughtered? Excuse me, what is going on here? Who are you people? As my mind reeled, a male voice echoed from behind us. I spun around to see a middle-aged man holding a grocery bag, standing timidly in the hallway, looking awkward. But before I could answer, his eyes landed on Han Fang's blood-soaked body in the entryway. Instantly, he collapsed to the floor, in sheer terror, screaming at the top of his lungs. Wang and I locked eyes, then moved simultaneously to surround him. Big brothers, please do not kill me. I will give you however much money you want. Hearing this, I paused. He thought we were the killers. I reached into my jacket and flashed my police badge in his face. We are colleagues of Lu Sen here on official business. There is no need to panic. The man finally exhaled, stood up, scratched his head, and gave me a strained smile. Oh, you are police? Love. I turned back toward the apartment, dialing the station to request a crime scene unit while simultaneously questioning the man about his identity. The man carefully edged past Han Fang's body, pressing his back tightly against the corner wall, his eyes darting away in fear from the child's body hanging from the ceiling. He took a deep breath and began to introduce himself. After listening for a few moments, the pieces fell into place. This man was Hua Zhan, one of Lu Sen's old classmates. On the night Lu Sen was murdered, Hua Zhan and the other friends had been the ones drinking with him. As for why he was here now, the reason was simple. On that night, Hua Zhan was strapped for cash and had asked Lu Sen for a loan. Lu Sen had readily agreed, but several days had passed without any news. Anxious, Hua Zhan had come personally to the apartment to follow up. Processing his story, I ran the logic through my head. If Hua Zhan was telling the complete truth, it meant he had absolutely no idea Lu Sen was already dead. I tested him, breaking the news of Lu Sen's murder. Hua Zhan froze, then lowered his head, muttering to himself repeatedly. What do I do? What do I do now? I then pressed him with a few more questions about Lu Sen and Han Fang. His answers contained nothing inherently suspicious. Wang, who was examining the bodies, looked up at me and shot Hua Zhan a highly skeptical glare. I understood Wang's implication. While Hua Zhan's statement sounded reasonable, his timing was incredibly suspicious. I pivoted, asking Hua Zhan exactly where he was between 3:00 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. this afternoon, the exact window when Wang and I had left the apartment. Hua Zhan let out an "oh," stepping half a pace back, distancing himself further from the body on the floor before exhaling deeply. I was just at the supermarket downstairs buying gifts the whole time. The owner can vouch for me. He lifted the plastic grocery bag in his hand. As proof, I gestured for him to open it. Inside was a large pack of French baguettes, clearly intended as a visiting gift. I was about to continue my questioning when the wail of police sirens echoed from the street below. I leaned out the window and looked down. Our colleagues from the bureau had arrived. Spotting Dr. Du stepping out of a vehicle in the distance with her forensic kit, I waved to her. Dr. Du looked up and smiled. After signaling her, I pulled my head back inside. Just as I turned away from the window, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a distinct pile of cigarette ash scattered in the corner of the window ledge. Next to it lay a hastily stubbed-out filter, still emitting a faint wisp of smoke. I let out a soft "oh" and reached out to pick up the filter. Wang noticed my reaction, walked over, and lowered his voice. "What is it?" I showed him the butt. Wang immediately grasped the implication. "Looks like the killer left right as we were returning," he assessed. I shook my head, disagreeing. "I do not think so." I pointed out the window. "From this angle, you have a direct line of sight to the main gate of the compound. My guess is the killer finished the job, stood here smoking, and coincidentally saw our car pulling back in. He panicked and bolted so fast he did not even have time to clean up his ash or the butt." Wang gave a grunt of agreement. I was about to crush the cigarette butt to store it as evidence when an idea struck me. I looked at Wang. He looked back, our eyes meeting in silent understanding. He nodded, then turned toward Huajian, who was still cowering in the corner. "Brother, got a smoke?" Wang asked. Huajian was stunned for a long moment before reacting. With trembling hands, he fumbled in his pockets, pulled out a half-empty pack, and shakily offered Wang 2 cigarettes. Wang glanced at me first, then smiled, accepting them and handing one to me. I held the cigarette in my hand, lowered my head to light it, and took the opportunity to quickly compare it with the stub I had just found. Both were white-filtered Marlboros. I gave a subtle nod to Wang, who was watching me from the corner of his eye. Wang understood immediately. He strode toward Huajian, the muscles in his arms tensing visibly with every step. Huajian, still clutching his bag of French bread, stared at Wang in utter bewilderment. Suddenly my cell phone began to ring loudly. Both Wang and Huajian turned to look at me. I offered an apologetic smile and pulled the phone from my pocket. The screen displayed an unknown number. "Curious." I pressed answer. Before I could say a word, a dry, rigid voice, sounding like synthesized computer audio, spoke from the other end. "There has been a murder at Lucen's house." My eyes widened in shock. "Who are you?" I demanded. The voice simply repeated the exact same phrase. "There has been a murder at Lucen's house." I tried to press further, but the result was identical. Wang, sensing something was gravely wrong, hurried over to my side. "What is it?" I held the phone away from my ear so he could listen. As soon as he heard it, the color drained from his face. At that exact moment, a commotion erupted in the hallway outside. Dr. Du's team had arrived. "Kid, what on earth is going on here? Why is there another murder?" asked the squad leader, frowning at me. My mind was racing like a wildfire. I had no patience for idle chatter. Clutching my phone, I stepped out into the hallway and dialed the unknown number back. The lifeless, hollow sound of a disconnected line echoed in my ear, leaving me completely disoriented. By now, the hallway was packed with curious neighbors. A swarm of police officers storming a residential building naturally drew a crowd. The chaotic noise only aggravated my frustration. I retreated to the stairwell and called a colleague, Zhang Xiao, in the bureau's telecommunications unit. I read him the mysterious number and asked him to trace it. Once that was handled, I squeezed back through the whispering crowd into Lucen's apartment. By the time I re-entered, Dr. Du's forensic processing was largely complete. Seeing me, she approached with her notebook. "Sorry to trouble you, Dr. Du. What is the situation?" I asked. Flipping through her notes, she replied, "Based on the state of the bodies, the time of death for Han Fang and the child falls between 3:10 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. this afternoon. The killer was utterly ruthless. He delivered a single fatal stab wound through Han Fang's back, piercing her heart. Then he went into the bedroom, knocked out the sleeping child, inserted an IV tube into his femoral artery, and hung him in the living room to bleed to death." I stared intently at her. Dr. Du pointed toward the bedroom. There are clear signs of a struggle in the bedroom and a drag mark of blood extending from the bedroom all the way out to the living room. Wang and I had briefly noticed the blood in the bedroom earlier, but we had not investigated thoroughly because we were busy interrogating Huazhan. Just then, Dr. Bamper, Du's assistant, walked over. "Doctor, we found something the victim left behind next to Han Fang's body." I immediately spun around and strode back to the entryway. Looking closely, I saw faint, partially obscured characters written in blood beneath Han Fang's hand. Dr. Du came over and lifted the victim's hand, revealing half of the character Hua from Hua Zhan's name. It was faint and written with rigid strokes, and beneath the Hua was a faint, broken vertical line. I frowned instantly, my head snapping toward the corner of the room. "Kid, what are you thinking, Doctor?" Du waved a hand in front of my face. I gave a noncommittal hum, stood up, and walked over to where Wang and Huazhan were standing. As I approached, I could clearly hear Huazhan pleading his case. "Officer, I swear this has absolutely nothing to do with me. You can't frame an innocent man." I cut him off sharply. "Relax, Mr. Fournard. Hua, if this murder truly has nothing to do with you, we won't frame you. Right now, we simply want to invite you back to the Bureau to assist with the investigation." Huazhan turned to me, his voice pitching higher in panic. "I am asking you, what is wrong with you cops? I have already told you everything I know. What more is there to say?" I let out a long "oh," pulled the Marlboro cigarette he had given me from behind my ear, and waved it in front of his face. "This is your cigarette, correct?" Huazhan nodded, then retorted angrily, "So what, officer? Is it a crime for me to smoke?" I shook my head and simultaneously pulled the stubbed-out filter I had found on the balcony from my breast pocket. Holding the filter, which clearly bore deep teeth marks, I asked, "Then why did I find this at the crime scene? Don't tell me the victim, Han Fang, smoked these." "Mr. Hua, perhaps you would care to explain." With those words, I locked my eyes onto Huazhan's face. His expressions cycled rapidly, first turning bright red, then shifting to a pale, bruised purple. Officer, listen to me. Let me explain," Huazhan yelled, waving his arms frantically at me. I glanced back at Wang. He lowered his head in thought for a second, then gave a slight nod. Seeing his signal, I waved my hand. Several colleagues immediately stepped forward, slapped handcuffs on Huazhan, and escorted him out of the apartment. After Huazhan was taken away, Wang and I lingered in the apartment for another 5 minutes, waiting for Dr. Du's team to finish photographing every inch of the scene before we departed. Walking out with Dr. Du having properly secured the bodies of Han Fang and her son, we squeezed through the packed hallway, dispersed the crowd of morbidly curious neighbors, and headed downstairs. When we reached the ground floor, we saw Huazhan guarded by 2 officers, leaning against a street lamp in the courtyard. He looked mentally shattered, constantly muttering to himself. I was about to walk over and listen in when Wang patted my shoulder. "Let it go, kid. Let us head back to the Bureau." I smiled at Wang and got into the car. On the drive back, it was just the 2 of us. Wang handed me a cigarette, rolled down his window, lit up, blew out a stream of smoke, and finally spoke. "Kid, what is your take on this case?" I massaged my temples, leaning my head out the window to watch the police cruiser transporting Huazhan behind us. "What else is there to think, sir? Based on the current situation, this Huazhan guy is suspect number 1. Wang let out an "oh," then countered, "Are you sure it is him?" I shook my head. "Not entirely sure. But just looking at the limited evidence we have, and the sheer coincidence of his timing, it is hard not to suspect him, both logically and circumstantially." Wang chuckled, but said nothing more. Back at the Bureau, Huazhan was immediately placed in an interrogation room. Wang and I prepared our notes and walked in. Under the glaring lights, Huazhan looked incredibly subdued. I stood up and aimed the desk lamp directly at his face. The harsh light made him wince, and he raised a hand to shield his eyes. "Now, tell us everything you know," I commanded, crossing my arms over my chest. Huazhan peeked at me, then at Wang, swallowed hard, and spoke in a trembling voice. "Officers, I have already told you everything I had to say at old Liu's house. What else do you want me to confess to?" I dragged out a long "oh," leaning forward over the table, staring intensely into his eyes. "Is that so? You have really told us everything?" Huazhan turned his face away, unable to meet my gaze. At this point, Wang, sitting behind me, chimed in. "Mr. Hua, do not worry. as long as you cooperate honestly. We won't make things difficult for you. Between 3,000 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. this afternoon, where exactly were you? Hearing Wang's question, Huazhan's head snapped up, his tone growing agitated. Officer, I already told you, at that time, I was at the supermarket downstairs from old Lu's apartment buying things. The supermarket owner can vouch for me. I turned and exchanged a look with Wang. Understanding the cue, Wang stood up and left the room. I remained inside, continuing to press Huazhan. About an hour later, Wang returned, leading a rugged, honest-looking, middle-aged man into the room. This is the owner of the supermarket downstairs from Lu Sen's. Wang introduced him, walking around the table to sit down. I turned to reassure the clearly bewildered owner, then pointed at Huazhan. Sir, did this gentleman visit your supermarket today? The owner squinted, evaluating Huazhan, who was now looking back at him with desperate hope. After a long pause, the owner nodded, though not with complete certainty. I think so. Hearing this, Huazhan's face visibly relaxed. I suddenly took a step forward, closing the distance, which startled the owner into stumbling backward. I quickly reached out to steady him, and he gave me a look of gratitude. Do you remember the exact time? I asked. The owner looked up, thought for a moment, and replied, I can't say for sure. My phone was in the shop getting fixed today, so I did not know the exact time, but I can guarantee it was sometime after I finished lunch. I let out an turned back to Huazhan, and enunciated every word clearly. In other words, Mr. Hua, your alibi does not hold up. Huazhan sprang up like a coiled spring, but was instantly shoved back down into his chair by the two officers flanking him. Officer, you have to believe me. You have to believe me. I really did not kill anyone. I waved my hand, and an officer escorted the supermarket owner out. I sat down and looked at Huazhan. Mr. Hua, I do not know why you murdered Han Fang and her child. Can you tell me? Was it for money or something else? Let me ask you honestly, do you have some kind of grudge against Lu Sen's family? I remember you saying Lu Sen agreed to lend you money, but maybe Han Fang refused, and that bred resentment. Huazhan waved his hands frantically. No, that is not it. I am not the killer. Wang shook his hand at me, winking to signal that he would take over. I smiled, shrugged, and walked out of the interrogation room. Leaning against the hallway wall, I lit a cigarette. As I smoked, I began mentally mapping out the sequence of events in this case. First, 3 days ago, Lu Sen was murdered and hung in the middle of our police station. Second, when we went to Han Fang to gather information, her statement contained glaring inconsistencies. Lu Sen's body was discovered before 1000 a.m., meaning his time of death had to be earlier. Yet Han Fang adamantly insisted she spoke to her husband on the phone at 1:30 a.m. Based on this, if Han Fang was not lying, the only explanation was that the person who answered the phone was the killer. But Han Fang was absolutely certain it was her husband's voice. Thinking it over, the whole thing was an absolute mess. It was a tragedy Han Fang died so soon. Otherwise, we could have just brought her to the station, had her listen to Huazhan's voice, and everything would have been clear. It was my fault for reacting too slowly. By the time I realized this discrepancy, it was already too late. Wait, was Han Fang's death connected to this? If my reasoning was correct, the sequence of events must have been as follows. 3 days ago, in the early hours of the morning, after murdering Lu Sen, the killer received a call from an oblivious Han Fang. In a panic, the killer mimicked the victim's voice. Furthermore, it was the dead of night, raining heavily. It made sense that Han Fang would not hear clearly, but the killer did not see it that way. Fearing his voice had been compromised, he urgently sought an opportunity to murder Han Fang and her child to silence them. If that were true, there was still a glaring logical flaw. Why did not the killer silence Han Fang immediately? Why delay it until today? Keep in mind, 3 whole days had passed. Wasn't he afraid the truth would be exposed? Or was there another hidden motive at play? Furthermore, Han Fang had mentioned that the person impersonating Lu Sen on the phone had said, "After the rain clears, the flower of justice will bloom in the most suitable place for it." What was the hidden meaning behind that phrase? Was there a deeper secret buried within it? Lost in thought, I craned my neck to look at Wang and the despondent Huazhan in the interrogation room. Huazhan, I muttered, my brain working in overdrive trying to decipher what was really going on. Kid, what are you doing out here? Done interrogating. A voice suddenly interrupted my train of thought. I looked up. Oh, it is you, Doctor. Ooh. She walked over and looked down at me. I smiled at her, stubbed out my cigarette, and asked, "What is it, Dr. Chamber?" Ooh. Dr. Dew flipped through the notebook in her hand. "The lab results for that powder you gave me this morning are back." "What is it?" I asked eagerly. "Ferrosulfuric oxide, A304, iron large oxide." Seeing me scratch my head with a blank expression, Dr. Dew chuckled and elaborated. "Magnetite. It is a chemical compound commonly found in blue and gray bricks. Nowadays, houses are built with red bricks, which are iron oxide. When those are exposed to water and cooled during firing, they turn into magnetite, making blue bricks. Aside from old historical buildings constructed with that type of brick back in the day, modern buildings all use red bricks." Seeing Dr. Dew launching into an endless lecture, I quickly cut her off. "In short, that iron oxide stuff on Lucen's body is residue from blue bricks found in old-style architecture, right?" Dr. Dew nodded. "Exactly." I rubbed my chin silently, calculating how that material ended up on Lucen's chest. On the night of the murder, was not he out eating with his friends, or did they go somewhere afterward and he brushed against it? But where in this city were there still old buildings made of blue bricks? Wait. Looking at it from this angle, around the time of his death, Lucen must have visited an area in the city that still preserved this type of blue brick architecture. If so, we could start our investigation from there. Seeing me deep in thought with my head bowed, Dr. Dew waved a hand in front of my face and called out twice, "Kid, anything else?" I snapped out of it, smiled, and waved her off. Just as I was about to turn away, I remembered something. I quickly reached into my breast pocket, pulled out the cigarette stub I had found on Hanfang's balcony, and handed it to her. "Dr. Dew, please take this to the lab and see if it yields any traces." Dr. Dew looked at me, took the cigarette butt, nodded, and walked away. I returned to the interrogation room and sat down. Wang was still questioning Huajian, but compared to my aggressive tactics earlier, Wang's experience showed he was much more seasoned. At the very least, Huajian was no longer as tense as before, and his level of cooperation had increased significantly. I shot Wang a questioning look. He nodded, then turned to Huajian. "All right, Mr. Hua. Thank you for your cooperation. Rest assured, the police believe in your innocence and will absolutely ensure you get justice." Hearing Wang's words, Huajian expressed his profound gratitude. I looked at Wang. He gave me a subtle wink, stood up, and walked out of the room. Catching his drift, I hurriedly followed him. Once out in the hallway, Wang got straight to the point. "Kid, I think we might have wrongfully accused Huajian." I paused for a second, then leaned against the hallway wall, facing Wang. "What do you mean?" Wang replied. "I just interrogated Huajian for a long while. His answers on every front were completely smooth and airtight. If he were the killer, he absolutely would not possess that kind of composure when answering questions unless the guy is putting on an act." I pondered this. "Did you try scrambling the order of the questions to test him?" Wang smiled bitterly. "I tried everything." Huajian's answers remained entirely consistent. Hearing that, I lowered my head in deep thought. "Right, kid," Wang suddenly exclaimed, making me jump. "Do you remember the phone call at Hanfang's house?" I thought back and realized he meant the anonymous call, reporting the murder at Lucen's house. I had been so busy earlier, I completely forgot about it. I could not understand why Wang was bringing it up now. Wang waved me over, signaling for me to crouch down to talk. I rolled up my pant legs, crouched down, and looked at Wang, waiting for his next words. Wang looked back at me, his eyes dark and serious. "Kid, do not you think the timing of that call was bizarre? It was almost as if someone was intentionally trying to tip us off." Hearing Wang frame it that way, I also started to feel something was off. At that moment, Huajian, Wang, and I were all present at the crime scene. Suddenly, someone calls to report a murder at Hanfang's house. Thinking carefully, the origin of that call was incredibly suspicious. First, who exactly was the caller? A random witness who stumbled upon the crime. But if so, why did not that person step forward to point out the killer when the police arrived? Second, if we dared to speculate, what if the caller was the killer? What would be his motive? To frame Huajian. Based on the evidence we had gathered, Huajian was indeed the prime suspect. But assuming the caller really was the killer, Why go to such lengths to frame Huajian? Thinking to this point, I suddenly realized the key issue. If we could just track the origin of that mysterious call, would not everything be resolved? I sprang to my feet and sprinted down the hallway. Wang, still crouching on the floor, called after me, "Kid, where are you going?" I waved a hand backward, signaling Wang to carry on with his duties, and ran straight to the Bureau's telecommunications room. Inside, Senior Officer Zhang Xiao, who ran the department, was holding his phone, chatting with someone on a messaging app, staring down at the screen with a goofy grin on his face. I walked over and called out, "Senior Zhang." Zhang Xiao jumped, quickly wiped the corner of his mouth, and upon seeing me, sighed in relief. "Ah, Xiao Xu. What is up? Something wrong?" I pulled up a chair, sat opposite him, and smiled. "Senior, how is that phone number issue I asked you to look into this afternoon coming along?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiao looked blank. "What issue?" I quickly waved my hands, miming a phone. The anonymous phone call. Zhang Xiao finally realized. "Ah, right. You mean that phone call. Geez, why did not you say so earlier?" He put his phone down, turned to his computer, and typed furiously on his keyboard. A moment later, he turned back and gave me an OK sign. Found it. The call originated from the Ziju compound. The Ziju compound. Hearing those words, I was stunned, unable to believe my ears. Zhang Xiao waved a hand in front of my face. Kid, what is wrong with you?" I snapped back to reality, forced a laugh, and hastily said goodbye. Leaving the room, I leaned against the hallway wall, panting heavily. The Ziju compound. Was not that where Lu Sen lived? What was going on? Did that mean the killer was right there at the crime scene? If that call was genuinely made by the killer, then we could directly eliminate Huajian from suspicion. When the three of us were in Han Fang's living room, Wang and I had our eyes on Huajian the entire time. He had absolutely no opportunity to make that call. In other words, the killer was highly likely hiding among the neighbors. Realizing this, a cold chill ran down my spine. I hurried back to the interrogation room to find Wang. After hearing my discovery, Wang was visibly shaken. He quickly pulled me outside and demanded, "Kid, are you absolutely sure about this?" I nodded. "Absolutely positive." Wang gave a sharp nod. "Good. Then right now, we are going to investigate old Liu's neighbors." "Right now?" I questioned. "Yes. Right now," Wang affirmed decisively. Without another word, he headed straight outside to start the car. I had no choice but to follow. Just as we were about to turn the corner in the hallway, Dr. Du suddenly appeared, grabbing my arm tightly. "Kid, I tested the cigarette butt you gave me. The result is that there is absolutely nothing on it." Seeing Wang waving for me from outside, I shook off Dr. Du's hand. "Sorry for the trouble, Dr. Du. We will talk about this when I get back." With that, I sprinted after Wang out of the bureau, heading straight for the Ziju compound where Liu Sen lived. After half an hour of speeding through the night, we arrived at the compound. Just as I was about to step out of the car, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out and saw an MMS message from Dr. Feng. Enlarging the image, I saw it was a map of Chengnan district. I frowned in confusion. Before I could process it, a text message followed. "Did you get the map? I have marked the locations in Chengnan that still have old buildings made with blue bricks." "Kid, let us go," Wang shouted impatiently, leaning his head out the car window before I could reply and ask for details. I quickly texted back a thank you, pocketed my phone, and got out of the car. Perhaps because a murder had occurred in the compound that afternoon, even though it was only 8,000 or 9 p.m., there was absolutely no one around. Pinpointing Liu Sen's floor, Wang and I took the elevator up. Because this floor featured 2-bedroom apartments, there were only 2 units facing each other. So we went straight to the apartment opposite Liu Sen's and knocked on the door. 2 or 3 minutes later, the female homeowner opened the door, rubbing her eyes and looking at us warily. "Who are you?" I went through the standard procedure, flashing my badge. "Please do not be alarmed. We are police officers here to gather some information." The woman let out an "oh" and said, "Normal procedure then. Please, come in and let us talk." Wang and I murmured apologies for the intrusion as we entered. The woman walked ahead, calling out her husband's name. But when her husband walked out, his low, grumbling words, "Didn't they already come? Why are they here again?" made me feel deeply uneasy. Carrying this suspicion, Wang and I sat down on the sofa. The husband sat opposite us and introduced himself. He said his name was Chen Xiao, and he worked at a state-owned enterprise. I exchanged a glance with Wang. Wang nodded. Chen Xiao smiled, pulled out 2 cigarettes, and offered them to us. I do not know what information you officers are looking for, but I will tell you everything I know. I waved away the cigarette and pulled my notebook and pen from my jacket. Wang, sitting beside me, cleared his throat thoughtfully and got to the point. Mr. Chen, sorry to bother you, but this afternoon, right around the time of the murder, say between 3,000 and 3:30 p.m., did you hear any strange noises? Chen Xiao scratched his head. I am really sorry, officer, but I was at work at my company this afternoon. I have no idea what happened. My wife was the only one home. Wang and I turned to look at Chen Xiao's wife. She timidly took a small step back. I do not really know the full situation either. I went downstairs to take out the trash, and when I came back up, I saw the wife across the hall open her door to let a man inside. Right after that, you police showed up and discovered the bodies. Wang and I locked eyes, both reading the abnormality in the other's gaze. Do you remember the exact time you took out the trash? Chen Xiao's wife tilted her head in thought for a moment before replying. If I remember correctly, it was a little past 3:10 p.m. When I carried the trash bag downstairs, the clock had just ticked past 3,000. My eyes lit up. Trudging out here in the middle of the night had not been in vain. We had just unearthed a crucial piece of information. Wang then asked a few more questions related to the case, such as whether she had noticed anyone suspicious in the crowd of onlookers when the Chester Askra police arrived. Chen Xiao's wife answered every question honestly. Finally, Wang and I stood up and shook Chen Xiao's hand. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Chen. It is late. We won't disturb your family any further. Chen Xiao smiled as he walked us to the door, scratching his head. It is nothing, just doing our civic duty. If you have any more questions, you are welcome to come back. Please stay inside, Mr. Chen, we insisted. With that, Wang and I headed downstairs. When we got back to the car, and I was about to start the engine, Wang suddenly froze. He turned to me and asked, Kid, there is something I have been meaning to ask you. I looked at him. What is it, sir? Wang smacked his lips. When we first walked into Chen Xiao's apartment, I think his wife muttered something. Did not she? My eyes widened. You heard that too? Wang nodded. So you heard it as well. I thought I was just hearing things. Before Wang even finished his sentence, I had already bolted out of the car, taking long strides toward the building's entrance. Kid, where are you going? Wang yelled, leaning out of the rolled-down window. I did not answer, keeping my head down and rushing forward. Seeing my reaction, Wang scrambled out and chased after me, grabbing my sleeve angrily. Kid, what the hell is wrong with you? I gritted my teeth and turned to Wang. Sir, do you remember exactly what Chen Xiao's wife said? Think carefully. If another police officer came here before us, who is the most likely candidate? Wang, a seasoned veteran with nearly 20 years on the force, needed only that slight prompt to instantly realize the truth. You mean, before we got here, the killer posed as a cop and visited them? I nodded, turning toward the elevator. Inside the elevator, I explained my reasoning to Wang while mentally bracing myself for a potential confrontation with the killer. If I am right, before we arrived, Chen Xiao's wife told the killer the exact same story she just told us. That meant the killer was highly likely still lurking in the compound and had not fled yet. Wang stared intently at me, questioning my logic. I nodded in confirmation. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Wang and I stepped out. Immediately, we saw a man in a black hoodie, holding a briefcase, standing outside Chen Xiao's door with his hand raised, preparing to knock. Freeze, I roared. The dark figure whipped around, staring at me with a stunned expression. I charged forward like a hurricane. Without a second thought, I drove a brutal punch straight into his stomach. The man collapsed to the floor, clutching his gut, dropping his belongings with a clatter. I wrenched both his arms behind his back. I sneered coldly. Finally caught you. Let us see you try to run. This time. Wang stepped up and picked up the dropped items to inspect them. As he opened the briefcase, his face instantly turned a bruised shade of purple. I looked up at him. What is inside? Before Wang could answer, Chen Xiao's door swung open. Chen Xiao poked his head out, saw me, Wang, and the man I had pinned to the floor, and his face went completely blank with shock. What is going on here? I grabbed the man by his collar to haul him up, about to speak, but Chen Shao cried out, "Old Wu, what are you doing here?" The words died in my throat. I stared dumbfounded at the man Chen Shao called Old Wu, then back at Chen Shao. "You two know each other." Chen Shao nodded and told me, "This is my coworker from the company." "Officer, what happened?" At that moment, Old Wu violently yanked his arms out of my grip, rubbing his aching stomach and grimacing. "Chen Shao, are you blind? You left in such a hurry this afternoon. You forgot your things at the office. I brought them over for you." With that, he glared at the briefcase in Wang's hand. Wang hastily handed the briefcase back to Chen Shao, looking thoroughly embarrassed. Old Wu turned to me, swearing, "You little punk. What the hell did you hit me for?" Having arrested the wrong man, I was mortified. Just as I opened my mouth to apologize, Chen Shao quickly pulled Old Wu aside and whispered something in his ear. Old Wu's face instantly went from flushed red to purple, and in the blink of an eye he forced an obsequious smile. Before I could react, he grabbed my hand, laughing awkwardly. "Oh, so you are a police officer. It is a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding." After a few hasty apologies, Wang and I trudged back downstairs. In the elevator, Wang continuously grumbled, criticizing my impulsive behavior. Knowing I was in the wrong, I had no defense and obediently endured his tirade. Back in the car, Wang was still lecturing as he started the engine. "Kid, you always overthink things. In my experience, criminals usually have a guilty conscience. None of them would dare show their faces here again at this hour." I did not utter a word, just stared out the window. Just as the car engine roared to life and the headlights pierced the darkness ahead, a man materialized in our line of sight. He was wearing a hood pulled low, dark sunglasses, a surgical mask, and a long black trench coat. He stared dead at us for about 10 seconds, said absolutely nothing, then spun on his heel and bolted. "Stop right there," I bellowed. I unbuckled my seatbelt in a flash, threw open the door, and gave chase. I sprinted madly all the way out of the residential compound, only to lose sight of him. I whipped my head left and right, desperately searching. Suddenly, I spotted him standing on the edge of the sidewalk across the street. He turned to face me, raised one hand, and deliberately pointed his thumb straight down at the ground in a blatant act of provocation. Seeing this, my blood boiled. I was about to charge across the street when the traffic light turned green, and a massive wave of vehicles surged forward, blocking my path. In that agonizing moment, all I could do was glare, as the man who was almost certainly the killer brazenly vanished into the night. Huff, puff. "Kid, what the hell is wrong with you now? Who was that guy?" Wang finally caught up, panting heavily, his hands resting on his knees. "Highly likely the killer," I replied quietly. Wang was stunned. I turned around and started walking back toward the car. "All right, Wang. It is getting late. Let us head back for now." Wang reacted a beat slow, muttering a confused "oh" before jogging to catch up and walk beside me. By the time we got back to the bureau, it was past 10,000 p.m., and half the night shift was still present. Ever since Lu Sen was murdered right in the lobby, higher-ups had mandated that at least half the staff remain on duty at night, terrified, no doubt, that such a catastrophic event might repeat itself. After greeting a few colleagues, I returned to my desk, rested my chin on my hand, and began mentally reviewing everything that had just happened. "Kid, stop overthinking it. It is late. Let me go buy some late-night food." "What do you want?" Wang approached and patted my shoulder. I snapped out of my thoughts, looked up, and forced a smile. "Anything is fine, sir." Wang dusted off his clothes and replied, "I will just get you what I am having then." I nodded. "Hey Wang, grab one for me too," several colleagues chimed in. Wang smiled, agreed, grabbed an umbrella, and walked out of the station. After Wang left, I set to work untangling the massive knot of information in my head. First, we could definitively confirm that Hua Zhan was not the killer. His presence at Hanfang's house during the murder was highly likely a pure coincidence, though other possibilities could not be entirely ruled out. Second, tonight at Chen Shao's apartment, his wife revealed she had seen the killer. This provided rock-solid evidence supporting Hua Zhan's innocence. That meant the killer had actually struck during the 20-minute window after Wang and I had left. If so, Wang's earlier deduction was entirely correct. The killer fled after murdering Han Fang and her son, completing the entire gruesome task in a mere 20 minutes. Yet the crime scene was spotless. There were no fingerprints, no traces of him left behind. Could he really have managed to perfectly clean the scene after committing the murders? Given the 20-minute time frame, both killing two people and scrubbing the scene was practically impossible. Furthermore, how could we explain the cigarette butt left on the balcony? Was it purely a setup to frame Huajian? But how did the killer know for certain that Huajian smoked Marlboros? My mind was a chaotic mess, a tangle of conflicting thoughts. I struck my temples repeatedly with both hands, forcing myself to calm down. I took a deep breath. I needed to rethink this from the beginning. What if the killer knew Huajian? For instance, if the killer knew Huajian, he would naturally know that Huajian went to Liu Sen to borrow money that day. Following that logic, his motive for framing Huajian made perfect sense. Continuing that train of thought, if the killer knew Huajian was borrowing money from Liu Sen, it was highly probable he was also present at the drinking gathering on the night Liu Sen was killed. In other words, the killer was one of Liu Sen's old classmates. It was entirely possible he used that opportunity to murder Liu Sen, then conveniently silenced Han Fang and her son because she had accidentally heard his voice, and finally framed Huajian so he could remain free and clear. Yes, that had to be it. My mind mapped out an incredibly clear line of reasoning. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that this was the truth. There was only one detail I still could not resolve. On the night of the murder, the killer, mimicking Liu Sen's voice on the phone, had told Han Fang, "After the rain clears, the flower of justice will bloom in the most suitable place for it." What exactly did that phrase mean? Was there some dark secret hidden within it? Damn it. Just sitting here, trying to think, is infuriating. Wang pushed the door open and walked in from the outside, cursing as he walked, carrying a massive plastic bag full of boxed meals. I hurried over to help him with the bags and handed him a dry towel. Wang wiped his face perfunctorily, then distributed the meals to everyone. He kept one for himself and headed straight for the interrogation room. I watched him go, thought for a moment, then grabbed my own food and ran after him. Approaching the door, I could already hear Huajian's voice expressing deep gratitude that mixed with Wang's hearty, good-natured laughter. Click! I pushed the door open and walked in, offering a friendly hello to Huajian. He stared back at me with absolute terror. "Don't be nervous, Mr. Hua. I am just here to check in," I said, trying to offer what I thought was a warm, harmless smile. But it seemed Huajian harbored little affection for cops like me. Just moments ago, he had been devouring his food enthusiastically. Now his head was bowed listlessly, picking at a few grains of rice, radiating intense awkwardness. "Mr. Hua, we are extremely grateful for your trust and cooperation with the police. However, there are still a few minor, unresolved details that are troubling me." I cleared my throat, maintaining my friendly facade, and began speaking softly. Huajian glared at me, making no effort to hide the deep resentment and distrust etched into his features. I fell silent, set my food down, wiped my mouth, pulled up a chair, and sat opposite him. "Officer, I have told you everything I know. Why are you so adamant about not believing me?" Huajian's tone was sharp. Judging by his demeanor, he was holding a serious grudge against me. Ignoring his hostility, I cut straight to the chase. "Mr. Hua, 3 days ago, at the drinking gathering with Liu Sen, how many people were there in total?" Huajian subtly shifted backward, pressing his back firmly against the chair, and averted his eyes. "5 people, including old Liu." I nodded. "Who were they?" "Me, old Liu, Yang Yun, Ren Wei, and Li Qing." "Officer. Is there a problem?" Huajian deliberately emphasized the word officer. I ignored his resentment, nodding to myself. This list perfectly matched the statement Han Fang had given earlier that afternoon before she was murdered. Smiling, I said, "No problem at all." Hearing this, visible relief washed over Huajian's face. "But there is one more minor question," I continued. Huajian froze, looking at me nervously. I rubbed my chin, asking slowly, "This afternoon, when you went to Liu Sen's house, did you happen to bump into anyone you know? For instance, the 3 old classmates you just mentioned." Beside me, Wang, who was shoveling rice into his mouth, shot me a bizarre look. I covertly winked at him. Understanding my signal, Wang immediately shut his mouth and stayed quiet. Huajian frowned in thought. "This morning, I invited Yang Yun and Ren Wei to play mahjong at the chess parlor. We had not had lunch together yet." "Ah, right." As I was approaching old Liu's building, I bumped into Li Qing at the Huifeng intersection. Wasn't the Huifeng intersection the exact road leading into the Ziju compound where Liu Sen lived? I pressed him aggressively. Do you remember the exact time? Huazhan thought carefully. When I was playing mahjong with Yang Yun and Ren Wei, it must have been past 9:30 a.m. As for bumping into Li Qing, I am not entirely sure, but it had to be after 2:30 p.m. because we had just finished eating. I carefully memorized every timeline benchmark, then stood up and smiled at Huazhan. All right, I have no more questions. Thank you for your cooperation. With that, I decisively turned on my heel. Before leaving, I grabbed my half-eaten meal. The moment I stepped out of the interrogation room, before my rear even touched my desk chair, Wang had already sneaked up behind me. Kid, what crazy idea have you cooked up now? I chewed my food and nodded. You could say that. Moreover, my intuition tells me the killer is definitively one of Liu Sen's 3 old classmates. Wang looked extremely intrigued. He casually perched himself on my desk, leaned down, and stared right into my face. Oh, let us hear it. I relayed all the newly pieced-together deductions to Wang. After listening, he lowered his head in deep thought. Seeing him quiet, I went back to aggressively eating my food. Good job, kid. Only someone like you could come up with a move like this. Impressive. Wang suddenly slapped his thigh loudly and shouted. I jumped out of my skin. The rice I had not yet swallowed lodged right in my throat. Seeing me choking and sputtering, Wang hurriedly grabbed a bottle of water and handed it to me. I took a massive gulp to force it down, then shot him a deeply resentful glare. Wang laughed apologetically, hopped off the desk, and pulled a chair over to sit facing me. Kid, if things are exactly as you guessed, then suspecting Huazhan as the killer would be completely baseless. I shook my head. Not necessarily, sir. At the end of the day, this is just my personal deduction. Currently, all physical evidence points directly at Huazhan. The road to uncovering the truth of this case is still treacherous. Wang smacked his lips. But regardless, you are pretty sharp. A total dead-end case handed to you, and in just 3 days, you are on the verge of cracking it. I shrugged and smiled bitterly. All right, Wang, stop flattering me. Before this, I was running around like a headless fly. If the killer had not panicked today, committed another murder, and accidentally exposed his own tail, how would I have ever connected this tangled mess? Wang chuckled deeply, but suddenly remembered something. Wait, what was that question you just asked, Huazhan? I nodded slowly. Exactly. If my theory is correct, and the killer is one of Liu Sen's old friends, then he absolutely must have known that Huazhan was planning to visit Liu Sen today. It is just. Just what? Wang pressed. I intertwined my fingers, my expression grim. It is just that I did not anticipate Huazhan would end up meeting all 3 of them today. Worse yet, barring any surprises, all 3 of them likely knew Huazhan intended to borrow money from Liu Sen. So the net of suspects has been cast wide open again. Wang waved his hand dismissively. This tiny issue is nothing to stress over. I would bet 9 out of 10 it was that Li Qing guy. I stared at Wang, dumbfounded. What makes you say that? Wang raised a finger, looking profoundly philosophical. Think about it. What did Huazhan say? Didn't he bump into Li Qing right outside the compound gate while on his way to old Liu's house? Based on the circumstances, there is an extremely high probability Li Qing had just slaughtered the family and was fleeing the scene. I was speechless. Wang, the theory that Li Qing is the killer does not hold water. Wang's jaw dropped. What? I tossed my empty food container into the trash, wiped my mouth, and slowly explained. First, Huazhan bumping into Li Qing at the compound gate only leaves 2 possibilities. Either it happened before we arrived at Liu Sen's house, or after we left. If it was the first scenario, meaning before 3000 p.m., Han Fang was still alive and kicking. Furthermore, did not Liu Sen's neighbor testify that around 3:10 p.m., right after we left, she saw Han Fang open the door to let a strange man inside? Therefore, the first possibility is ruled out, because when we arrived at the house, Han Fang was not dead. Wang nodded slightly. Makes sense. I continued. As for the second possibility, if Huazhan bumped into Li Qing after we left, meaning Li Qing had already committed the murders, then his window to kill must be restricted to between 3:10 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. Wang, calculate the time. 20 brief minutes to butcher 2 people, clean the crime scene, and expertly stage it to frame Huajian, then walk out the gate and bump into Huajian. He would not have enough time. Wang hesitated, scratching his head and offering a strained smile. Calculating it like that, it does seem a bit illogical. I sighed. Besides, if Li Qing is the killer, and he harbored the malicious intent to frame Huajian because he knew Huajian was coming to demand money, why would he leave such blatantly obvious tracks? It defies basic logic. Wang's eyes lit up. So that means Li Qing is cleared from suspicion too. I shook my head vigorously. No, we can only say he is the least suspicious right now, not that he is completely exonerated. Peeling back the truth on this case is brutally difficult. Wang stood up and clapped a heavy hand on my shoulder. We will cross that bridge when we come to it. There is always a higher mountain, always a way through. Besides, did not you argue passionately earlier that the killer acted in haste and definitely left a vulnerability? Our job is to scrutinize every detail, slowly but surely. Water dripping on stone eventually wears it away. I ignored Wang's rambling metaphors. I opened my computer and scrolled through the batch of crime scene photos from Han Feng's murder that Dr. Du had just sent over. Yawn. Wang let out a massive yawn, stepped closer to peer over my shoulder, and smacked his lips. Kid, you are not planning to go home tonight. I gave an of agreement. Not going. If you are sleepy, sir, go home and get some rest. I am going to look through these a bit longer. Wang nodded. I got soaked in the rain earlier anyway. Fine. I will head back, shower, and change. With that, he waved to me and left. Watching Wang depart, I buried my face back into the crime scene photos on the monitor. I went through them, slowly, scrutinizing every single image carefully, terrified of missing any clue. Time slipped by. I looked up at the door. Outside, the rain was still pouring down in sheets, obscuring everything. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. Would the killer return to the Ziju compound to silence Chen Xiao and his wife, the people who accidentally saw him? The realization jolted me. I shot out of my chair, pulled out my phone, and called Wang immediately. The phone rang for a long time before someone answered. Wang's sleep, groggy voice came through the speaker. Hello, what is up, kid? I urgently relayed my dreadful premonition. Hearing it, Wang snapped, fully awake. I am heading to the Ziju compound immediately. Through the phone, I could clearly hear the sound of him frantically rummaging around. I am heading out now, too. See you there. I hung up, snatched my jacket off the back of my chair, dashed out into the torrential rain, jumped into my car, started the engine, and aimed straight for the Ziju compound. Driving through the stormy night, the roads were completely empty. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, I kept Wang on an open call as we sped toward our destination. Kid, I am here, Wang announced. Understood. I will be there in about 10 minutes. You go up to Chen Xiao's apartment and assess the situation first. The sound of a car door slamming shut echoed over the phone. About 5 minutes later, the line, which had been dead silent, suddenly exploded with Wang's horrified shout, mixed with a woman's piercing scream. This was immediately followed by Wang's furious roar. Don't move. Damn it. My fears were confirmed. The killer had returned to tie up loose ends after we left. Driven by adrenaline, I floored the accelerator, weaving and running red lights continuously, finally arriving at the Ziju compound. I scrambled out of the car and sprinted through the rain toward the entrance of Chen Xiao's building. But before I even crossed the threshold, a massive dark figure barreled out of the lobby, slamming directly into me. The unexpected impact sent me flying backward, landing hard on my rear in the pouring rain. The dark figure vaulted over my body and vanished into the blinding downpour in an instant. Stop right there! Wang's shout echoed from the stairwell as the motion sensor lights in the hallway flared to life. I looked toward the sound and saw Wang running out, clutching his arm. Blood was seeping through his fingers and dripping heavily onto the floor. Seeing he was injured, I scrambled up in a panic to help him. Wang shoved me aside, pointing in the direction the dark figure had vanished, panting heavily. The killer, don't let him get away. He stabbed Chen Xiao. Hearing this, my eyes widened. I instantly let go of Wang and without a second's hesitation, spun around and gave chase, plunging into the rain, sprinting out of the residential compound. But the road ahead was deserted. There was not a single soul in sight. Motherfucker. Furious, I punched my own thigh hard and cursed. From behind me came the sound of heavy, labored breathing. I turned to see Wang limping toward me. I quickly grabbed him under the arms to support him. "Where's the killer?" Wang gasped. I lowered my head in defeat. "He is gone." Wang's eyes darted around, scanning our surroundings as if looking for something. I was about to speak when Wang said, "Kid, where the hell did the security guard for this place run off to?" I froze. Right. Where was the security guard? Logically, since a murder had occurred here this afternoon, security should have been drastically tightened. Why were the main gates wide open when we drove in, with not a single guard coming out to question us? Could it be? I turned to Wang. He was already hobbling urgently toward the security booth. Seeing this, I quickly followed. At the booth, the door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open and barged in. The sight before me was horrifying. The security guard was bound tightly to a chair in the center of the room, his mouth gagged with a towel. I rushed over and ripped the towel away. The guard babbled in a panic, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." I was about to snap at him when Wang pushed me aside with his shoulder. Using his uninjured hand, Wang pulled out his police badge and said sternly, "We are the police. Do not panic." Seeing the badge, the guard's terrified expression slowly began to ease. After untying him, Wang ordered me to bring the guard along as we rushed up to Chen Xiao's apartment. When we reached the floor, a gruesome scene awaited us. Chen Xiao, his face deathly pale, lay on his back on the sofa, clutching a wound in his abdomen. Blood was pouring out relentlessly. His wife was sobbing hysterically, desperately pressing a large bag of ice against her husband's wound. "Kid, hurry! Get Chen Xiao to the hospital," Wang roared. I yelled in acknowledgement, scooped Chen Xiao up, and carried him horizontally. His wife, gripping the massive ice bag, stuck to me like glue, applying pressure to the wound as we ran. As we reached the door, Wang yelled back at the guard, "You come with us," then rushed ahead to press the elevator button. We descended to the lobby and piled everyone into the police cruiser I had driven. The car, carrying 5 people, sped straight toward the hospital. On the way, Chen Xiao's wife sat in the back, weeping continuously over her husband. Wang, sitting in the passenger seat, jammed a wad of tissues against his wounded arm and demanded, "Gotta smoke." Steering with one hand, I rummaged in my jacket with the other, pulled out a cigarette, put it in my mouth, lit it, took a drag, and placed it between Wang's lips, since his arm was incapacitated. Wang took a deep drag and nodded his thanks. He then spoke slowly. "It is a good thing you were quick-witted enough to anticipate the killer's move, or we would be looking at another corpse tonight." I forced a twisted, bitter smile. I should have smelled it coming much earlier. It was sheer negligence on my part. Wang took another deep drag and said nothing more. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up to the hospital. I carried Chen Xiao out. Wang sprinted to the reception desk to find a doctor and nurses. In no time, Chen Xiao was rushed into the emergency room. He had lost so much blood, he had slipped into a coma. The 4 of us sat in a daze on the long bench outside the ER. A nurse approached to bandage Wang's arm, but he kept waving her away, pushing her back until she started to make a scene. I jumped to my feet, snatched the first aid kit directly from her hands, walked over, crouched down, and bandaged the wound myself. Wang's face was as black as the bottom of a charred pot. I had no idea what he was calculating. "Let it go, sir. Don't beat yourself up. We will handle whatever comes," I said while bandaging him, trying to comfort him. Wang gave a grunt, and his expression softened slightly. Once I finished wrapping his arm, I stood up tall, walked over, and stood squarely in front of Chen Xiao's wife. I stared down at the woman who was still sniffling softly. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to speak. "Mrs. Chuan. Chen, I know this is terrible timing to ask, but I have to know. Did you get a clear look at the killer's face?" Tears streaming down her face, she looked up at me and shook her head vehemently. I frowned, dropping heavily into the seat beside her. "How could you not see?" Between sobs, she began to recount the entire ordeal. According to her, it was just past 1000 a.m. The couple was deep asleep when they heard a sharp knock at the door. Because a murder had occurred in the building that afternoon, she was terrified. She woke her husband to check it out, grumbling. Chen Xiao dragged himself out of bed. A few minutes later, she heard her husband call out, "Who is it?" This was instantly followed by a scream of agony. Hearing her husband cry out, she bolted out of bed and sprinted into the living room. The sight that met her eyes was horrifying. Chen Shao was sprawled on the floor in the entryway, clutching his blood-soaked stomach, his mouth gaping open but unable to make a sound. Looming just outside the door was a figure dressed entirely in black clothes, sunglasses, and a surgical mask covering his face. In his hand he gripped a wicked sharp knife. Chen Shao's fresh blood was still dripping from the blade. Spotting Chen Shao's wife, the killer took a step to storm the apartment. Terrified out of her wits, she screamed at the top of her lungs, her legs giving out as she collapsed to the floor. Chen Shao, clutching his bleeding gut, suddenly lunged forward, desperately wrapping his arms around the killer's legs, screaming for his wife to run. Taking advantage of the struggle between the killer and her husband, she scrambled up and sprinted out, screaming for help as she ran. Just then, Wang arrived. Seeing the situation, he instantly realized what was happening and charged straight into the apartment without hesitation. After that, the killer slashed Wang's arm and fled downstairs, where he ran right into me, knocking me over. Listening to her account, Wang, sitting nearby, nodded in confirmation. That is exactly how it happened. I rested my chin on my intertwined hands, propping my elbows on my thighs, trying desperately to connect the chaotic mess in my head. From her testimony, the killer was masked during the attack, meaning neither husband nor wife saw his face. I looked up and glanced across the aisle at the security guard, who was huddled close to Wang, trembling like a leaf. I walked over, stood in front of him, leaned down, and asked, "And what about you?" The guard looked up at me with panicked eyes, his jaw hanging open, uttering a confused, "Ah!" I had to repeat the question before he snapped out of it and began his story. Similar to Chen Shao's wife, he had not seen the killer's face either. He had been on duty in his booth when he heard a knock. He went to open the door, and before he could even focus his eyes, a brick smashed into his head. When he woke up, he found himself bound to a chair. The rest of the story I already knew. According to his timeline, from the moment the killer knocked him out to the moment I untied him, at least half an hour had passed. Had the killer simply been waiting around for that entire half hour? Why did he wait so long to attack? He had risked coming back specifically to silence witnesses. Was not he afraid that delaying would increase the risk of complications? What was his true objective? All my deductions slammed into a dead end. Officer, I just remembered something, but I do not know if I should mention it. Chen Shao's wife suddenly spoke up. Realizing she had spoken too loudly and fearing she might disturb her husband in the ER, she quickly covered her mouth and dropped her voice to a whisper. I frowned, looking at her. She whispered, "When the killer appeared, I think the door to the apartment across the hall was slightly ajar." Hearing this, I was stunned. Lucen's door was open. I clearly remembered that when we left this afternoon we had locked it securely. And when we came to find Chen Shao earlier tonight, the Liu family's door was firmly shut. Now that you mention it, I remember too. The door was indeed slightly open, Wang chimed in. Having said that, they both turned to stare at me. My mind began racing at light speed. Had the killer snuck into Lu Sen's apartment during that missing half hour? But for what? Was he afraid he would left evidence behind and went back to destroy it? Or was there a crucial clue in Lu Sen's apartment that we had missed? Wang, stay here and guard them. I need to go check on something. I will be right back. The moment the thought crystallized, I sprang up and bolted out the door. Wang's voice yelling for me to be careful trailing behind me. I grabbed the car, sped for half an hour, and arrived back at the Ziju compound. Sprinting all the way up to Lu Sen's floor, I saw that the doors to both apartments facing each other were indeed wide open. Chen Shao's door was open, because we had rushed out in a panic and forgotten to close it. But Lu Sen's door being open proved that the killer had been inside. I approached carefully, using my phone's flashlight. I examined the lock, and clearly saw pry marks. The killer had indeed returned here. I gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. I held my breath, listening intently. The apartment was dead silent. Guided by the faint moonlight spilling through the window, I strained to observe my surroundings. After a moment of hesitation, I felt around and flipped the light switch in the hallway. The chalk outlines marking the positions of Han Fang and her son's bodies were still intact on the floor. Carefully stepping around them, I scrutinized every corner of the apartment. When I entered the messy master bedroom, I was startled to find a large section of the mattress soaking wet. I could swear that when we discovered the bodies this afternoon, the bed was messy, but it was absolutely not wet. I glanced toward the window. The rain was still pouring outside. This proved the killer had snuck in here and had even rummaged around on the bed. My deduction was spot on. But what on earth could be inside Lucen's apartment that was so vital the killer would risk returning to a sealed crime scene, effectively prioritizing retrieving it over silencing Chen Xiao? After searching the bedroom and finding nothing else unusual, I backed out and opened the doors to the other rooms. They were identical to how we had left them that afternoon, doors firmly shut. I carefully inspected the doorknobs and found no traces of water, indicating the killer had not entered them. To be safe, I used a clean towel to turn the knobs, peeked inside, and double-checked. After checking everything, I finally stepped into the study. The moment I opened the door, a faint smell of paper hit my nose. I flipped on the bright lights. Scanning the room, I did not see anything immediately amiss. I was about to leave when instinct told me something was wrong. I spun back around. On the reading desk, a stack of scratch paper was completely soaked through. I lunged forward and grabbed it. The wet pages were stuck together. I leaned closer. The leather-upholstered swivel chair in front of the desk also had small puddles of water pooled on the seat. It was glaringly obvious. The killer had sat right here to search for something. I carefully stepped around the desk, trying to adopt the killer's perspective to scan the area. My eyes locked onto a drawer that had not been fully closed. Disregarding the water droplets on it, I yanked it open. The drawer was empty. As I suspected, whatever was in here was gone. It was absolutely certain the killer had snatched whatever was hidden inside. But what could be so important that it drove the killer to risk returning, prioritizing it over eliminating Chen Xiao and his wife? Filled with questions, I backed out of the study and collapsed onto the living room sofa, resting my chin on my hands, lost in thought. Wait, what is that? Resting conspicuously on the living room coffee table was a Bodhi seed bracelet. I leaned forward and picked it up to examine it closely. When we searched the scene this afternoon, this item definitely was not here. I rubbed the beads between my fingers. The surface was bone dry. I placed the bracelet back in its exact spot. I lingered, conducting a few more meticulous sweeps of the apartment, making absolutely sure I had not missed any other clues, before quietly retreating and locking the door behind me. Heading downstairs, I drove back to the hospital. Chen Xiao had already been moved out of the emergency room. After a few polite inquiries about his condition, I told Wang I was heading out. But as I reached the door of the hospital room, Wang grabbed my arm and declared he was staying at the hospital tonight. Seeing my confused expression, he explained that he was worried the killer might track them here. I felt a sudden pang of shame. Ginger really does get spicier with age. Veteran officers simply possessed a broader, more strategic vision than rookies like me. With nothing else to add, I said my goodbyes and left. By the time I returned to the bureau, the clock had struck past 4,000 a.m. Dawn was approaching. I parked the car, shielded my head from the rain, and sprinted into the lobby. The officers on the night shift were fast asleep, snoring loudly. I shook my head in exasperation. I walked past the interrogation room to check on Huajian. He was sprawled back in a chair, face pointed at the ceiling, mouth hanging open and drooling, snoring like a chainsaw. Returning to my desk, I opened the crime scene photos Dr. Du had sent me. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and I began to drift into a hazy slumber. Kid. Someone called out sharply, shaking my shoulder violently. I groggily opened my eyes to see Dr. Du standing next to me, holding bags of breakfast food, a bright smile on her face. Haven't eaten breakfast yet. I bought some for you. I sat there in a daze for a moment before snapping slightly awake. Thank you, Dr. Du, I mumbled. Dr. Du smiled and perched herself casually on the edge of my desk. So, pick up anything useful last night? I stretched, exhaustion washing over me, shaking my head and nodding simultaneously. I gathered my thoughts and gave her a rapid-fire rundown of the killer ambushing Chen Xiao the night before. And you know what, Doctor? I figured out that the killer attacking Chen Xiao and his wife was just a crime of convenience. His main objective was to destroy evidence hidden in Lucen's apartment. I stated my analysis with absolute certainty. Dr. Du shrugged, waving off my theory. I am completely blind when it comes to this deduction stuff. I grabbed a bottle of water, rinsed my mouth, and spat it out. By the way, what time is it, Dr. Du? She jutted her chin toward the window. It was broad daylight, almost 10:30 a.m. I was horrified. It is that late. I scrambled up and sprinted for the door. Dr. Du lunged forward, grabbing my arm tightly. Where do you think you are going? I turned back and gave a blunt answer. To keep investigating this case, obviously. I have got to go. With that, I aggressively shook off her hand and bolted from the lobby as fast as my legs could carry me. What about your breakfast? Dr. Du yelled after me. Without breaking stride, I waved a hand backward. Don't need it. Oh, and please keep an eye on Huajian for me. Leaving the station, I dialed Wang's number to ask about Chen Xiao's condition. Wang assured me everything was stable. After exchanging a few quick updates, I briefed him on my plan to investigate Lu Sen's 3 old classmates today. Who would have thought that upon hearing this, Wang would forcefully insist I swing by the hospital to pick him up so he could join me? You're coming with me. What about Chen Xiao? I asked, flustered. Wang snorted. Just assign some random guy from the bureau to watch him. Stop your nagging and get your ass over here to pick me up, quick. Defeated, I turned the wheel and headed back to the hospital. After picking Wang up, I gave him a detailed account of my late-night search of Lu Sen's apartment. His reaction mirrored mine, complete bafflement as to what the killer had stolen. We waited about half an hour for a colleague from the bureau to arrive for the shift change before finally taking our leave. Based on the statements from Huajian and the late Han Fang, let us hit Yang Yun's place on Zixi Street first, Wang said from the passenger seat, gripping my notebook tightly. I glanced at the thick bandages wrapping his arm. Are you sure you are okay, sir? Wang glared at me. Don't worry. I won't die on you. I had the nurses rewrap it. I do not trust your amateur handiwork. I grunted defensively a few times, expressing my indignation. Arriving at the apartment complex on Zixi Street where Yang Yun lived, Wang and I knocked on the door. About 5 minutes later, a middle-aged woman poked her head out, eyeing us suspiciously. Who are you? I went through the standard routine, flashing my badge in her face. Don't be alarmed. We are police officers here to ask Mr. Chawed. Yang Yun, a few questions. Police? What questions? Yang Yun's wife asked, defensively, immediately adding a blunt. He is not home. I pressed forward. Where did he go? His wife sighed in exasperation. Where else? Probably loitering around some antique market. Where else does he ever go? Wang stepped in smoothly. In that case, would you mind if we came inside and waited for him for a bit? The wife hesitated for a second, then forced a polite smile. Oh, my brain's a mess today. Come in, officers. Please, come in. She pulled the door open and ushered us inside. As soon as I stepped inside, my eyes instantly fell upon an imposing shrine to the Maitreya Buddha, sitting squarely in the middle of the living room. I struck up a conversation. I would not have guessed Mr. Yang was so devout. Yang Yun's wife served us tea while complaining bitterly. Ugh, it is his only obsession. If he is not burning incense and praying, he is burying himself in those antique markets, dragging home piles of trash just to waste our money. While I listened to her vent, I scanned the layout of the living room. It was exactly as she described. The tiny space was cluttered with Buddha statues and supposedly antique items. By the way, what exactly did you officers come here to ask about? Yang Yun's wife asked after pouring the tea. I gave a casual downplaying it. It is nothing major, just that on the night of the 5th 4 days ago, Mr. Yang went drinking with some old classmates, did not he? Hearing this, his wife nodded. That is right. He said he was going to see old Lu. Wang, habitually reaching for a cigarette, lit one, took a slow, deliberate drag, and smoothly interjected. Mrs. Tron, Yang, I think it is better if we tell you this up front. The wife's face darkened instantly. Her voice sharpened. What happened? Did that idiot get drunk and cause trouble again? That is his usual routine. He pours alcohol down his throat and raises hell. Did he do something stupid? Faced with her rapid-fire questions, Wang and I froze. Wang frantically waved his hands. No, this has absolutely nothing to do with your husband. Hearing that, the wife let out a huge sigh of relief. Well, that is good. You scared me half to death. Wait till he gets back. I am going to rip him a new one. Wang and I were entirely speechless. We locked eyes, communicating silently. Keep the fact that Lu Sen's entire family is dead to ourselves for now. Having reached a silent consensus, we both looked away. Say, Mrs. Yang, where do you keep your ashtrays? Wang asked, preparing to flick his ash, but unable to find one. Yang Yun's wife looked apologetic. Oh, I am so sorry, officer. My husband does not smoke, so I do not buy ashtrays. Just flick it straight into the trash can. She hurriedly picked up a trash can and offered it to Wang. Wang took it, nodding his thanks. Just then, a clattering sound echoed from the porch. A man burdened with bags of groceries walked in. The wife immediately rushed over. You are back. Wang and I exchanged a look. Is this Yang Yun? We have guests, Yang Yun asked, his gaze sweeping over Wang and me sitting authoritatively on the sofa. But the moment he saw Wang puffing on a cigarette, his expression darkened and he stomped forward aggressively. Seeing this, Wang hastily stubbed his cigarette out against the sole of his shoe. Wife, are these your relatives from out of town? Yang Yun demanded, glaring at us with hawkish eyes, his hostility plain to see. Honey, these two are police officers. They are here to ask you some questions. The moment the word police registered, Yang Yun stumbled slightly. His demeanor flipped instantaneously. He scurried forward, forcing a stiff smile. Oh my, police officers, forgive my rudeness. Please have a seat. Sit. Sit. Wang and I smiled politely and sat down. What the hell are you staring at? Go brew my premium Longjing tea. Hurry up, Yang Yun barked at his wife. She scurried off into the kitchen. No need to be so formal, Mr. Yang. We are not here with any ill intent, I said amiably. Yang Yun chuckled nervously, rubbing his hands together. May I ask why you officers have graced my home today? I glanced at Wang. Wang shot me a look that clearly said, hurry up and ask. I pursed my lips and began the interrogation. Mr. Yang, 4 days ago, on the night of the 5th, you gathered with Lu Sen, correct? Yang Yun jumped as if shocked, his eyes darting wildly, his voice stuttering. What? Yes, that is true, but it was just a reunion among old friends. Is there a problem, officers? Why do you ask? I nodded. Please describe the events of that evening in detail for us. Yang Yun scratched his head. What is there to tell? We just met up, ate, and drank normally. Once the alcohol hits, people start talking nonsense. That is all it was. Wang pounced on the evasion. Mr. Yang, perhaps you are not aware. On that very night, Lu Sen had his chest cut open. Hearing Wang drop that bombshell, Yang Yun froze in stunned silence. I seized the moment to add pressure. Therefore, Mr. Yang, please recount that night from start to finish for us. Yang Yun collapsed onto the sofa like a wet noodle, looking as if his soul had left his body. I cleared my throat to urge him on. He finally snapped back to reality. That night, old Lu and I did not do anything. We finished drinking, and then everyone went their separate ways. What time did you finish drinking? I asked. Yang Yun racked his brain. Around 11:30 p.m. I was pretty drunk, so I did not check the time exactly. I frowned. Are you sure? Yang Yun nodded emphatically. I swear it is the truth. I glanced at Wang. Wang subtly pursed his lips and shook his head, clearly indicating he did not buy a word of Yang Yun's frantic excuses. Setting that aside for the moment, I changed tactics. Mr. Yang, where were you last night? Yang Yun scratched his chin. Last night, I slept at home. Before I could even open my mouth, his wife, carrying a tray of Longjing tea from the kitchen, let out a loud snort. You did not drag yourself home until 2000 a.m. last night, and on the night of the 5th you stomped in fuming, screaming about having a huge fight with old Lu, or whatever. Hearing this, Wang's and my eyes lit up like high-beam headlights. Yang Yun flew into a rage, charging at his wife and screaming, "You stupid, destructive bitch! What kind of garbage are you spewing?" Seeing him ready to unleash physical violence, I instantly lunged forward to stop him. Staring intensely into his eyes, I demanded, "Mr. Saad, Yang, you are hiding something from us, are not you?" Yang Yun deflated completely, stumbling backward and collapsing heavily onto the sofa. "Spit it out, tell us everything, about the 5th right now," I shouted harshly. Yang Yun nodded blankly, but suddenly shot up like a startled shrimp, eyes bulging, screaming at Wang and me. "Officers, I swear I had nothing to do with old Lu's murder. That night we had a little argument, but I swear on my life I did not stab him." Before I could respond, his wife shrieked from the sidelines, "Officers, what on earth is going on?" Wang shot her a death glare, then turned a piercing gaze back to Yang Yun. On the night of the 5th, Liu Sen was stabbed and his body was dumped in the middle of the police station. The wife froze on the spot, paralyzed by the news. As soon as I spoke, she finally realized just how disastrously her loose lips might have implicated her husband. Ah, officers, what I just said was nonsense. I was just making things up. Please, do not pay any attention to me. I raised a hand to cut off her meaningless rambling, turning my sharp focus entirely back to Yang Yun. Mr. Yang Yun, please give us a detailed account of exactly what happened after you finished drinking on the 5th. Yang Yun's hands were shaking uncontrollably, the wrinkles on his face twitching. He mumbled incoherently. That night. That night? Officers. Absolutely nothing happened that night. I went home and passed out. I have no idea where the others went after that. I swear I did not kill anyone. I narrowed my eyes and enunciated clearly. Mr. Marit, Yang Yun, I expect your full and serious cooperation. Tell us exactly what happened that night, from start to finish. Yang Yun nodded like a sewing machine. I barked loudly, which finally shocked a bit of clarity into him. After a long silence, he let out a massive sigh and began to speak word by agonizing word. On the night of the 5th, the 5 old classmates went out and drank heavily. Truth be told, it was entirely trivial. Nonsense, useless bragging about nothing of consequence, so I did not bother recording it in the official notes. Hold on, Mr. Yang. Your wife just revealed you had a conflict with Liu Sen that night. Explain that in detail. I interrupted his useless rambling. Yang Yun deflated, lowering his head. It was not a big deal. Officers. You guys know how it is. I have a bit of a temper when I drink. We had a few too many, and I got into a shouting match with old Liu at the table. What time did the gathering break up after the argument? I pressed. Yang Yun hesitated. Around after 11,000 p.m. I remember the clock in the restaurant chimed 11 times right around then. I signaled Wang with my eyes. He nodded slightly. Understanding his cue, I turned back to Yang Yun. So after you broke up, did you have any further interaction with Liu Sen? Yang Yun waved his hands and shook his head frantically. No, sir. After we fought, I left immediately. I took a taxi home. Oh, right. I even remember the license plate of that taxi. Officers, you can run a check and see for yourselves, he added quickly, reciting a sequence of numbers. I discreetly jotted them down, doing some quick mental math with Yang Yun's statements. I asked, so you are saying that between 11,000 p.m. and midnight on the 5th, you were in a taxi, heading straight home? Yang Yun tilted his head back in thought, then nodded vigorously when he realized my timeline matched. Yes, exactly. Ah, officers, I just remembered something interesting. Yang Yun practically bounced in his seat. I eagerly urged him on. Spit it out. Yang Yun adopted a conspiratorial tone. The Huazhan guy, he asked old Liu for a loan while we were drinking. We all knew about it. You just go ask him. You will figure it out immediately. This idiot clearly has no idea Huazhan is currently sitting inside the police station drinking tea, I thought. We will deal with the others later. Mr. Yang Yun, I cut him off. Yang Yun shuddered, shrinking into his shoulders, his voice thin. Yes, officers, please continue. I hardened my tone. Forget about the 5th. Now tell the truth. Where exactly did you vanish to yesterday, from morning until 2000 a.m. last night? Yang Yun's eyes darted nervously around the room. Wang and I frowned in irritation. Well, the truth is, officers, yesterday morning I went to the casino with Ren Wei and Huazhan. Oh, and by the way, Huazhan lost money to me and tried to weasel out of paying. I beat some sense into him. He clicked his tongue, looking oddly proud of the memory. I grew irritated and violently cut off his reminiscing. What about last night? Last night I was just hanging around here. I went down to the KTV right downstairs in this building to drink and sing with Ren Wei. Yang Yun blinked rapidly, forcing out every word. I raised an eyebrow. Ren Wei. Yang Yun nodded eagerly. Yes, exactly. We had a blast until almost 2000 a.m. before we called it a night. His wife immediately chimed in as if performing a duet. That is right, officers. Last night he dragged himself into the bedroom reeking of cheap booze. Hearing his wife insert herself, Yang Yun's eyes bulged. Shut your mouth, woman. Does this have anything to do with you? Stop interrupting. The wife swallowed her grievances, her face sour. I raised a hand to stop Yang Yun from continuing his tirade and shifted the topic. Thank you for the information, Mr. Yang Yun. It is getting late. We won't intrude any longer. Make sure you keep your phone on 24/7. When the police call, you must be available. Understand? Yang Yun nodded subserviently, bowing like a cooked shrimp. Yes, yes, absolutely. Rest assured, officers. Just as I stood up to leave, I suddenly remembered something and spun around to stare directly at Yang Yun. Yesterday, you were stuck like glue to Ren Wei for the entire day, correct? Yang Yun paused for a second, then nodded firmly. Yes, exactly. Is there a problem, officer? I smirked. No problem. We will take our leave. Wang and I stood up, preparing to depart. Yang Yun and his wife moved to see us out. We waved them off. No need. Please stay. We have urgent matters to attend to. They nodded, but still trailed behind us all the way to the elevator. Once inside, Wang stuck a cigarette in my mouth and asked sharply, Kid, what do you think? Is this Yang Yun guy full of shit or telling the truth? I thought for a moment before giving a non-committal answer. Who knows? We will investigate first, then decide. Where to next, kid? Wang asked. The elevator doors opened, and we stepped out. I pointed directly at the wide-open side entrance of the KTV in the lobby, grinning widely. Let us go take a look in there. Wang followed my gaze and broke into a massive grin. You sly bastard. Real detective work. I shook my head in exasperation. Stop stirring the pot, sir. I marched purposefully into the KTV. Before I even reached the front, I spotted two guys in KTV uniforms huddled behind the door, smoking and gossiping wildly. Seeing Wang and me, their eyes followed us closely, scanning us from head to toe. I ignored the two punks entirely and strode straight to the reception desk. Hello, how many in your party? Before I could even catch my breath, the young female receptionist ran over, smiling brightly, greeting me like an old friend. I murmured. An acknowledgement reached into my jacket, pulled out my badge, and held it up to her face. Police, here to ask a few questions. The receptionist's face instantly went pale. I lowered my voice. Listen carefully. Did a guy named Yang Yun come in here to sing last night? I got straight to the point. Hearing my question, her eyes darted nervously, and she clammed up completely. I scowled, staring her down. What is going on, Haijiao? Slacking off on the job again? Want me to dock your pay, girl? Suddenly, a young man with slick-back hair and a sharp suit strutted into the lobby, yelling aggressively at the receptionist. Wang and I spun around to look at him. The man walked up to the receptionist, who shrank back, whispering, Manager. I looked the man up and down, then lifted my chin. Manager, huh? The manager stared blankly at me. Yeah, so what? Who the hell are you people? I cleared my throat, pulled out my badge, and repeated my earlier action. The manager's eyes widened in shock. Don't panic. We are just conducting a minor investigation. If you cooperate, you can go back to making your living peacefully. Understood. I tapped the desk rhythmically to emphasize the warning. The manager nodded in sync with my tapping. Yes. Yes. Full cooperation. Absolutely. With that, he led us into a reception room and ordered Xiao Jiao to brew tea. Hurry up and pour the tea, you idiot. What are you standing there for? He threw his weight around at the employee, then eagerly pulled out chairs to sit across from me. Did a man named Yang Yun come here to sing last night? I repeated the question I would asked earlier. Yang Yun. Yes, sir. Are you asking about Brother Yang? The manager replied swiftly. I nodded. He lives in the apartment complex above this building. The big guy who is obsessed with Buddhism. The manager nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. Brother Yang comes here all the time. He is a VIP customer. Yesterday afternoon he invited a friend over to hang out. I winked. Until what time? The manager thought for a moment. Probably around 7,000 or 8,000 p.m. That is when the place really started filling up. I nodded, indicating I was following. By the way, you mentioned he invited a friend. Did you see who that person was? I pressed. The manager laughed. Of course, we all hang in the same circle with Brother Yang. I think his last name is Ren. And there is another guy, Brother Li. The three of them are thick as thieves. They love coming down to the KTV to blow off steam. Xiao Zhao personally set up their room yesterday afternoon. At that moment, Xiao Zhao carefully carried the tea into the room. The manager gestured for her to come over. Hurry up. Tell the officers exactly what happened. Xiao Zhao stepped forward, her hands clasped nervously in front of her stomach. Seeing her demeanor, I could not help but smile, offering a gentle word of reassurance to calm her down. She looked at me with gratitude and began. Officers, it is exactly as our manager said. Around 7,000 or 8,000 p.m. last night, Mr. Yang did indeed book a karaoke room. I watched her closely, letting her speak without interruption. Xiao Zhao continued. When Mr. Yang booked the room, he said he was waiting for a friend, Mr. Itthevu, Ren Wei. He asked me to keep an eye out for him, so he was not with his friend to begin with. I asked. Xiao Zhao paused slightly, then shook her head. No, sir. Mr. Ren arrived shortly after. I glanced at the manager beside me. The manager quickly stood up and explained. Well, Mr. Ren does not live in this complex, so they probably did not travel together. I nodded. That made sense. I turned back to Xiao Zhao and signaled for her to continue. Xiao Zhao said yes and continued. It was not until around 9 p.m. that Mr. Ren finally rushed in. Seeing my skeptical expression, Xiao Zhao clarified. It was raining hard outside at the time. When Mr. Ren arrived, the legs of his pants were soaked and covered in mud. He looked like he had been in a massive hurry. Officers. Do you have any other questions? The manager asked. I shook my head and stood up. No, that is all. Thank you both for your cooperation. Here is my phone number. Call me if anything comes up. With that, Wang and I left the KTV. Back out on the main street, the sun was directly overhead. Wang rubbed his stomach and said, Kid, how about we grab some lunch first? I agreed, and we ducked into a small diner by the side of the road. While waiting for our food, I took a sip of water, mentally stitching together the statements from Yang Yun and the KTV staff. Yang Yun's timeline over the past few days looked roughly like this. On the night of the 5th, before Lu Sen was murdered, the 5 old classmates had dinner together. Between 11:00 p.m. and 11:30 p.m., Yang Yun drank too much, lost his temper, and argued with Lu Sen, causing the gathering to end sourly. Subsequently, between 11:30 p.m. and midnight, Yang Yun took a taxi home. Wang had verified this point with the taxi company. A driver confirmed picking up a fare at the Xinglong restaurant where Lu Sen's group dined between 11:30 p.m. and midnight. If Yang Yun's statement regarding the 5th was entirely truthful, he had no opportunity to commit the murder. From Xinglong restaurant to the police station, driving would take roughly 50 minutes to an hour. Since we discovered the body around 1000 a.m., if Yang Yun were the killer, he would have had to return from his home to Xinglong restaurant, kill Lu Sen, and transport the body to the station, all within a single hour. Setting aside how Yang Yun would know if Lu Sen was even still at the restaurant after he left, the timeline alone made it fundamentally impossible. After all, the journey from the restaurant to his home had already cost him about half an hour. Second was his account of his whereabouts yesterday. Firstly, according to Huazhan's statement, yesterday morning Yang Yun, Huazhan, and Ren Wei went to lunch together, then parted ways. During this time he also argued with Huazhan over gambling debts. As for the evening, according to both Yang Yun and the KTV staff, Yang Yun booked the room at 8,000 p.m. and remained there the entire time. Ren Wei arrived around 9 to 10 p.m. The two of them stayed until 2000 a.m. before heading to their respective homes. Last night, when we first visited the Ziju compound to question Liu Sen's neighbors, it was nearly 8,000 p.m., perhaps a bit later. The second time, when I realized the killer might return, it was between midnight and 2000 a.m. In other words, during both critical windows, Yang Yun possessed a flawless alibi. Right, Wang. How long does it take to drive from Liu Sen's house to where we are now? I asked. Wang thought for a moment, then shook his head. I am not exactly sure, but it is probably about the same as the drive from the police station to here. About the same? That meant it took roughly 40 minutes. What is wrong, kid? Did you think of something else? Wang asked. I snapped out of it quickly, shaking my head and laughing. No. Let us eat. Seeing my reluctance to share, Wang did not press the issue, though he eyed me with deep suspicion. Where to after we eat? Wang asked, slurping his noodles. We go find Ren Wei and see what he has to say, I replied. Wang nodded. All right, finish up. and pay the bill. Leaving the diner, we got into the car and I started the engine. I pulled out my small notebook from my jacket pocket, found Renway's address, and drove there. Stepping out of the car, I surveyed the surroundings. Renway's neighborhood was clearly a step down from Lu Sen's or Yang Yun's, appearing somewhat run down by comparison. "Let us go, sir." I looked toward the other side of the car. Wang was leaning his elbow on the car door, staring back the way we came, lost in thought. I called him again, and he finally jolted back to reality, taking a few steps toward me. "This Renway lives pretty close to Yang Yun. They probably hang out all the time." "No wonder they are so close," Wang joked as he approached. I smiled and walked with him into the residential building, locating Renway's apartment. I knocked on the door. Almost immediately a voice called out from inside, "Who is it?" Wang replied, "Building management." I shot Wang a confused look. He shot back a look that clearly said, "Don't tip him off." I understood and remained silent. 3 minutes later, rustling sounds came from inside. Then, a man yawning widely, with disheveled hair, opened the door. Seeing Wang and me standing there, he looked stunned. "Who are you?" I looked at him. "You are Renway." Renway nodded. "Yes, what is this about?" I pulled out my police badge. "We are the police. We are here investigating a case." Renway stood frozen in place. I repeated myself, and he finally snapped out of it hastily, saying, "Please, come in, come in." Inside, I casually assessed the decor. It was a standard 2-bedroom apartment, kept immaculately clean and organized. A faint, pleasant fragrance lingered in the air. Looking at the disheveled man before us, you would never guess he was such a neat freak. We were invited to sit on the sofa. Renway went into the kitchen, poured 2 cups of coffee, and brought them out. Wang and I accepted them, expressing our thanks. "Sorry for the mess. Living alone, you get a bit lazy. I also just woke up." "What brings you officers here?" Renway sat opposite us, offering a self-deprecating smile, which I returned. "It is nothing major. We just need a moment of your time, Mr. Renway let out an inquisitive "oh," then pulled out some cigarettes, offering one each to Wang and me. "What is it about?" I smiled, accepting the cigarette and tucking it behind my ear. "It is really nothing. Mr. Ren, do you remember Lu Sen?" Renway lit his cigarette, took a drag, exhaled the smoke, and crossed his legs. "Old Lu. What about him? Did something happen?" I gave an and informed him that Lu Sen's family had been murdered, while intensely scrutinizing his facial reactions. Upon hearing the news, he was initially stunned. Then his hands began to tremble violently. The cigarette slipped from his fingers onto the floor, and his breathing grew rapid. How is that possible? How could old Lu end up like that?" I offered some words of comfort to the agitated man. "Please, try to control your grief. Our primary reason for visiting today is to understand the events of the 5th and yesterday." Renway nodded repeatedly. "Ask whatever you need, officers. Anything I know, I will tell you." I nodded, using the exact same questions I had used on Yang Yun. Regarding the night of the 5th, Renway's statement mirrored Yang Yun's perfectly, with one exception. After Liu Sen and Yang Yun argued, the remaining 4 stayed for another 10 to 20 minutes. As for yesterday, Renway stated that he played mahjong with Yang Yun and Hua Zhan in the morning and slept at home in the afternoon. He woke up around 3:30 p.m. and called downstairs to order a spicy boiled fish delivery. Around 7,000 or 8 p.m., he received a call from Yang Yun and braved the rain to meet him at his complex. The two hung out until 2,000 a.m. I mentally checked his statement and found no glaring holes. It aligned closely with Yang Yun's account. Based on this, it appeared Renway could also be ruled out as a suspect. That left only Li Qing. But the timeline for Li Qing committing the murders was even more absurd. We had already concluded that earlier. Had my initial assumptions been wrong all along? If all my previous deductions were flawed, then all my current hypotheses were meaningless. No, that could not be right. There had to be a flaw somewhere. It was an established fact that Hua Zhan was not the killer. His presence at Han Fang's house was highly likely a mere coincidence, though other possibilities existed. We had not investigated Li Qing yet, so it was hard to say. As for Yang Yun and Renway, based on their alibis for yesterday, neither could be the killer. Damn it, if this keeps up, I am going to lose my mind. I let out a low curse, massaging my temples in frustration. Beside me, Wang suddenly nudged me. Huh. I turned to look at him. He jutted his chin toward Renwei sitting opposite us. I snapped back to reality and forced two awkward laughs. Renwei chuckled along, then asked, "Officers, do you have any more questions?" I shook my head. "None for now. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Renwei waved it off good-naturedly. "No problem, no problem." Wang and I stood up to take our leave. As we reached the door, my eyes inadvertently caught a dark red shoe cabinet by the entrance. Whether it was the lighting or the paint job, there seemed to be a slightly darker patch on it. Spotting it, I instinctively stopped in my tracks. "Kid, what is wrong now?" Wang asked, confused. "Huh, nothing. Let us go." I was startled, quickly rubbing my head and laughing it off, but I stole one last glance at the darkened patch. "I won't see you out then," Renwei said from the doorway. Wang and I exchanged a few polite pleasantries and walked away. Just as we reached the hallway, heading for the stairs, we heard arguing behind us. Turning around, we saw a slightly plump woman, standing with her hands on her hips, pointing a finger directly at Renwei's face, scolding him mercilessly. Curious. I stopped to watch. "Xiao Ren, I am not just saying this to be mean, but look at how you live. Throwing trash everywhere. Where were you on the 5th? I was on watch here all night and did not see hide nor hair of you. Same for yesterday. I know you are single, but you can't disrupt the neighbors' lives like this." Enduring the woman's blistering tirade, Renwei could only nod and bow, apologizing profusely. "All right, kid, stop staring. Let us go. We still have Li Qing to check out." Wang tugged at my sleeve, pointing toward the arriving elevator. I gave an and stepped into the elevator. We rode down, returned to the car, and Wang handed me a cigarette, smiling. I really could not tell. Renwei's apartment looks so pristine, but he throws trash everywhere. I waved away Wang's cigarette, taking the Marlboro Renwei had given me from behind my ear, and said, "It is hard to judge these things. Plenty of people are clean on the outside, but filthy behind closed doors. Frankly, people like that are just putting on a clean act for show." Wang chuckled heartily. Huh. I looked down to light the cigarette and saw the Marlboro brand on the filter. A thought flashed through my mind instantly. This cigarette. Let us go. Wang patted my shoulder, breaking my train of thought. Speechless, I shot Wang a glare, started the engine, and drove toward Li Qing's house. Half an hour later, we arrived. When we got there, his family of 5 was happily gathered for lunch. Judging by the scene, they were hosting guests. Standing at the door, the skinny Li Qing rubbed his hands together, looking from me to Wang. "Who are you two?" I pulled out my badge. "Don't be alarmed, Mr. Li. We are police officers here to ask a few questions." "Husband, what is going on?" Li Qing's wife walked out. Li Qing waved her off. Nothing. He then gave me a knowing wink. I understood. I turned and walked toward the stairwell at the end of the hall. A moment later, Li Qing followed. Seeing Wang and me waiting, he scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Officers, it is a bit inconvenient. Today is my wife's birthday." I waved it off, indicating it was fine. Li Qing walked up and stood opposite me, looking comical in his subservience. "Mr. Li, no need to be nervous. Have a seat." Li Qing nodded, looked around, blew the dust off a stair step, and sat down. "Mr. Li, there is something you might not know. On the 5th, the friend you all had dinner with was Lu Sen. Yesterday, his entire family of 3 was murdered. As for Lu Sen himself, to be exact, he was killed on the night of the 5th, and his body was hung in the lobby of the police station." I spoke slowly. Li Qing was dumbfounded, then said, "So, that commotion outside the police station about a dead body, that was old Lu." I nodded in confirmation. "I understand. Rest assured, officers, I will tell you everything I know," I replied. "That would be best. Now tell us in detail, leaving nothing out, exactly what you did from the 5th until today." With that, I casually pulled the notebook from my breast pocket, watching Li Qing, waiting for him to recount the events. Filtering out the superfluous details, the core of Li Qing's statement was roughly this. On the 5th, like Yang Yun and the others, he went to see Lu Sen. The 5 old classmates ate and drank together. Mid-meal, Yang Yun and Liu Sen argued, and the gathering ended on a sour note. Aside from Yang Yun, who went home, the remaining 4 left Xinglong restaurant, unsatisfied, and went to a street food stall for barbecue, staying for about half an hour. While eating, they ran into city management Chungguan, which interrupted the meal, leading them to disband. Apparently, they almost got into a physical fight with the authorities. As for bumping into Huazhan at the Huifeng intersection yesterday afternoon, Li Qing claimed he was just out buying supplies for his wife's birthday party today. He also firmly insisted the meeting took place between 2:40 and 2:50 p.m. Moreover, he claimed it was his suggestion that prompted Huazhan to go into the supermarket below Liu Sen's apartment to buy a gift. Speaking of this, Li Qing seemed annoyed. That old habit of Huazhan's, so cheap and stingy, always the same everywhere. Officers, let me tell you, that guy always shows up to my house, empty-handed. I smiled politely, waved my hand to cut off his complaining, and signaled him to continue. Li Qing nodded and went on. As for last night, around 9 p.m., my wife and I went to bed. This morning, I was busy at home, preparing for the birthday party. Seemingly noticing my furrowed brow, as if dissatisfied with his answer, Li Qing hurriedly added, "Oh, right. This morning while cooking, I realized we were out of soy sauce, so I ran out to buy a bottle. But I was back in barely 10 minutes, officer." "Did you think of something?" Li Qing asked nervously. I stared blankly for a moment, snapping back when he called me, and smiled, shaking my head without answering. Li Qing continued, "Officers, I think the person who killed old Liu is either Huazhan or Yang Yun." I looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he would say that. "Think about it, officers. Old Liu probably sobered up and refused the loan." Huazhan flew into a rage. I was speechless. "Please. On the night Liu Sen died, you guys were all together. The motive of being refused a loan does not hold up." Looking incredibly embarrassed, Li Qing quickly backpedaled and changed the subject. "Then it is Yang Yun. He and old Liu argued all the time. They even fought while we were eating that day." I remained silent, thought for a moment, and asked, "Why not, Renwei?" Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. "Come on, Renwei and old Liu were the closest. Back in school, he was like old Liu's shadow. Yang Yun and Huazhan are different. Those three used to fight until they were bleeding. Weapons were drawn, blood was spilled." Hearing this, I raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really? But Mr. Li, it seems to me you also had the time to commit the murder." I only said this to provoke him. For some reason, watching his mouth run reminded me of an incredibly annoying, gossipy kid from my school days. Although I knew it was unprofessional, I could not resist the urge to needle him. Hearing my sarcasm, Li Qing let out two forced laughs. "All right, since you have guests, we won't intrude any further." Realizing my comment had hit a bit too hard for someone cooperating so enthusiastically, I quickly changed the subject. After exchanging phone numbers, Wang and I stood up to leave. Li Qing walked us to the elevator. As the doors were closing, I held my hand to my ear in a phone gesture and said, "Keep in touch. If you remember anything, call us immediately." Li Qing nodded, maintaining his eager facade, rubbing his hands together in a fawning manner. "Absolutely, absolutely." Leaving Li Qing's house, we had nothing left to do. The necessary information had mostly been gathered. The rest was just a matter of sifting through the evidence. In the car, Wang looked at me. "Kid, I think Li Qing makes some valid points." I glared at him, exasperated. "Come on, sir. Li Qing was just spouting nonsense." "How can you believe that?" Wang clicked his tongue. "I know he likes to run his mouth, but think about it. If the killer really is one of them, he must have a motive, right?" And I asked, navigating the car while we chatted. Wang analyzed the situation. "You already said the timeline for Huazhan does not fit, so he is out. Plus, Li Qing just confirmed that right around the time Hanfang was killed, Huazhan was indeed buying things at the supermarket downstairs. It looks like his alibi is solid. But from the time Huazhan met Li Qing to the time he showed up at the apartment, there is a 40-minute gap. Isn't that a bit long?" I challenged. Wang froze, rubbing his chin and muttering, "Now that you mention it, it is a bit long." Seeing Wang's bewildered expression, I could not hold back a laugh, chuckling aloud. "Very funny. Little punk, you dare mess with me." Wang rolled up his sleeves playfully, threatening me. Boss, I am driving. Calm down if you want to discipline me. Wait until we are parked," I cried out. Wang snorted twice, looking at me. "Fine. Then you tell me why Huazhan is still a suspect." I shook my head. "I never said Huazhan was a suspect just now. You are the one who keeps bringing him up." Besides, he was locked up in the bureau all day yesterday. Where would he find the time to commit a murder? Also, if he was the killer, he would not have had enough time to kill Han Fang. In summary, Huazhan is definitely cleared from suspicion. Wang grunted a few times. So the killer is either Yang Yun, Ren Wei, or Li Qing. I affirmed this definitively. Wang shot me a look. Kid, I am not trying to argue just to argue, but have you ever considered that the killer might not know Lu Sen at all? What if it was a random, opportunistic murder? I thought for a moment, then shook my head. Impossible. Wang looked surprised. Why impossible? I analyzed it for him. Sir, think back carefully. Yesterday, when we found Han Fang's body, what position was she in? Wang looked up. Her position. I think her head was pointing toward the living room, her face turned to the side, lying face down on the floor. I nodded. Exactly. She was clearly stabbed in the back and fell forward, if my guess is right. The situation must have played out like this. Remember what Chen Xiao's wife said, before the murder, meaning after we left, Han Fang opened her door to let a man inside. Think about it. If Han Fang did not know this person, would she have let him in so easily? Furthermore, after letting him in, she completely turned her back to him. Put yourself in her shoes. If a stranger entered your home, would you turn your back on them or face them? I fed him the premise, and Wang instantly understood, slamming his hand against the car door. You are right. I continued. There is one more thing. The characters written under Han Fang's hand were clearly left by the killer to frame Huazhan. Think about it. If the killer did not know Huazhan, how would he know his name? Wang nodded repeatedly. When you lay it out like that, everything is much clearer. The killer must be one of those three. I nodded. But all three of them have alibis. This makes it tricky. Wang sighed, clasping his hands behind his head. No rush. No rush. It has only been a few days, and we have already made this much progress. That is excellent. We still have half our time left, do not we? Arriving back at the bureau, I parked the car and saw Dr. Du standing by the entrance, waving secretly at Wang and me, winking frantically. I did not understand what she meant. I took a few steps closer and asked, Dr. Du, what is wrong with you? Are you having a seizure? Hearing this, Dr. Du shot me a death glare. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a steady male voice rang out from behind her. Wang, Wenhui, Shu Wen. Get in here. Hearing that voice, Wang and I nearly jumped out of our skin. Crap. It is the chief. We were terrified to even breathe, tiptoeing into the main hall. In the center, the chief sat imposing in his chair, glaring at us. Chief, did you need us for something? I asked quietly. The chief narrowed his eyes. Can't I call you unless I need something? I am asking you to. Where does the investigation stand? You only have 2 days left. I was dumbfounded. Didn't you say 10 days? Why is it suddenly 5 days? The chief snorted angrily. The higher-ups are pressuring me again. They want me to solve it in 8 days. If I am taking the heat, of course I am going to squeeze you. 2 days left. If you do not crack the case in 2 days, you can both pack your bags and get the hell out. Wang, a sly old fox in the department, quickly stepped up with a placating smile. Calm down, Chief, calm down. The truth is, we have pretty much mapped the whole thing out. The chief drew out a long O, turning to look at Wang. Wang instantly winked at me. Understanding his cue, I stepped forward and spilled all the deductions we would made over the past few days. So you are saying the killer is one of old Liu's 3 old classmates? The chief asked, looking at me. I nodded. The chief asked again, what about the guy currently locked up in the station? The probability of him being the killer is very low, sir. Then why the hell are you still holding him here? Why have not you gone and arrested those 3 suspects? The chief erupted into a sudden fit of rage, making everyone in the bureau shudder. Feeling the immense pressure, I gritted my teeth and replied, Chief, it is not that I do not want to arrest them. The problem is, without hard evidence, on what grounds do we make an arrest? Furthermore, until the case is fully solved, Huazhan does not have absolute proof of his innocence either, so we can't release him. Then, what are you standing here, yammering at me for? Go find the damn evidence. With his roar, Wang and I scrambled out of the bureau as fast as we could. Getting into the car, Wang could not help but complain, we are dead. We have not even been back 2 minutes, and we have been kicked out again. Hey kid, I am talking to you, Wang called out. I turned to look at him. He asked, "Where to, now?" I thought to myself, if I knew, that would be great. Just then there was a knock on the car window. I rolled it down and saw Dr. Du leaning against the door. "Kid, let me ask you something. That map I sent you earlier marking the old blue brick buildings in the South City, have you gone to check them out yet?" I froze, then shook my head. Dr. rolled her eyes in blatant disdain. Seeing her expression, I hastily started the car engine. Wang, sitting next to me, asked, "What are you doing?" "Working," I replied curtly, slamming on the gas pedal. The sudden lurch nearly knocked Dr. Du to the ground as I sped out of the station. Wang scrambled to buckle his seatbelt, muttering complaints non-stop. I pulled out my phone, opened the MMS Dr. Du sent the night before, and zoomed in on the map. It marked locations in Chengnan district that still featured old blue brick architecture. There were only 2 locations marked. One was quite far, about an hour's drive away on Huaiyun Street. The other was a tourist attraction near the city center. Wang leaned over to peek at the screen. "Which one first?" I put my phone away. Huaiyun Street. I switched lanes, merged onto the main road, and sped straight toward Huaiyun Street. An hour later, the car arrived at Huaiyun Street. I slowed down. "Kid, look over there." "We have not even been driving for 10 minutes. Wang pointed toward an alleyway on the side of the street. I looked up. The entrance to the alley featured an archway constructed entirely of blue bricks. I drove in. The entire alley was lined with old-style courtyard houses. As we drove slowly through, absolutely nothing stood out as unusual. "Strange," Wang muttered, unable to hide his frustration. I parked the car in the alley, got out, and looked around. Wang followed, grumbling. Why on earth would old Liu come to a place like this for no reason? "No, Liu Sen did not come here," I said. Wang turned to me in surprise. "How do you know?" I turned back to the car. I wanted to prove this theory. One trip was all it took. "We have to drive again," Wang cried out. I had already started the engine. Seeing this, Wang helplessly pursed his lips, climbed back in, and we drove out of Huaiyun Street, heading back toward the police station. I checked my watch. 50 minutes. Wang, sitting beside me, asked, "If there is nothing going on, why are we heading back here?" I explained, "From Huaiyun Street back to the bureau takes 50 minutes. Remember what Ren Wei said." On the night of the 5th, after the dinner party ended, they sat at a street stall for another half hour, right? Wang nodded. I continued. After Yang Yun and Liu Sen argued, the party ended on a bad note. Yang Yun said that was around 11:30 p.m. Add the fact that the rest of them ate barbecue until midnight. That means, leading up to 1000 a.m. when we found Liu Sen's body, the killer had at most 1 hour to act. While an hour is plenty of time to kill a man, driving from Huaiyun Street to the bureau and then stringing up the body, the timeline simply does not fit. "Are you saying that on the night old Liu was killed, he was never at Huaiyun Street?" Wang asked. I nodded. "Looking at this, there is only one other place. The city center. Hold on tight." I gunned the engine and sped straight toward the city center. 40 minutes later, we arrived at the second location Dr. Du had provided. Stepping out of the car and observing the bustling crowds outside the tourist attraction, Wang jutted his chin toward me. "Well," I lowered my head, calculating. "If we drive fast from here, we can shave off about 10 minutes. That makes the time frame for the murder a perfect fit." Furthermore, on the night of the crime, it was raining heavily and the streets were deserted. If Liu Sen came here and was killed that night, the timeline is completely logical. "Let us go inside and investigate," I told Wang. He nodded, and we headed to the ticket counter. I pushed through the line of people and approached the ticket clerk. "Hello, miss." Before I could finish, the clerk pursed her lips disdainfully. "Hello, what? Get in line back there." Wang and I immediately stepped forward and flashed our police badges. The clerk froze. I spoke up again. "Don't panic. We are just here investigating a case. Where is your security camera monitoring room?" The clerk hurriedly called a colleague who led us to the surveillance room, sitting in front of the computer. I rewound the footage from midnight to 1000 a.m. on the 5th. But after watching it 4 or 5 times, there was absolutely no sign of Liu Sen. Strange. Was my guess wrong again? He did not come here that night either. Then, Where did the blue brick dust on his body come from? Let us rewind further and check, Wang suggested. I nodded and scrubbed back through the footage. As expected, from 3000 p.m. on the 5th, all the way to 1000 a.m. the next day, Lu Sen never once appeared at this tourist site. Wang leaned in close. Looks like we guessed wrong again? I nodded with an It was only then that I realized my mistake. I had spent all my time calculating the driving duration from the police station to here, completely forgetting to factor in the time it took to drive from the Xinglong restaurant to here, and then back to the station. Shh, haste makes waste. After offering a few apologies to the site management for the intrusion, Wang and I returned to the car parked by the side of the road to regroup. Kid, I do not mean to be a downer, but we have been fumbling around all afternoon and have not found a single damn clue. You have to remember, we only have 2 days left, Wang sighed. Hearing that, anxiety burned in my chest like a fire. The investigation had initially seemed to be progressing smoothly, only to be derailed by the chief's threats a few hours ago. Now I was acting like a headless fly. Maps for sale, 5 yuan each, cheap and accurate. A vendor's cry suddenly drifted through the air. I leaned out the car window and looked. Not far away, a group of middle-aged aunties carrying stacks of maps and holding megaphones were hawking their wares enthusiastically. I took a deep breath and waved one of them over. Auntie, is your map accurate? I asked. The woman glared at me, clearly offended. If it was not accurate, would I dare sell it? Young man, let me tell you, this map is more accurate than the official ones. The small roads that are not on the official maps, they are all on here. I am not scamming you. My husband drove a taxi for over 10 years. He mapped this out himself based on his experience. Ignoring her long-winded sales pitch, my entire focus zeroes in on her claim. The small roads that are not on the official maps are all on here. I pulled out my wallet. Give me one. The woman happily obliged, handing me a map. I examined it. It detailed the entire Chengnan district and the borders connecting to the city center. What are you buying that for? Afraid you will get lost? Wang asked, bewildered. I did not have time to answer him. My eyes were glued to the map. Wang, look at this. I waved him over. Wang leaned his head in. Look at what? I pointed to the section between Xinglong restaurant and the police station. Look here. There is a shortcut. Wang glanced at it. You are right. I never knew about this. Let us go check it out. I put the map away, drove to Xinglong restaurant first, and then followed the newly bought map's directions toward the police station. Sure enough, after driving for barely over 10 minutes, we found the shortcut marked on the map and turned onto a desolate, overgrown, narrow dirt road. I accelerated. After driving for 4 or 5 minutes, Wang suddenly pointed out the window and yelled, "Kid, look, what is that?" I quickly followed his gaze. Amidst the weeds, which grew almost a meter high, a massive pile of blue bricks loomed. Seeing this, I slammed on the brakes. Wang and I leaped out of the car and sprinted toward the bricks. We stood around the pile, inspecting it closely. After a moment, Wang reached into a gap between the bricks and forcefully yanked out a brick stained with blood. Holding it in his hand, Wang looked at me and swallowed hard. I stepped closer. The bloodstain on the blue brick was still relatively fresh. Based on this, Lu Sen had indeed come here that night, and this was the exact location where he was murdered. The murder weapon must be around here somewhere, I yelled. Wang agreed, dropping the brick and beginning to search the area. I also dove in, scouring the surroundings. But it was clear our efforts were in vain. We scoured the entire area and found no trace of a weapon. Could the killer have taken the weapon with him after the murder? Wang theorized. I thought about it. Probably not. If the killer had the time to retrieve the weapon, why would not he also dispose of the victim's blood-stained brick? Wait. I rushed back to examine the pile of bricks. Aside from the signs of being washed by the rain, the surface layer of bricks looked perfectly normal. I stepped up and began digging, tossing the top layers of bricks aside. Sure enough, deep inside the pile, countless blood-soaked bricks lay haphazardly. I understood now. After the killer committed the murder, the rain had washed the blood off the surface bricks, allowing it all to seep down into the layers beneath. That is definitely it. Get in the car, sir, I ordered. Wang nodded. We got in the car and sped straight back to the police station. Upon arriving, I parked and checked my watch. From that pile of blue bricks back to the station took less than 20 minutes. Add the 10+ minutes from Xinglong restaurant to the brick pile, and the entire trip took, at most, a little over 30 minutes. If Lu Sen's group had parted ways at midnight, the timeline matched perfectly. At midnight, excluding Yang Yun, the remaining 5 disbanded. One of the other 3 had lured Lu Sen to that isolated path with the blue bricks, murdered him, brought his body back to the station, and hung it from the chandelier. There was more than enough time. This meant that Ren Wei, Hua Zhan, and Li Qing all possessed the temporal opportunity to commit the murder. I jumped out of the car and sprinted into the station, Wang hot on my heels, lowering his voice to warn me. "Kid, are you crazy? Charging in there now? Aren't you afraid the chief has not left yet and will rip you a new one?" With no time to explain, I strode into the station, scanning the lobby. I spotted Dr. Shore. Du, sitting at my desk drinking coffee. I walked over and asked, "Where is the chief?" Dr. Du. Dr. Du looked up. "Oh, you are back. You actually dare show your face. Found some evidence, I assume." I gave an about to head toward the interrogation room when I remembered something and asked, "Why are you sitting at my desk?" Dr. Du set down her coffee and sighed. "My computer is broken. Can't I borrow yours for a bit?" I nodded. Sure, whatever makes you happy." As I spoke, my eyes inadvertently caught a photo displayed on the computer screen. I froze instantly. I lunged toward the monitor, staring intently at the image, a shockwave of realization crashing through my mind. How could this be? "Kid, what kind of neurotic fit are you throwing now?" Pushed aside by me, Dr. Pibialai rubbed her hip as she stood up, grumbling. Perhaps because I did not answer, she leaned in close to the monitor, asking, "You are staring so intensely. What are you looking at?" I pointed at the photo on the screen. Dr. Du scoffed. "Isn't that just a photo of Lu Sen's living room? What is so interesting about that?" I shook my head. The photo itself was ordinary, but there was a massive problem within it. Dr. Du followed my finger. It was the coffee table in Lu Sen's living room. The table was completely bare, except for an ashtray. What is wrong? I stood up straight, rubbing my eyes, vividly recalling the scene from when I visited Lu Sen's apartment the night before. On that coffee table, there was undeniably a Bodhi seed bracelet. It was crystal clear. It was the item the killer had accidentally dropped during his second visit. I abandoned all thoughts of going to the interrogation room to find Hua Zhan and spun around, storming out of the police station. Outside, Wang was hesitating, unsure if he should come in. Seeing me storm out, he asked, "What is going on? Did the chief leave?" I nodded, simultaneously ordering, "Get in. We are going to Lu Sen's house." Wang was bewildered. "Going back there? For what?" "To find a clue." Without stopping to explain, I started the engine and raced straight to Lu Sen's apartment. By the time we arrived, it was already dark. Entering the apartment, the first thing I did was march straight to the living room coffee table. Thank God, the bracelet was still there. "Kid, do not tell me you drove like a maniac all the way out here just for this little trinket," Wang said. I smiled and nodded. "If my guess is right, the killer probably dropped this accidentally when he came looking for something last night." "Are you sure?" Wang asked. I nodded, then shrugged. "I just do not know what the killer came back to find, but this bracelet absolutely has his fingerprints on it. I will take it back and have Dr. Du test it. Everything will become clear as day." Pocketing the bracelet, we left Lu Sen's apartment. Just as we were about to go, we heard a commotion coming from the floor above. "Is someone upstairs?" I asked Wang. Wang took a breath. "Probably not. Old Lu's apartment is already on the top floor." I frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Let us go up and check." I headed up the stairs. Reaching the top landing, I saw a security guard and 2 technicians sweating profusely as they worked on something in the hallway. I took a step forward. "What are you guys doing?" The security guard turned around. A familiar face. It was the exact same guard the killer had knocked out and tied up the night before. He clearly recognized me as well. He quickly stepped over, smiling and greeting. "Hello, officer. What brings you here?" I looked at the 2 technicians who had paused their work. "What are you guys working on?" The guard let out an and explained, "Well, there was a murder in the complex, so the higher-ups ordered us to install extra security cameras everywhere." He gestured to the equipment piled in the hallway. Understanding the situation, I smiled. Thank you for your hard work then. With that, I turned to leave. Wang, let us go. Walking halfway down, I noticed Wang was not following. I called up to him. He grunted an acknowledgement, and a moment later came walking down. Kid, look what I just found at the top of the stairs. Wang held up a cigarette butt, a Marlboro. I snatched the butt from Wang's hand. Geographically, our city was in the north. Generally, people here smoked honky cigarettes. It was extremely rare to find someone smoking this southern brand. Remembering the cigarette butt found on Han Feng's balcony, I thought, could this have been left by the killer too? Wang, I remember the cigarette Ren Wei offered us this afternoon was also a Marlboro. I suddenly recalled the scene from that afternoon. The brand Ren Wei handed us was indeed Marlboro. Was there a connection? In other words, was Ren Wei the killer? Wang nodded. If it is Ren Wei, could it be connected to this cigarette butt? Let us go investigate and find out. I agreed, turned, and hurried into the elevator, heading downstairs. We started the car and drove straight to Ren Wei's apartment complex. Arriving downstairs, we coincidentally saw Ren Wei walking out. We stepped forward to block his path. Startled by the sudden interception, Ren Wei jumped, but upon recognizing us, he exhaled in relief. Oh, it is you two officers. What is going on? Can I help you with something? I was about to speak when I noticed the honky cigarette pinched between his fingers. I paused. Well, the thing is, I turned and winked at Wang, then said to Ren Wei, my colleague here is from the south. He really wants to smoke Marlboros, but we can't find them anywhere. We wanted to ask where you bought yours. Wang shot me a glare but played along, throwing out a sentence in a forced southern accent. Oh, so that is what this is about. I thought there was a break in old Liu's case, Ren Wei said. He continued, actually, about that pack. I ran out of cigarettes yesterday while we were playing cards, so I took the half-empty pack Huazhan had left over. There were not many left. I have no idea where he bought them, but Huazhan probably knows. He's from Guangdong. He loves that brand. I pretended to have an epiphany. I see. Thank you, Mr. Ren. With that, I turned and signaled Wang to leave. Wang looked at me with confusion, silently asking, we are just leaving. You officers have not eaten dinner yet, have you? I was just heading out to eat. Why do not we go together? Ren Wei suddenly offered. That would not be appropriate, I replied. Ren Wei waved his hand. What is inappropriate about it? It is on the way. Besides, you two are working yourselves to the bone over old Liu's case. As his old friend, I want to show a little appreciation. Refusing to take no for an answer, Ren Wei dragged Wang and me into a restaurant located right within his residential complex. As soon as we walked in, Ren Wei called out loudly, Boss, boss. A portly, middle-aged man ran out, his face wreathed in a bright smile. Ah, old Ren, thanks for the support. Ren Wei gave an the usual, spicy boiled fish. The boss voiced his acknowledgement and headed into the kitchen to give the orders. Ren Wei pulled out chairs for Wang and me, poured us each a glass of water, and said, the spicy boiled fish here is incredible. I come here all the time. The boss, who was standing behind the counter, chimed in with a laugh. Old Ren really knows his food. Ren Wei turned and smiled. While waiting for the food, Ren Wei chatted with us about everything under the sun, casually inquiring about the progress of Lu Sen's case. Over 40 minutes later, the food arrived. Ren Wei enthusiastically urged us to eat, while also asking the boss to bring out a bottle of Erguo 2 liquor. Wang smacked his lips and lowered his voice. They serve the food a bit slow here, do not they? I nodded, completely agreeing. Unexpectedly, the boss, standing nearby, overheard Wang's complaint and laughed good-naturedly. My friend, we might be a bit slow, but anyone who eats here sings our praises. Everyone knows my fish is completely fresh, killed and prepared on the spot. It is incredibly fresh. Wang offered a strained smile to the boss. Ren Wei laughed along. Exactly. That is why I feel safe eating here. That is why I come so often. Glasses clinked across the table in a lively, boisterous atmosphere. It was over 2 hours later before the meal finally ended. When Ren Wei went to the counter to pay the bill, he told the boss, Boss, I slept so heavily yesterday that when your delivery guy brought the food, I forgot to pay. Here, let me cover that now. The boss laughed politely, offering a few customary, friendly pleasantries. Oh, you did not have to. Don't worry about it. Just take it. After paying, Ren Wei gestured to us that he needed to use the restroom and headed toward the back of the restaurant. At that moment, Wang suddenly stood up and walked over to the cash register. Watching this, I was a bit confused. I saw Wang laughing heartily with the boss, pulling out his phone and saving a number before walking back. As soon as he sat down, I could not resist asking, "Sir, what were you doing just now?" Wang pocketed his phone after saving the number and replied, "Nothing. Just thought the food was good. So I saved their number. If I ever get a craving, I can call them to deliver. They do delivery, after all." I was utterly speechless. We had clearly come here to investigate a lead on the Marlboro cigarette butts, and instead of finding clues, we ended up mooching a meal off the guy. At that point, Renwei emerged from the restroom and called us to leave the restaurant together. Originally, Renwei had invited Wang and me upstairs to his apartment to hang out for a bit, but I declined. Watching his silhouette disappear into the apartment building, Wang and I got into the car to head back to the bureau. On the drive back, Wang discussed with me who the real killer might be among the four: Hua Zhan, Yang Yun, Renwei, and Li Qing. However, ever since discovering that shortcut leading directly to the police station this afternoon, all previous deductions had been invalidated. Now the only way forward was to investigate through Han Fang. If we could identify who killed Han Fang, then logically, that person was also Lu Sen's killer. Back at the station, I hurriedly found Dr. Du and asked her to test the Bodhi seed bracelet I had brought from Lu Sen's apartment for fingerprints. Despite being ready to clock out, she nodded, took it, and slipped her backpack off her shoulder. While waiting, Wang and I went back to the interrogation room. We questioned Hua Zhan about what happened after their group disbanded on the night of the 5th. His answer was simply that he did not know. According to him, after their altercation with the city management officers, he was the first to leave. This meant that Renwei and Li Qing could corroborate Hua Zhan's statement. Following that, we called Renwei and Li Qing. Both confirmed that shortly after Hua Zhan left, they also parted ways with Lu Sen and headed home. From their statements, it was clear they were serving as alibis for each other. Lost in thought, Dr. Da walked in holding the bracelet, announcing she had found a print. I called Wang, and we stepped out of the interrogation room. Dr. Du handed the bracelet to me. Besides Xiao Xu's print, there is only one other person's fingerprint on here. I froze. Dr. Do answered bluntly. Yang Yun. Him, I gasped in shock. Dr. Du nodded firmly. No mistake. I ran it against Yang Yun's prints in the database. It is a perfect match. I turned to look at Wang. Wang nodded. In the dead of night, the two of us drove to Yang Yun's house, used an excuse to lure him outside, slapped handcuffs on him, and hauled him straight back to the bureau. Throughout the entire drive, Yang Yun did not stop screaming. Entering the interrogation room, he froze the moment he saw Hua Zhan. "Mr. Yang, I apologize for having to bring you here this way," I said. Yang Yun looked furious. "Officers, you are breaking the law, and you know it." I gave an "oh." "True. But if we operate under the assumption that you are the killer who murdered Lu Sen's family, then our actions are entirely legal." Hearing my words, Yang Yun clearly could not process them fast enough. I opened my hand, revealing the Bodhi seed bracelet bearing his fingerprint, and held it up to his face. "I found this in Lu Sen's apartment late last night. Mr. Yang, I recall you being quite devoted to Buddhism and an avid collector of antiques, correct?" Yang Yun nodded. "So what, is that a crime?" I smiled and shook my head. "Of course not. But the problem is your fingerprint is on this bracelet." As soon as the words left my mouth, Yang Yun turned to stone. I walked back to my seat, opened my notebook, and uncapped my pen. "All right, Mr. Yang, now please walk us through the entire process of how you murdered Lu Sen's family." Yang Yun sat motionless, muttering, "I did not kill them. I did not kill them. I really did not kill them." I frowned, preparing to press him further, when Wang suddenly nudged my arm. I turned to look at him. He jutted his chin toward the hallway. I understood and followed him out. "What is it, sir? Is something wrong?" I asked. Wang glanced back into the interrogation room. "Kid, I just have this feeling we have messed up somewhere. Think about it. Earlier, the killer left evidence at the scene to frame Hua Zhan. Could this be another piece of evidence the killer intentionally planted?" "You mean the killer did not return that night to retrieve evidence, but deliberately went back to plant evidence to frame Yang Yun?" I asked, in return. Wang shrugged. "We can't rule it out. Obviously, this is just my theory. It is also highly possible that the killer really is Yang Yun. With that, Wang walked back into the interrogation room, leaving me standing alone in the hallway. Deep in thought, Wang's words shook me, tangling the mess in my head even further. I slapped my own cheeks twice, trying to organize my thoughts. If the killer truly was Yang Yun, then on the night of the 5th, after taking a taxi home, he must have returned to the Xinglong restaurant, lured Liu Sen to that dirt path near the blue bricks, and murdered him. But how did Yang Yun know Liu Sen was still at the restaurant? Moreover, Yang Yun arrived home at midnight. Having to travel all the way back to the restaurant, find Liu Sen, and kill him, the timeline was incredibly tight. Wait, what if Yang Yun called Liu Sen and told him to wait at the dirt path? That would save time searching and shorten the distance to the police station. But if so, where did he hide the murder weapon? Furthermore, Yang Yun's wife confirmed he arrived home at midnight. If she did not know he was a killer, she would not lie. If Yang Yun had confessed to her, her covering for him would make sense. However, based on my conversation with her that morning, it was glaringly obvious she knew absolutely nothing. So what the hell was the truth? If Wang's theory was correct, and Yang Yun was being framed, who planted the bracelet with his fingerprint at the scene, how did that person manage to get Yang Yun's print on it? Confusing. It was all too confusing. It was a total mess. A barrage of questions swarmed me, not helping me untangle anything, but instead pushing me deeper into a dead end. I returned to the interrogation room. Wang was questioning Yang Yun, while Huajian stood nearby, aggressively cursing Yang Yun in his hometown dialect. I could not understand exactly what he was saying, but reading his lips, it was roughly along the lines of, "You thousand cuts bastard, you killed them and tried to pin it on me." I sat down quietly, listening to the exchange between Wang and Yang Yun. Suddenly, a thought sparked in my mind. What if Yang Yun was not the killer, but he had accidentally touched the bracelet and left his print on it? Wouldn't that make everything fall into place? Thinking of this, I interrupted them. "Mr. Yang, putting aside whether you are the killer or not, tell me, is this bracelet yours?" Yang Yun shook his head adamantly. "No." I continued. "Do you know whose it is?" Yang Yun stammered. I do not remember clearly." I frowned. "Yesterday, when you and Ren Wei were together at the KTV, was he wearing this bracelet?" Yang Yun scratched his head furiously, thinking for a long time. "Probably not. Besides what?" Seeing him hesitate, I pressed immediately. Yang Yun flinched, quickly replying, "Nothing, really. Just that last night, I drank a bit too much, and before we would been playing long, I passed out." "Passed out?" I confirmed. Yang Yun nodded. "How long did you sleep?" I asked next. Yang Yun looked up, trying to recall. "Not that long. Probably just 20 minutes. During that time, what was Ren Wei doing?" I pressed hard. "When I was drifting off, he was singing. I woke up about 20 minutes later. When I woke up, Ren Wei was just coming back in from outside after making a phone call." "How are you so sure it was 20 minutes? I demanded. Yang Yun's eyes widened. "I fell asleep around 9:20-something, and when I woke up it was almost 10 to 10. If that is not 20-something minutes, what is it?" I turned and whispered to Wang, "What time did we get to the Ziju compound last night?" Wang calculated mentally. "When I got there, it was probably around 10:30. You got there around 10:40. I took a deep breath. In other words, last night, Yang Yun and Ren Wei truly were at the KTV and did not go anywhere. Wang nodded. "Yeah, looks that way." "Follow me," I told Wang, simultaneously instructing two officers to keep an eye on Yang Yun and Huajian. Wang stood up and followed me out of the room, asking, "Where to?" "Yang Yun's place." As I spoke, I took long strides out into the police station courtyard, using the cover of night. Wang and I drove to the KTV located beneath Yang Yun's apartment building. "What are we doing here?" Wang asked. "To check if things happened exactly as Yang Yun said last night," I replied while unbuckling my seatbelt. I stepped out of the car, and Wang quickly followed from the passenger side. "Wait, kid, hold on a second." Wang grabbed my sleeve. I turned to look at him confused. Wang asked, "Do you suspect Yang Yun is lying?" I shrugged and smiled. "That is why I am here to find evidence." "Evidence?" I nodded with an "Evidence to prove whether or not Yang Yun actually stayed inside this KTV all of last night." With that, I walked straight into the KTV, heading directly for the reception desk. Xiao Zhao, the receptionist from this morning, was busily working. I walked in and raised a hand in greeting. Hi. Xiao Zhao looked up. Seeing me, she was startled for a moment before exclaiming, Officer Xu, what are you doing here? I smiled and replied, nothing major. Just here to ask a few questions. Where is your manager? Please wait a moment. I will go get him. Xiao Zhao hurried away from the desk. Wang and I leaned against the counter, having nothing else to do. Barely a moment later, Xiao Zhao returned with the manager. Officers, so sorry to keep you waiting. Before he even reached us, the manager had his hands out, his face stretched into a massive, beaming smile, rushing forward to greet us. I let out a forced laugh and shook his hand. Officers, please, this way. The manager led us into the reception room and ordered Xiao Zhao to brew tea. I raised a hand to stop her. No need for the trouble. I just came to get a general understanding of the situation. The manager froze. What situation? I looked around the room, puzzled. Doesn't your establishment have security cameras? The manager broke out into a nervous sweat. Yes, well, we will install them immediately. Right away, sir. I was speechless. A KTV, this bold, operating without security cameras. But then again, currently, in the south of the city, businesses equipped with surveillance cameras could be counted on one hand. Author's note. The story takes place in the 2000s. Surveillance technology was not ubiquitous yet. If you do not have them, never mind. Let me ask you, last night, did Yang Yun and Ren Wei stay inside their karaoke room the entire night? I got straight to the point. The manager muttered, then replied, Well, sorry, sir. I was a bit busy last night, so I did not notice. But Xiao Zhao is always at the desk, and there is a clear line of sight from Mr. Yang's room to the desk. Xiao Zhao probably knows. I turned to look at Xiao Zhao. She said, Mr. Yang definitely did not leave the room once. And what about Ren Wei? I asked. Xiao Zhao replied, Mr. Crapple. Ren did leave once to make a phone call. For how long? I pressed. Xiao Zhao shook her head. I did not pay attention to that. I only know Mr. Ren went out once. Later, when they left together, Mr. Trapped. Ren was supporting Mr. Yang. Xiao Zhao suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, in between. Mr. Ren also came out once to grab more beer. Listening to Xiao Zhao's account, I lowered my head in thought. Where did Ren Wei go to make his phone call? Xiao Zhao thought about it. I am not sure, but probably out in the back hallway. Because when they left, I saw Mr. Karige. Ren's pant legs were still wet and covered in mud. I nodded. After asking a few more questions, Wang and I left. So, did you figure anything out? Wang asked. I shook my head, then answered. Based on the KTV's statement, Yang Yun had absolutely no time to commit the murder. The only possibility lies with the person who went out to make a phone call, Ren Wei. But doing all that in 20 minutes, that is a bit hard to believe. Wang chuckled dryly. I shrugged. But looking at the current situation, Ren Wei is the only plausible suspect. Could it really be Li Qing? After all, yesterday, Li Qing was the only one without a solid alibi, Wang theorized. I thought for a moment, then shook my head. No. If the theory that Yang Yun was intentionally framed with the fingerprint on the bracelet is correct, then Li Qing had to have the opportunity to interact with Yang Yun to pull it off. However, in reality, besides the gathering on the 5th, Li Qing has not seen Yang Yun at all these past few days. And if you argue the print was left during that gathering, Hua Zhan and Yang Yun himself would definitely remember it. So you are saying only Ren Wei is suspicious? Wang asked. I nodded, then hit the gas. Heading back, Wang asked. I shook my head. No, to the Zizhu compound. What are we going there for? Wang was surprised. I did not answer, just kept driving. Over 40 minutes later, we parked at the Zizhu compound. So figured anything out? Wang asked. I stared at the main gate of the compound, clicking my tongue, muttering to myself. It takes about 40 minutes from Yang Yun's place to here. Add 30 minutes for knocking out the security guard. That is over an hour. Total. It looks like Ren Wei did not have the time to commit the murder either. Wang pursed his lips. I told you Ren Wei could not be the killer. I ignored him, rummaging around in the car. Wang glanced at me. What are you looking for? The map. The map I bought this afternoon, I replied. Wang shifted his weight and pulled the map out from under him. This one. I was speechless. I grabbed the map, spread it out, and scrutinized it. Wang, do you think this route is shorter? I pointed to a spot on the map. Wang leaned in to look. Where? I pointed. Right here. Wang sucked in a breath. That is a bridge. But I recall that bridge collapsed a long time ago. I put the map away. We will know once we go check it out. I started the car, followed the small road on the map, and arrived at the broken bridge Wang mentioned. Getting out to inspect it, I saw it was exactly as Wang described. The bridge had collapsed entirely in the middle, leaving a gap just narrow enough for one person to squeeze through on foot. Driving across was physically impossible. Moreover, the broken section had been washed by heavy rain for 2 days, making it incredibly slick with mud as thick as paste. Walking across that narrow ledge would be a terrifying balancing act, risking a deadly fall. Below the bridge, the river raged violently. Looks like this road is a dead end too, Wang remarked. I nodded, gesturing to Wang. Get in. Let us drive around and see if there is anything unusual on the other side. Wang nodded. After winding our way around for over 10 minutes, we finally reached the opposite bank. Driving back toward the bridgehead, the first thing that caught my eye were chaotic, overlapping tire tracks imprinted in the mud near the edge of the bridge. Well, what is this? I stepped closer and crouched down to examine them. Wang also wandered over, asking what I was looking at. I looked up across to the other bank. My eyebrows knitted tightly together. Could the truth really be this? Get in the car, I ordered. Wang yelped in protest. Hold on, kid. Hold on. What the hell is going on? Driving back to the KTV beneath Yang Yun's building, I checked my phone's clock. It took exactly 20 minutes. That is not right. That is not right. It is still not right, I muttered. My brow still furrowed. Wang, sitting next to me, seemed to vaguely grasp what I was saying and spoke up. You are not suggesting that Ren Wei used the time he supposedly went to make a phone call to drive straight to the edge of the bridge, walk across the broken section, and hike to the Ziju compound just to drop a bracelet with Yang Yun's fingerprint on it? That is way too far-fetched. I fully acknowledged that the theory was incredibly strained. Furthermore, Yang Yun had confirmed that the longest Ren Wei was outside was half an hour. Such a tight time frame made it impossible. Even if Ren Wei took the shortcut to the Ziju compound, the round trip alone would consume no less than an hour, not to mention factoring in the half hour it took to knock out the security guard. So what on earth was the hidden truth behind this? Now what? Keep investigating? Wang asked. Even though the tangled mess remained unresolved, it was clear we were inching closer and closer to the truth of the case. By now, it was past 2000 a.m. Glancing at the clock on my phone and seeing how late it was, I suggested we head back and regroup tomorrow. Wang nodded, returning to the police station. Wang lingered for a moment before taking his leave. Dr. Du, who had been waiting for us all this time, finally spoke up. Hey Wang, let me tell you, I skipped dinner because of you two. Aren't you going to make it up to me? Wang was exasperated. He obediently pulled out his phone and dialed a number. All right, I am heading out. You guys wait here. I could not suppress my curiosity and asked, Who did you call? Wang turned to look at me. That restaurant we ate at tonight. I was stunned. They are still open at this hour. Wang shook his head. Barely. But they are closing soon. I told them I would pay double, and they agreed to bring it. I waved goodbye to Wang. I sat down at my computer, turned it on, and continued reviewing the photos taken at Han Feng's murder scene. Dr. Du, bored out of her mind, pulled up a chair next to me. She emptied all the pens from my pen holder and started arranging them one by one on the desk like she was performing some kind of divination ritual. Clatter, clatter. The sound of pens rolling echoed in the room. I suddenly shot up from my chair. Dr. Du, intensely focused on her pen arrangement, looked up at me, her eyes flashing with excitement. Where are you going? Got another crazy idea. I shook my head. No. Going to the bathroom, Dr. Du. Returning from the restroom to my desk, I saw Dr. Du arguing with someone at the main entrance, pulling and tugging at something. Curious. I quickened my pace. Look, you guys are price gouging, miss. When you ordered, we agreed you would pay double. You have to consider what time it is. As I approached, Dr. Du grunted angrily. I got closer. The delivery guy saw me and let out an ah, pointing his finger at me. Weren't you the guy eating at our restaurant tonight? I froze. This kid had a solid memory. Suddenly, a hypothesis flashed through my mind. I used the excuse of paying the bill to pull the delivery guy inside the station. The young man, however, seemed a bit tense. Back at my desk, I painstakingly pulled out the cash to pay double, then casually started chatting with him. Hey brother, running deliveries this late. Does your boss pay you overtime? The delivery guy shook his head, looking visibly annoyed. Overtime, my ass. You know my cheapskate boss. With the security situation out there being so sketchy lately, I do not want to be out on the streets. But I am the only runner they have. And the boss is a coward. So this massive headache falls on me. As he vented, he shot me a loaded glance. That side eye felt like a blatant insult. As if to say, people out there are saying there is a serial killer on the loose. All because you cops are useless cowards. I coughed twice to hide my embarrassment, and changed the subject. But I have to say, your boss is pretty forward-thinking, launching a home delivery service. The guy scoffed. Please, if he had that kind of brain. I came up with this idea myself. My boss, when he has free time, he just hides in a corner and counts his money. I was surprised. Oh, then you should demand a raise. Otherwise, why keep working for him? He clicked his tongue in disdain. I am just taking this opportunity to walk around more, learn the streets, and broaden my horizons. Just in case I ever want to start my own business, I won't be completely blind to the layout of the city. I eyed him from head to toe, surprised that this kid had such long-term vision. All right then, officer. Anything else? If not, I am taking off. It is crazy late, he urged. I quickly stopped him. One more thing. He stared at me. What? I weighed my words for a moment before asking, the day before yesterday between 3,000 p.m. and 4,000 p.m. What were you doing? He looked confused. Delivering food to customers. What else? Delivering to who? The guy you ate with today, he answered bluntly. I frowned. Are you sure? He answered with absolute certainty. Of course. I have delivered to him countless times. But when I got there that day, he was taking a shower, so he did not pay. My eyes widened. How do you know he was taking a shower? What if it was not him? He practically spat in exasperation. The door to his bathroom is frosted glass. I was standing right outside, and I could clearly see him showering inside. It was not convenient to get the money then. Plus, he told me I could just collect it whenever I was free. I mean, what is wrong with you? I spell it out, and you still do not get it. Whatever. Nothing else. I am out of here. With that, he turned on his heel and marched out. I walked him out part of the way. When I returned, Dr. Du had already opened the container of spicy boiled fish and was eagerly digging in. Why were you asking him all that? Does it have something to do with the case? Dr. Du looked up, shot me a glare, and asked. I gave him a nodded. Dr. Du was surprised. You are not going to tell me you suspect Ren Wei is the killer, are you? I nodded. Ren Wei was indeed a highly likely suspect. But after hearing what that kid just said, that possibility seems to have vanished. I sat down at my desk and began to logically sequence the information gathered so far. The afternoon of the day before yesterday, between 3,000 p.m. and 3:30 p.m., Han Feng was murdered in her home. Based on the crime scene, the killer was an acquaintance. Among those with a motive to kill were Hua Zhan and Yang Yun. Both had seemingly flawless alibis. First, Hua Zhan, who came to borrow money. He might have been rejected and killed out of anger. But on the night of the 5th, Hua Zhan was the second person to leave after Yang Yun. This meant if Hua Zhan wanted to return to kill Liu Sen, Ren Wei and Li Qing would have known. Second, at the exact time Han Fang was murdered, Li Qing verified that Hua Zhan was buying things at the supermarket. While the supermarket owner's statement was dismissed because he could not recall the time, it perfectly corroborated Li Qing's statement. As for Yang Yun, if he was the killer, his motive was likely the drunken argument with Liu Sen. Fueled by rage, he returned and killed him. However, this theory collided head-on with his wife's testimony. Regardless of whether she knew the truth or not, the logistics of Yang Yun committing the murder simply did not make sense. Not to mention, the night before, Yang Yun had been holed up in the KTV until 2000 a.m. The KTV staff could verify that during that entire time, Yang Yun never left. unless he possessed the power of invisibility. Most importantly, if Yang Yun was the killer, he would never intentionally leave evidence incriminating himself. The only possibility was that he accidentally left the bracelet bearing his fingerprint at the scene. But if so, after he finished the job, he absolutely would have returned to retrieve it. Yet, he did not. Therefore, 2 of the 4 suspects had been eliminated. That left only Li Qing and Ren Wei, 2 men who seemingly lacked a motive. Starting with Ren Wei, he definitely had the capacity to murder. First, on the night of the 5th, he and Li Qing were the last to part ways with Lu Sen. After separating, he had ample time and opportunity to lure Lu Sen to that isolated path leading to the police station. Kill him by the pile of blue bricks, transport the body to the station, hang it from the chandelier, and escape. The heavy rain that night also perfectly washed away the crime scene evidence. As for why he was brazen enough to bring the body into the police station, first, he knew the power was out, rendering the cameras useless. Second, perhaps it was to fulfill the statement made over the phone to Han Fang. After the rain clears, the flower of justice will bloom in the most suitable place for it. Naturally, Li Qing also possessed this exact capability. However, considering the subsequent murder of Han Fang, the possibility of Li Qing being the suspect vanished instantly. Remember, Huajian's decision to visit Han Fang's house to borrow money was spontaneous. Li Qing, who had not seen Huajian prior to that moment, could not possibly have known Huajian's intentions. If he did not know, how could he have clairvoyantly laid a trap to frame him? Furthermore, at the exact moment I received the anonymous call reporting the murder, Huajian was standing right next to us. Li Qing was at home, busily preparing for his wife's birthday party. And I had Senior Zhang trace it. That call originated from inside the Zizhu compound. This meant Li Qing, who was at home, had to be crossed off the suspect list. That left only Ren Wei. According to Ren Wei, on the morning Han Fang was murdered, he was playing cards with Yang Yun and Huajian. He and Yang Yun won a significant amount of money from Huajian. In my opinion, it was losing this money that prompted Huajian's idea to seek out Lu Sen for a loan. Setting Huajian aside for a moment, at noon, Ren Wei went home to sleep. When he woke up, it was past 3,000 p.m. According to his story, he called a restaurant downstairs to order a portion of spicy boiled fish. This was the same restaurant we ate at last night. He then stayed home until around 7 or 8 p.m. when he received a call from Yang Yun and left to meet him. In other words, during that entire afternoon, there was no solid proof that Ren Wei was actually at home. Then, that night at the KTV, unlike Yang Yun, Ren Wei did leave the room. Moreover, the staff could not remember exactly how long he was gone. While Yang Yun insisted he only slept for 20 minutes and woke up to see Ren Wei walking back in, the fact remained, Ren Wei did leave. Of the 4 men, Ren Wei was undeniably the most likely killer. However, the delivery boy's story just now had indirectly provided an ironclad alibi for Ren Wei's whereabouts the previous afternoon. When we ate there last night, I noticed that the restaurant's spicy boiled fish was made from live fish prepared to order. Cooking a whole fish took at least 40 minutes. Factoring in prep time and the time to deliver it upstairs, it would take at most an hour. This meant that between 3,000 p.m. and 4:00 p.m. Ren Wei was definitively at home. And from Ren Wei's house to Lu Sen's house, an hour was barely enough for a round trip. Keep in mind, Han Fang was murdered at 3:30 p.m. This meant subtracting the time it took Ren Wei to commit the act. Calculating it out, leaving at 3:30 p.m. and arriving home at 4,000 p.m., half an hour was impossibly tight. Even if he took the shortcut over the broken bridge, there was simply no way he had enough time. And that does not even account for the killer lingering in the compound, waiting for Wang and me to arrive before making the phone call. This meant Ren Wei also possessed a rock-solid alibi and completely lacked the time to commit the murders. Hard. It was just too hard. The case had reached a point where it was becoming increasingly convoluted and unpredictable. It was truly a headache. "Hey kid, what are you thinking about, doctor?" Du waved a hand in front of my face, calling out. I snapped out of it, uttering an "oh," then smiled, shook my head, and said, "Nothing." I resumed reviewing the photos on the computer. Dr. Du sat beside me, gnawing on fish while watching the screen. Suddenly, she smacked her lips, making a teek-teek sound. I turned to look at her, not understanding what she meant. Dr. Du smiled slyly. "Kid, let me be honest with you. You are just overcomplicating things." The victim, Han Fang, already explicitly named the killer right there. I froze, still not grasping her meaning. Dr. Du put on an air of all-seeing wisdom. She pointed a greasy chopstick at the computer screen. Look here. In this photo, did not Han Fang clearly write out the killer's name? I followed the direction of her chopstick. It pointed to the character Hua that Han Fang had written in blood beneath her hand. Hua Zhan, I raised an eyebrow. Dr. Du nodded. Exactly. It is written plain as day, yet you are confusing yourself, running around in circles, wasting days. Tell me, are not you being stupid? I was speechless. I waved my hands to shoo her away. All right, Dr. Du. Even food can't keep your mouth shut, can it? Go eat somewhere else. Stop bothering me. Dr. Du huffed, picked up her plastic container of food, shot me a sharp glare, and strutted away. I glanced at the pile of office pens she had haphazardly arranged on my desk, cleaned them up myself, put them back into the pen holder, set it in the corner, and returned to studying the photos. Time ticked by. Dr. Du finished eating, wiped her mouth with a tissue, and walked back over, looking down at my desk. She let out an "oh." Where did the shape I made go? I looked up. What shape? Dr. Du pointed at where she had been sitting. The shape I made, with your pens right here. Just as she was speaking, she suddenly looked up, glaring at me with a fierce expression, her voice grinding. You little brat. Don't tell me you ruined it. Defeated. I grabbed the pen holder, dumped all the pens out onto the desk, and handed them to her. It is a small thing. Just arrange them again. Come on, Dr. Du. Stop messing around. We only have 2 days left. If you keep joking around like this, I'm going to lose my job. Dr. Du scoffed, using both hands to gather the pens, and walked away. I shook my head, letting out a long, deep sigh. A while later, I closed the photos I had flipped through no less than 10 times. I rubbed my aching eyes, grabbed the water cup on my desk, and walked over to the water cooler. On my way back, passing by where Dr. Du sat on the floor arranging pens to kill time, I stopped to take a look. Impressive. Dr. Du, your memory is incredible. You actually remembered how it looked, I blurted out in praise. Dr. Du looked up, her face full of disdain. Incredible, my foot. Open your eyes and look closely. This is not the shape I made earlier at all. It just looks a bit similar. Seriously, with eyesight like that, you want to solve cases. I had truly brought it upon myself. I did not know why I was feeling energetic enough to invite a volley of sarcasm. Shaking my head in despair, I trudged slowly back toward my desk. Before I took 2 steps, a thought struck me like lightning. I violently spun around, rushed back to Dr. Du, and crouched down. I stared intently at the shape on the floor. Dr. Du, who was deeply focused, was so startled she clutched her chest, glaring at me with a cold, sharp look. What the hell are you doing? Jumping around like that in the middle of the night. You almost gave me a heart attack. I reached out to pick up a pen. Dr. Du smacked my hand hard. What are you doing? I meekly pulled my hand back, trying to mentally visualize shifting the position of that specific pen to the side. Yes, that is exactly it. I suddenly cried out in shock. Dr. Mon, who had just regained her composure, was terrified into letting out an "ah" and fell back onto her rear, staring at me in absolute bewilderment. I scrambled back to my computer, pulling up the photo from earlier. Did you figure something out, Doctor? Du scrambled up and ran after me, asking urgently. I chuckled dryly twice, using my hand to cover a portion of the blood-written character Hua on the screen. Dr. Du, cover this part. What do you see? I asked cryptically. Dr. Du looked confused. The standing person radical plus a slash. What about this? A Hua character. Seriously, what the hell are you trying to say, Doctor? Du started getting irritated. I did not hold back anymore. I turned and said, Dr. Du, not you notice that the slashing stroke in the character Hua Han Fang left behind is positioned way too high. Furthermore, this entire Hua character does not look cohesive at all. Dr. Du frowned. You mean? I dipped my finger in some spilled water on the desk and wrote 2 characters. One was Hua Hua, the other was Ren. Looking at it like this, do you see it now? I asked. Dr. Du leaned in, looked, and shook her head. Seeing this, I helplessly dragged a hand down my face. What I mean is that Hua character was not left by Han Fang before she died. Dr. Du looked at me. What does that mean? I explained. Dr. Du? Did you ever consider this possibility? Before she died, Han Fang wanted to leave information about the killer, but he caught her in the act. However, the strokes already written could not be erased, so the killer had to add a few strokes to what she had written to turn it into this Hua character. You mean, initially Han Fang intended to write a different character, like Dr. Du seemed to vaguely grasp my point, asking tentatively. I nodded in agreement. Exactly. If my guess is right, the character Han Fang wanted to write was supposed to be Ren, meaning the killer is named Ren Wei. Dr. Du's eyes widened, staring at me. I muttered to myself, then shook my head again. No, that is still not right. If the killer is Ren Wei, how did he have time to commit the murder? This is bizarre. Kid, think about this possibility. If that Hua character was truly written by both the killer and the victim, do you think the killer might have left any of his own information on the victim's body or the floor, like fingerprints, for example? Dr. Du theorized. I pondered it. It was entirely possible. Let us go, I said, ignoring Dr. Gadwar. Du's protests as I dragged her by the wrist straight to the bureau's morgue. What are we doing here? It is freezing, Doctor. Du complained. I turned around. Dr. Du, you are not scared, are you? Dr. snorted. Please, spare me your reverse psychology. If I can eat a good meal while looking at a rotting corpse, why would I be scared of this? I was momentarily speechless, having forgotten what Dr. Du's actual job was. Where is Han Fang's body? I asked. Dr. Du pointed to a compartment. I walked over, pulled open the drawer, unzipped the body bag, reached inside, and pulled out Han Fang's stiff, cold arm, examining it closely. I say, kid, you do not have some weird fetish, do you? After a while, Dr. Du grew bored and started teasing me. I turned to look at her. Dr. Du, did you carefully examine the back of the victim's hand? Dr. Du froze, shaking her head. Why? I lifted the victim's hand, showing it to Dr. Du. Look here. There is a faint outline of a thumb. Dr. Du leaned in closer. Where? I pointed my index finger at the webbing between the thumb and index finger on the back of Han Fang's hand. Right here. Exactly where my finger is pointing, there is a thin streak of blood, about 2 to 3 centimeters long. If you were not looking carefully, you would mistake it for a random smudge from a careless brush. Dr. Du squinted, inspecting it, and gasped in surprise. You are right. Without looking closely, you would never notice. How good is your eyesight, kid? I put Han Fang's hand down, zipped the bag back up, closed the drawer, brushed the frost off my hands, and turned to Dr. Du. If my guess is correct, that mark was left when the killer grabbed Han Fang's hand, forcing her to change the character Ren she intended to write into the character Hua. Dr. Du looked at me, half believing, half doubting. I continued. Dr. Du, I have to trouble you again to check if there are any fingerprints left on the back of the victim's hand. Dr. Du nodded. Leave it to me. I won't go home tonight. I will test it first thing in the morning. Can't you do it now? I asked, surprised. Dr. Du shrugged. Forget it. Officer Wang took the key to my forensic lab. I can't get in. We will just have to wait until tomorrow. The closer I got to the truth of the case, the more intensely thrilled I became. The lethargy from earlier vanished completely. Although Ren Wei being the killer was currently just a theory, as long as we had the lab results tomorrow morning, everything would become crystal clear. Turning to see Dr. Du looking equally excited, I felt a bit puzzled. I was excited because the case was about to be solved, but why was she getting so hyped up in the middle of the night? As dawn approached, my eyes could no longer fight the exhaustion. My eyelids glued themselves together. I was about to tell Dr. Du I was going to sleep first, but when I turned around, I saw she had already slumped over her desk, fast asleep. Seeing this, I smiled, let out a massive yawn, and rested my head on my desk, drifting into sleep. I did not know how much time had passed, but lively chatter echoed in my ears. I struggled to open my eyes. Peeking toward the sound, I saw Wang and a few colleagues discussing something. What it was, I did not know, but they were smiling broadly. Wang, you are here. I opened my eyes fully stretched and spoke up. Wang turned to me, smiling. How was your sleep? Rest easy. The chief went to a meeting today and won't be coming in. I stood up and went to the bathroom to wash my face and wake myself up. Returning to my desk, I looked around but did not see Dr. Du. Smiling, I asked Wang, "Where's Dr. Du?" Wang replied, "She is in the forensic lab." I chuckled. It is barely morning. Since when is Dr. Du such a hard worker? Wang glared at me. Hard worker. It is almost afternoon. Hearing that, I was stunned. I checked my watch. It is only a little past 10,000. Wang was speechless. He pointed to the clock on the wall. Look closely. It is almost 1:0 p.m. Is your watch dead? I slapped my forehead, offering a strained laugh. Probably. Looks like. I need to find time to get it fixed. Oh, right, Wang. About the case, I thought of a new angle last night. Wang eagerly leaned in. What angle? I proceeded to recount the deductions I had made the night before. While I was talking, a sudden flash of insight struck my mind. But when I tried to grasp what that flash was, I could not remember it at all. Kid, what is wrong with you? Seeing me fall silent for a long time, Wang waved his hand in front of my face. I snapped out of it, chuckling awkwardly. Where are we going today? Back to investigate old Liu's classmates, Wang asked. I thought for a moment. Just as I was about to speak, Wang added, Yang Yun's wife came to the station this morning. She made a huge scene claiming we arrested her husband without cause. Although I knew perfectly well that the probability of Yang Yun being the killer was extremely low, procedurally he was still a suspect. I told Wang to just ignore her. Wang nodded. Yeah, I thought so too, so I sent her packing. As I put on my jacket, I looked at Wang and asked, Right, Wang, what about the cigarette butt you found on the stairs above Lu Sen's apartment? Any results? Wang shook his head. Not yet. Don't rush. I nodded, finishing putting on my jacket and headed toward the forensic lab. Wang followed. Reaching the door, I pushed it open. A strong chemical smell assaulted my nose. I coughed twice and walked inside. Dr. Du was bustling about. Dr. Du, any results? Dr. Du looked up, saw it was me, and gave an O. I tested the mark on the back of Han Fang's hand last night. It is indeed blood. Furthermore, the blood type matches Han Fang's perfectly, so my guess was probably right. But what, Dr. Du? I pressed. Dr. Du shrugged. It is just that, aside from that blood streak, there are absolutely no other fingerprints on the back of the victim's hand. What? I frowned deeply. How is that possible? Dr. Du thought for a moment before explaining. I think the reason is that when the killer struck, it is highly likely he was wearing rubber gloves or something similar. Because I also extracted traces of natural rubber molecules from the back of the victim's hand. That is the basic raw material used to produce rubber. I braced my hands on the lab table. In other words, the killer prepared meticulously before committing the murder. Dr. Du nodded. Exactly. If the killer calculated so precisely to avoid leaving any evidence linking to himself at the scene, I think he must have planned this a very long time ago. I stood up straight, turning my back and walking out. Wang called after me. Kid, where are you going? To Lu Sen's house. No matter how careful a killer is, he will always leave behind some minute clues at the scene. Leaving the police station, Wang and I drove to the Zizhu compound, opened the door, and stepped inside. A musty smell hit my face. It had only been unoccupied for 2 or 3 days, but the apartment already felt abandoned. I walked to the window and pulled back the curtains to let the sunlight in. Wang walked up behind me. I am telling you, kid, we have been to old Liu's house more than once and have not found a thing. Why are you dragging yourself all the way out here to search again? I smiled faintly. Who knows, maybe we will get lucky this time. Wang was exasperated. Wang and I split up to meticulously search Lu Sen's apartment. After going through several rooms, Wang started complaining of fatigue and leaned against the balcony to rest. Seeing his arm wound had not healed yet, I did not push him to help and continued searching on my own. When I entered Lu Sen's study, I sat down at the desk the killer had intentionally rummaged through that night. I tried to visualize the killer's posture as he searched for whatever he was looking for. Clack! A sound rang out as my car keys slipped from my pocket and hit the floor. I bent down to pick them up. As I was about to stand straight, my eyes caught sight of a small piece of gravel lying conspicuously under the desk leg. What is this? I reached out and picked up the small stone. The surface still had traces of lime and cement clinging to it. Hey kid, take a break. Come out and have a smoke. Wang called from outside the study. I replied, pocketed the stone, and walked out onto the balcony. Wang was squinting, a cigarette dangling from his lips, one leg propped up on the balcony railing. He reached into his jacket, pulled out his pack, and handed it to me. I pulled out a cigarette, put it in my mouth, lit it, and leaned against the wall in the exact same pose as Wang, sticking one leg out over the balcony edge. Kid, tell me honestly, how confident are you in this case? After a long pause, Wang finally spoke. I turned to look at him. He looked back. I would not dare make any promises, but I would say I have a pretty solid grasp on it, I answered honestly. Wang smacked his lips, let out a long, heavy sigh, and shook his head while looking through the glass window. I flicked my ash over the balcony, put my foot down, and propped the other one up. I was about to turn and talk to Wang when my eyes inadvertently locked onto the pile of cigarette ash the killer had left on the windowsill the day before. I urgently snatched the cigarette, which had a fairly long cherry of ash, from Wang's mouth. I flicked it directly onto the balcony floor. Wang yelped in protest, demanding to know what crazy stunt I was pulling. Why are you destroying the crime scene? I turned to Wang and said, Sir, come here and see if there is any difference between these two piles of ash. Hearing this, Wang leaned his head in, observed for a moment, and frowned. It looks like this. Ash fell off on its own as the cigarette burned down. Wang pointed to the ash left at the scene. I nodded, handing his cigarette back. Exactly. The break line on the ash left at the scene is very long. It looks exactly like someone lit a cigarette, set it down, and just let it burn until the ash fell off naturally. Earlier in the study, I also found this. I pulled the small piece of gravel from my pocket and held it up. Wang took a deep breath, reaching out to take the stone from my hand. Does this look like the crushed stone used for paving roads? I asked. Wang nodded. I chuckled, taking the stone back. Looks like the truth is about to be exposed. Wang was shocked. What do you mean? I spun around and headed for the door. Follow me. Hearing this, Wang hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up. We went downstairs and got into the car. I started the engine, left the Ziju compound, and drove toward the small road with the broken bridge we had discovered earlier. Arriving, I parked and got out. Wang stumbled out after me, still looking completely bewildered. I walked onto the broken bridge, looked around, then picked up a small stone. I turned around and handed the stone I just picked up, along with the one I found in the study, to Wang. Take a look. Do you see any difference? Wang took them, holding one in each hand, scrutinizing them back and forth. He took a breath and spoke. Could it be? I nodded. Exactly. If my guess is correct, the stone in Liu Sen's study was carried there from right here. Before Wang could react, I spun around and jumped into the car. Wang had no choice but to scramble in after me. We drove back to Liu Sen's apartment in the Ziju compound. The moment I stepped inside, I dropped to the floor, crawling around, scrutinizing every nook and cranny. Seeing this, Wang asked in confusion what I was doing. Just as I suspected. After about 10 minutes, I let out a soft exclamation and stood up. Wang was curious. Just as you suspected what? I gave him a mysterious smile, deliberately speaking in half sentences. I think this case is just about solved. What do you mean? Wang pressed. I was about to answer when my phone suddenly rang in my pocket. I pulled it out. It was a call from Dr. Du. Kid, is Wang with you? The moment I answered, Dr. Du asked immediately. I looked at Wang beside me, nodded, and replied, Yes. What is wrong, Dr. Du? Through the phone, Dr. Du said, The results are in for the cigarette butt. Wang asked me to test. What is it? I asked urgently. The sound of rustling paper came from the other end. Then she said, The test shows DNA on the butt, and the owner of that DNA is Huajian. Huajian, how could it be him? I muttered to myself. Wang leaned in close, asking, What is wrong? I collapsed onto the floor, every train of thought in my head violently tangling into a chaotic mess at that moment. No, that is not right. It can't be Huajian. It has to be Ren Wei, right? Or was I completely wrong from the very beginning? Dr. Du, aside from Wajan's DNA, was there anything else on that cigarette butt? I gripped the phone tightly, my voice urgent. On the phone. Dr. Torrejo gave an Yes, there is. Besides Wajan, there is also the DNA of another person. But our database does not have a record for this DNA. I clapped my hands loudly. Then that makes sense. Wang and I are heading back right now. Wait for us at the station, Dr. Du. With that, I hung up. Just as I was about to turn and leave, I looked down at the spot where I had been crawling on the floor. Thinking for a moment, I pulled out my phone and snapped a few photos. Once finished, I jerked my chin at Wang. The two of us went downstairs and sped straight back to the police station. Arriving at the station, I rushed directly to the forensic lab. Approaching the door, I saw it was slightly ajar. I pushed it open and stepped inside, but there was no sign of Dr. Du. Just as I was wondering where she was, I noticed a silhouette of a woman getting dressed behind the white curtain in the back corner of the cramped room. I instantly realized what was happening, my face flushing bright red. Kid, go on in. Why are you blocking the door? Wang shouted noisily from behind, shoving me forward. I hastily turned back to Wang and said, Hey Wang, Dr. Du is not here. Let us wait outside. As I spoke, Wang and I pushed against each other in the doorway. Hey, what are you two grown men shoving each other around for? In the midst of the awkwardness, Dr. Du's voice called out from behind. This brat, Xiao Du, is clearly right here. Why did you say she was not? Wang stretched his neck, saw Dr. Du and scolded me. I turned back and saw Dr. Du holding back the curtain with one hand, revealing her upper half. She was halfway into a wool sweater, while underneath she wore a thin form-fitting thermal undershirt. Wang squeezed past me and walked in. Seeing this, I had no choice but to follow sheepishly. Dr. Du stepped out, struggling to pull the sweater down. Kid, what did you mean on the phone when you told me to wait for you two? Dr. Du asked, sitting down at the lab table. I still had not recovered from the embarrassment. Not a word she said registered in my brain, which was still looping that awkward scene. I absent-mindedly blurted out, Dr. Du, what were you just doing? Dr. Du looked at me weirdly, then glanced at the curtained-off corner. Realizing what happened, she did not know whether to laugh or cry, and scolded me. You little punk. Where is your head at? My face burned like fire. Dr. Du smacked her lips. I just felt a bit cold, so I put on another sweater. I blurted out, just that. Dr. Du paused for a second, then nodded. What else? As soon as the words left her mouth, Dr. Du realized what I was implying. She casually grabbed a notebook from the lab table and hurled it straight at my face. You little punk. You did not think I was topless, did you? The hardbound notebook nailed me in the face, knocking me flat onto my back on the floor. Wang, seeing this, did not even try to help me up. Instead, he stood by and mocked me. Tsk, impressive, kid. I never knew you had such a dirty mind. I was about to fire back when a sudden realization flashed through my mind like a lightning bolt. I understand now. With a whoosh, I sprang up from the floor, looking between Dr. Du and Wang. I understand what happened. Dr. Du and Wang looked at me like I was a mental patient. I burst out laughing. After my laughter subsided, I frowned. While I understood that part, there was still one more detail left unresolved. Beside me, Wang leaned in close to Dr. Du and whispered, Do you think you hit him a little too hard just now? Dr. Du glared at him. I see and hear everything you two do. I am just too lazy to call you out on it. What the hell is going on? What exactly is it? I rubbed my chin, lost in relentless thought as I walked out of the forensic lab. Oh no, Xiao Du. You smacked the idiot right out of him. Wang's dramatic wail echoed from behind. Go play somewhere else. Dr. Du scolded him. Leaving the forensic lab, I stumbled forward, blindly bumping into a colleague walking out. Kid, are you okay? The colleague asked with concern. I hastily shook my head and waved my hands. No, nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong. Carefully squeezing past the colleague, I went back and sat at my desk. The thoughts in my head were becoming increasingly tangled. Bong, a long resonant chime echoed in my ear. I instinctively squinted one eye, digging my finger into my ear, and turned my head to look at the pendulum clock hanging in the middle of the lobby. It had just struck 4:0. That fast. It is already 4,000, I muttered, simultaneously raising my wrist to check the time. As I lifted my arm, I remembered my watch was broken and showing the wrong time. It was already 4,000, yet the hands on my watch were still stuck at a little past 10,000, not moving an inch. I laughed, tapping my finger on the watch's crystal face. You have got it much better than me. Taking a whole day off without having to work. Rested enough. Yet, I talked and laughed to myself, causing colleagues around me to stare as if I were a psychiatric patient. Dr. Du and Wang, peeking from a distance, were whispering to each other, though I could not hear what they were saying. I pulled out the crown of the watch, adjusted the time to match the large clock in the lobby, and whispered, "Brother, try to run a little longer. I will find a place to get you fixed tonight." With that, I tapped the watch face again. The watch finally started ticking again. I clicked my tongue, and just as I was about to lower my arm, my mind suddenly exploded with blinding clarity. I violently jerked my head up to look at the wall clock in the lobby, then down at the watch on my wrist. My eyes darted frantically between the two clocks over a dozen times. And then I understood everything. So that is how it was. Ha ha ha. So that is exactly how it was. Having connected the dots and unraveled the entire sequence of events, I could not hold it back. I threw my head back and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. The colleagues watching me nearly jumped out of their skins. Wang and Dr. Du hurried over to me. As they approached, I could still hear Wang complaining to Dr. Du that she had hit me too viciously. I whipped my head around and stared dead at Wang. Wang, who was just about to reach around and grab me from behind, was startled. Face to face with me, he swallowed hard, struggling to speak. Kid, if we can't solve the case, do not lose it like this. We will figure it out slowly. Don't go crazy before we even crack the case. It is not worth going blind over. I stepped forward, gripped Wang's shoulders tightly, shook him hard, and laughed out loud. Sir, I figured it out. I figured it all out. Wang, dizzy from my shaking, still managed to ask, "What did you figure out?" I let him go, adjusted my collar, and sneered. I finally figured out how the killer managed to run back and forth in such an impossibly tight time frame. Wang's eyes practically bugged out of his head. I pressed my lips together and looked out toward the main lobby. Let us see where you run to this time. Wang, I called out. Wang looked dazed. What is up? I said, call the chief. Tell him I understand the entire sequence of the case, and the identity of the killer is now crystal clear. Also, tell him we are heading out to make the arrest right now. Wang was skeptical. You really solved it? I nodded. Yes. Just moments ago, I finally realized exactly how the killer faked his alibi. Seeing Wang still about to ask more, I urged him, Sir, what are you standing there for? Call the chief. Wang hurriedly said, yes, and asked a senior officer in the bureau to call the chief. Then he stepped closer to me and asked, who are we going to arrest? I exhaled a long breath and softly uttered a single name, Ren Wei. Kid, hold on, slow down. How can you be so sure the killer is definitively Ren Wei? Remember, he has an alibi for the day before yesterday. Wang stuck close to my heels, nagging me with every step. I turned to Wang with an O and smiled. What alibi? It is all fake. With that, I opened the car door and got in. Wang also climbed into the passenger seat. We sped off like lightning. Arriving at the building where Ren Wei lived, we went upstairs and knocked on the door. Ren Wei opened the door, his face groggy from sleep. Rubbing his eyes, he said, "Oh, it is you two officers. Come in. I raised a hand to stop his excessive politeness. Mr. Ren, we won't intrude. This afternoon we discovered something and we would like to invite you over to act as a witness." Ren Wei looked confused. What thing? I smiled and shook my head. I can't disclose that right now. You just need to come with us. Ren Wei gave an O and said, then wait for me to change my clothes. I smiled, gesturing for him to make himself comfortable. Ren Wei turned and walked back inside. Wang leaned his head close to mine, whispering, "Kid, are you sure it is him? Why do I feel like your guess is off? Or did Xiaodu hit you so hard, your brain got scrambled?" I gave a soft, and affirmed, "No mistake. Rest assured." A moment later, Ren Wei finished changing, locked his door, and followed us downstairs. On the drive back to the police station, Ren Wei, sitting in the back, constantly probed us about what we had found and repeatedly asked about the progress of the case. I sneered, pulled out my phone, and called a colleague. We are already on our way. Execute the operation. Hearing those words, Ren Wei's eyes instantly widened in panic, sweat beading on his forehead. I knew exactly what he was thinking, but I deliberately poked at him. What is wrong, Mr. Ren? Are you feeling hot? Ren Wei waved his hand, forcing a stiff smile. No. No. Seeing his reaction, I could not help but laugh inwardly. Arriving back at the station, it was around 5:00 p.m. Stepping out of the car, we saw the Chen Xiao couple, still bearing their injuries. The Li Qing couple, Yang Yun's wife, and the others had all been summoned to the bureau. At the main entrance, the chief stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression severe. I pulled Ren Wei out of the car and walked toward the chief. Kid, I heard from Xiaodu that you have cracked the case. I nodded, looking at the chief. Yes, sir. The chief snorted. You would better not be lying to me, or else. I was about to respond when I looked over and saw Ren Wei's legs trembling violently. If Wang and I had not been supporting him by the arms, he likely would have collapsed to the ground. I jerked my chin at the chief. The chief understood, stepping back to let us lead the way. The entire group entered the interrogation room. Hua Zhan and Yang Yun were arguing fiercely. Seeing us drag Ren Wei in, they both froze. Old Ren, why were you brought here too? Ren Wei squeezed out a smile that looked worse than crying. I nodded slightly to a senior officer in the room. The senior officer understood, stepped forward to take Ren Wei from me, and handcuffed him to the suspect's chair. I scanned the dense crowd in the interrogation room, cleared my throat twice, and announced, Everyone, the reason I called you all here today is to make an announcement. Yes, that is right. I have seen through this entire case and the killer's methods. Now allow me to recount the events of this serial murder case for everyone to hear. Wang pulled up a chair for the chief, and another for the injured Chen Xiao. First, regarding the body of retired officer Liu Sen, discovered in the police station lobby around 1000 a.m. on the 5th, I began stepping into the center of the room. Through our investigation, we learned that Liu Sen dined with 4 old classmates that night, Hua Zhan, Yang Yun, Ren Wei, and Li Qing. At this point, I used my gaze to question the 4 men present. All 4 nodded in confirmation. I continued. The dinner lasted until about 11:30 p.m. when Mr. Yang Yun and the victim Liu Sen got into an argument, causing the gathering to end on a bad note. Oh right. During the meal, Mr. Hua Zhan also brought up borrowing money from Liu Sen, did not he? I turned to look at Yang Yun. Yang Yun nodded, his expression a bit stiff. That is right. After disbanding, Mr. Yang took a taxi home. After Mr. Yang left the remaining 4, Mr. Hua, Mr. Kaz, Liu, Mr. Nauder, Ren, and Mr. Li continued to a street stall to eat and hang out a bit longer. Then, encountering a city management patrol, everyone parted ways and went home. The time was approximately midnight. This means the last time anyone saw the victim alive was around midnight. Am I wrong, Mr. Ren? Are right. That is right, Ren Wei stammered. I continued. Officer Wang and I have checked. From Xinglong restaurant, where the victim was last seen, to the police station, it takes about 40 to 50 minutes to drive. But the time we discovered the body was around 1000 a.m. The window of opportunity for the killer was barely 10 minutes. In those brief 10 minutes, thoroughly killing a grown man and hanging his body from the lobby chandelier without making a sound logistically, it is utterly impossible. Does that mean the 4 of them could not have committed the murder? The chief asked. I shook my head. No, not necessarily. Yesterday, during our sweep, Officer Wang and I discovered a small road connecting Xinglong restaurant and the police station. Taking this road saves nearly 20 minutes. This gives the killer an additional 20 minutes to act. There is a small road like that? The chief asked, surprised. I nodded. This road is not marked on the official map, but if you send someone to check, I guarantee they will find it. The chief waved over a senior officer and whispered a few instructions. Seeing this, I looked up, smiled, and said, taking that shortcut, it takes less than half an hour to reach the police station. The killer had about 30 minutes to act. I believe that is enough time to commit the murder and string up the body in the lobby. How do you prove your theory? The chief asked. I snapped my fingers. Excellent question. Dr. Du walked over, holding a transparent plastic bag. I took the bag and said, the substance in this bag was found on the victim Lucen's chest. Everyone in the room crowded forward, murmuring as they tried to see what it was. I coughed twice to restore order, then said, lab tests confirmed this powder is iron 2,3-oxide Fe3O4. This substance is commonly found on the blue bricks used in ancient architecture. Furthermore, along that small road, we found a pile of stacked blue bricks, and there were bloodstains on those bricks. If you send someone to investigate, I am confident they will confirm the victim's DNA from those bloodstains. The chief waved his hand, and immediately several colleagues left to gather the evidence. I turned back around. If we want to know who killed the victim on the night of the 5th, we have to filter through the statements of these 4 men. First is Yang Yun, who left at 11:30 p.m. after arguing with the victim. Next is the second person to leave the group of 4, Hua Zhan. And finally, the 2 who parted ways with the victim at the same time, Li Qing and Ren Wei. You 4, I am not mistaken, correct? I asked the 4 men. All 4 nodded. Good. Everyone, based on their statements, Yang Yun and Hua Zhan, can be eliminated. Let us start with Yang Yun. When he took a taxi and arrived home, it was almost midnight. The taxi driver can corroborate this. I recited a sequence of numbers and explained, this is the license plate of the driver who drove Mr. Haddard Yang that night. The driver confirmed that Mr. Yang did indeed arrive at his complex around midnight. Midnight was exactly when Lucen's group ran into the city management and disbanded. So, if Yang Yun was the killer, he only had 2 ways to commit the crime. First, immediately rush back to the Xinglong restaurant area, find the victim, and take him to the road leading to the police station to kill him. Second, call the victim, tell him to wait on that road, and then go kill him. But everyone, regardless of the scenario, Yang Yun would have to set out after arriving home, or at least after getting out of the taxi. I swept my gaze across the room. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, Mrs. Yang confirmed clearly that on the night of the 5th, Mr. Sof Yang arrived home around midnight. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the couple colluded. Soon as I finished, Yang Yun and his wife started screaming, insisting he was not the killer. I sneered, waved my hand to quiet them down, and continued. Next is Mr. Franz Hua. At midnight, aside from Yang Yun, who had already gone home, the people with the victim were Hua Zhan, Ren Wei, and Li Qing. Due to the run-in with city management, the 4 of them parted ways. Among them, Hua Zhan was the first to leave. If Hua Zhan returned to kill the victim, it is highly likely he would have run into Ren Wei and Li Qing, who had not left yet. Of course, it is also possible Hua Zhan called the victim and arranged to meet on that road. I analyzed slowly. The chief rested his chin on his hand, thinking for a moment, then motioned for me to continue. I nodded and went on. However, Mr. Hua is not the killer. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, I explained. First, if Mr. Hua is the killer, his motive makes no sense. Because during the dinner, the victim had already agreed to lend Mr. Grog Hua money, I believe. Mr. Fontaine, Yang Yun, Mr. Ren Wei, and Mr. Pride, Li Qing all knew this. The 3 of them nodded. Logically speaking, I ask everyone here, who would kill the person who just agreed to lend them money? I looked around. Everyone shook their heads. I continued. Of course, this point alone is not enough to prove Mr. Hua is not the killer. I will explain Mr. Hua's innocence when I discuss the murder of Han Fang. For now, let us focus on Li Qing and Ren Wei. As for Mr. Parkran, Ren Wei, he and Li Qing parted ways with the victim at the exact same time. This means they were the last people to see the victim alive. Regarding the timeline, it is very possible that after they left, they returned, took the victim to that road to kill him, or called him to meet there and then struck. Furthermore, because they knew the victim was not with anyone else, they did not have to worry about being discovered. Therefore, the killer is highly likely one of these 2, Ren Wei or Li Qing. I smiled and nodded. Exactly. As soon as I finished, Li Qing and Ren Wei reacted instantly. loudly voicing their protests. I raised a hand, pressing down to signal for silence, and said, "Don't be in such a hurry, you two. I only said you two have the possibility of being the killer, not that I have confirmed who actually did it." "Xiaoxu, how can you be so sure the killer is definitely an acquaintance? What if it was a spontaneous murder?" the chief asked, drawing out his words. I waved a hand at the chief and replied, "I will explain that shortly. Please, be patient." "Officer Shu, stop keeping us in suspense." Chen Xiao coughed weakly and spoke up. I nodded. "All right. Since we have laid out the possibilities for Lu Sen's murder, let us revisit the circumstances of Han Fang's death. First, the day before yesterday, the 8th, Officer Wang and I visited the victim's family on behalf of the Bureau. We met and spoke directly with Han Fang. When we left, it was about 3,000 p.m., at the latest 3:10 p.m. "How can you be so sure?" I smiled and turned to Chen Xiao's wife. "Of course I am sure, Mrs. Tron. Chen, I recall you saying that on the 8th, when you went downstairs to throw out the trash, you saw the victim Han Fang welcoming someone in, correct?" "I remember you said you saw that person around 3:10 p.m. Chen Xiao's wife nodded. I said, "That is the detail. When we left, we did not see that person at all, so we definitely left before 3:10 p.m. Furthermore, when stepping out of Lu Sen's house, I suddenly remembered Han Fang saying that on the night of the 5th, her last phone call with Lu Sen was at 1:30 a.m. But Officer Wang and I discovered Lu Sen's body at 1 a.m. Realizing this discrepancy, Wang and I rushed back. When we arrived at Han Fang's house, about 20 minutes had passed, making it roughly 3:30 p.m. But by then, Han Fang and her son had already been murdered. In those brief 20 minutes, to be able to kill both mother and son, it could be no one else but the man Mrs. Chen saw, I asserted firmly. That killer. I turned to look at the 4 men, Huajian included. Is one of them. "What evidence do you have?" the chief frowned. I gestured to Dr. Du. She handed me an enlarged crime scene photo. I took it, found the right one, and pulled out the photo showing Han Fang's body in the entryway. "Look at this photo, everyone. The victim is lying face down on the floor, stabbed from behind, which caused her death. This means the killer attacked from behind. Let me ask you all, if a stranger comes to your house, do you invite them in and then turn your back to them to walk into the living room?" I posed the question. People looked at each other, then unanimously shook their heads. The chief took a deep breath and asked, "If it is an acquaintance, why could not it be a friend of Han Fang's? Why does it have to be a friend of Lu Sen's?" I replied, "Because the person who killed Lu Sen is among them." And that night, the killer answered the phone when Han Fang called. Fearing his voice was recognized, the killer inevitably had to return to silence her. All right, let us set that aside for a moment. Look at these 2 photos. One is the characters found under the victim's hand, the other is the cigarette ash on the balcony. It was exactly because of these words and the ash that I mistakenly believed Mr. Hua was the killer and brought him to the station. I said. Everyone crowded in to look. When they saw it clearly, they all turned to look at Huajian. Everyone. These characters are incomplete. Beneath this stroke, there is another unfinished cross stroke. Put together, it makes the character Hua, I explained. "The killer is indeed you," Yang Yun roared, pointing straight at Huajian's face. No, it was not me. It was not me," Huajian frantically denied. I smiled at Yang Yun. "Mr. Yang, do not get worked up. Hear me out first." Yang Yun nodded. I gestured to Dr. Du again. She handed me 2 plastic bags, each containing a cigarette butt. I held one up and said, "These 2 cigarette butts, one was found at the crime scene, the other on the stairs of the floor above the victim's apartment. Can anyone see the difference between them?" Everyone stared closely, then shook their heads. I chuckled, holding up one bag. "First, this Marlboro butt was found on the victim's balcony. Look closely. There are absolutely no teeth marks on this filter. But the one found on the stairs above the victim's apartment clearly has faint bite marks on it." "Kid, what exactly are you trying to say?" the chief asked. I took out the photo of Han Fang's balcony. "Look here. Look closely at this pile of ash. Doesn't it look like a cigarette was lit, placed there, left to burn out, and the ash naturally fell off?" Everyone stared intently for a moment. Li Qing rubbed his chin and nodded. "It really does." I put the photo away and held up the 2 bags of cigarette butts again. The cigarette butt found on the victim's balcony yielded absolutely no traces during lab testing. But the butt found on the stairs, on that one, aside from Mr. Hua's DNA, there is the DNA of an unidentified stranger. Seeing Yang Yun about to curse at Hua Zhan again, I quickly changed the subject. Furthermore, look at this photo. I set the bags down and picked up the photo of the character Hua written on the floor. Seeing everyone's attention shift to me, I said, "Does anyone notice anything unusual about the handwriting in this photo?" Seeing Dr. Du about to open her mouth, I shot her a glare, and she obediently kept quiet. "Now that you mention it, the handwriting is very sloppy. It is really ugly," Chen Xiao's wife could not help but say. I nodded. "Exactly. As Mrs. Chen said, it is very crooked. Of course, we could assume that because Han Fang lost too much blood before dying, she could not control her movements, resulting in this handwriting. However," I winked at Dr. Du. She immediately handed me a report. I opened the report, glanced down at it, and said, "Last night we recollected evidence from the victim's body. On the back of the victim's writing hand, we found natural rubber molecules. Furthermore, on the webbing of her hand, there is a faint outline of a thumb." This time, without needing a prompt, Dr. Du held up the photo. I took the heavily enlarged photo of the back of the victim's hand, located the spot, and said, "Here, a blood stain about 2 to 3 centimeters long, forming a streak. Everyone, take a close look." After a moment, I lowered the photo and continued. "Based on these 2 pieces of evidence, I offer my personal deduction. As the victim lay dying, intending to leave a clue about the killer, she was discovered and finished off by him. But the killer could not erase the strokes she had already written, so he quickly grabbed the victim's hand and added a few strokes to the unfinished character, turning it into the surname of Mr. Fail Hua, whom he had planned to frame all along." Hearing this, everyone in the room stared at me in shock. "Hold on, kid. Are you saying the killer planned to frame Mr. Hua?" a senior officer asked. I nodded. "Yes. Among Lucen's 4 old friends, only Mr. Hua is from the south and prefers Marlboro cigarettes. That is why the killer intentionally left this cigarette brand at the scene. He also took advantage of Han Fang's unfinished writing, adding a few strokes to change it into Mr. Bo Hua's surname. What if the killer is Hua Zhan?" The chief pondered for a moment before speaking. I smirked. "Absolutely not. Does everyone remember the circumstances when the body was discovered on the 8th?" Seeing everyone exchange confused looks, I proactively continued. "On the afternoon of the 8th, after realizing Han Fang's statements contradicted the information we would gathered, Wang and I rushed back. Before we even stepped into Han Fang's apartment, Mr. Hua arrived. Then, while waiting for backup, we interrogated Mr. Hua. During that process, I discovered the Marlboro cigarette butt on the balcony. Because Mr. Hua's appearance was too coincidental, and the cigarette at the scene matched the ones he offered Wang and me, I mistook him for the killer and brought him to the station. By that logic, Hua Zhan is not the killer. But did not you just say you found a cigarette butt with Hua Zhan's DNA on the stairs above Han Fang's apartment?" the chief questioned. I nodded. "It is true we found it, but it was not left by Mr. Hua. It was left by the killer." This statement made everyone's eyes widen in astonishment. I explained. "According to my deduction, the cigarette butt left upstairs happened roughly like this. After the killer committed the murder, he looked out the balcony and saw Wang and me returning. In a panic, he took the Marlboro cigarette he had prepared to frame Mr. Sen. Hua lit it and left it on the balcony. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Han Fang had not died yet and was trying to leave a clue. He finished her off, then suddenly got the idea to alter her unfinished character into the character Hua. But because he delayed, going downstairs would guarantee he would run into Wang and me. So the killer had to run up the stairs to the floor above Han Fang's apartment to hide." "How can you be so sure?" I laughed heartily. "For 2 reasons. First, the 2 cigarette butts. As everyone knows, one has Mr. Hua's DNA, while the one at the scene has no traces at all. My guess is that in his haste, the killer grabbed the wrong one. While hiding upstairs, bored out of his mind, he lit a cigarette, not realizing he had picked the exact one carrying Mr. Hua's saliva. That is the first reason. The second reason is the phone call to Han Fang's house." "Phone call? What phone call?" the chief pressed. Wang, standing nearby, spoke up. "Let me explain. That day, while we were interrogating Mr. Hua, and suspecting him of being the killer, Xiaoxu received a phone call. It was reporting the crime. The caller reported a murder at Hanfang's house, repeating it 4 or 5 times. I asked a few questions, but the caller just repeated the same sentence. I took over. Later, when our colleagues arrived, I went outside and called the number back, but no one answered. After that, I asked Senior Zhang to trace the location of that call. Senior Zhang knows about this. Right, Senior Zhang. I turned to Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao nodded. Yes, I traced the call's location. At that time, it originated from within Old Lu's residential compound. Let everyone think about it, I said. If the person reporting the crime was a resident of the compound, they should have shown themselves when the police arrived. Why did we process the entire scene at Han Fang's house without anyone stepping forward, or assume the call was made by the killer? He took advantage of Mr. Hua arriving at Lu Sen's house and called the police to report the murder. That way, when we arrived, we would conveniently catch Mr. Rui's Hua. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that Mr. Hua fled in fear. But if he did, a panicked man is highly likely to leave his fingerprints at the scene. Thus, the evidence found at the scene would only be Mr. Clay Hua's fingerprints, and his guilt as a murderer would be sealed. In either scenario, Mr. Hua would be the prime suspect. But according to you, how could the killer manage to kill someone, stage the scene, and wipe away all his fingerprints, all within 20 minutes? The chief frowned. I smiled faintly. Regarding this, I mentioned it earlier. The entire room looked at me with faces full of question marks. I turned around and said, "Does everyone remember what I said earlier? We found natural rubber molecules on the back of the victim Han Fang's hand." Everyone nodded. I continued. Before this, I could not understand how the killer managed to murder, stage the scene, and wipe his fingerprints in 20 minutes. It was not until last night that I figured it out. When the killer struck, he was wearing rubber gloves. As soon as the words left my mouth, everyone was stunned. Because the killer wore rubber gloves, he did not leave any fingerprints at the scene, I said. Moreover, because he wore gloves, he did not need to worry about leaving prints, nor did he need to clean the scene after the murder. The only thing he needed to do was leave evidence to frame Mr. Hua. Hold on. I still do not understand. The chief interrupted. I turned to look at him. The chief hesitated for a moment, then said, "How did the killer know Huajian would come to borrow money that day?" I laughed loudly, turning to look at Ren Wei and Yang Yun. "You two, if I remember correctly, at noon on the 8th, Mr. Dino, Hua and you two played cards together in the chess room, right?" Yang Yun let out an and nodded. "He also lost quite a bit of money, did not he? And he seems to owe you two quite a sum." I continued to ask. Yang Yun nodded again. "Mr. Hua, let me ask you, after losing money, did you tell Mr. Crate, Yang, and Mr. Ren that you were going to borrow money that afternoon?" I asked. Huajian looked at Yang Yun, then shook his head. "I did not say it, but old Yang told me to go find Liu Sen to borrow money to pay him back." Yang Yun broke into a cold sweat. "Officer, I just wanted to get back the money old Hua owed me. Is that too much to ask?" I nodded, calming the agitated Yang Yun. "It is not too much. Debts must be paid. That is only natural." Yang Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Which means Mr. Ren also knew about this." I turned to look at Ren Wei. Ren Wei's face was rigid, and he gave 2 stiff nods. Seeing his demeanor, I could not help but sneer inwardly. Let us see how long he can keep up this tough act. After lunch, Mr. Zhou Hua, who was planning to borrow money, arrived downstairs at Lu Sen's apartment complex and bumped into Mr. Li Qing, who was out buying things for his wife's birthday party. Following Mr. Pure Li's suggestion, Mr. Hua changed his mind and went into the supermarket downstairs to buy some gifts. "Am I right, you two?" I asked. Huazan and Li Qing both nodded. Because the supermarket owner's phone was broken, he only remembered the approximate time Mr. Hua arrived. Because of this coincidence, Mr. Hua lacked an alibi at that time. Huazan nodded. According to my deduction, on the afternoon of the 8th, Officer Wang and I arrived at the Zizhu compound at the same time as Mr. Piozzi Hua. The only difference was that Mr. Hua went to the supermarket to buy gifts, while Wang and I went straight to the victim's house to investigate. Then, everyone knows what happened next. The killer murdered the victims and framed Mr. Hua, I said. So who exactly is the killer framing old Hua? Li Qing asked. At this moment, all eyes in the room were focused on me. I laughed heartily, sweeping my gaze across the room before stopping on Ren Wei with a cold, piercing stare. I pointed straight at him. The killer is you, Mr. Sir. Ren Wei. Thud. A loud noise rang out as Ren Wei slumped to the floor. Old Ren, how could it be him? Yang Yun and Li Qing were both stunned. Hua Zhan lunged forward to grab Ren Wei, screaming, "What grudge do I have against you? You thousand cuts bastard! Why did you frame me?" As colleagues pulled the two apart, the chief looked up at me and asked, "Kid, how can you be so sure the killer is Ren Wei? Why could not it be Yang Yun or Li Qing?" "Why? It is very simple," I said with a faint smile. "First, based on the conditions of the suspect I analyzed earlier, Mr. Li Qing is completely ruled out. On the 8th, aside from bumping into Mr. Kunag Hua downstairs, he was at home preparing for his wife's birthday party. When I received the phone call from the killer, Mr. Li Qing was at home and has a very clear alibi. Therefore, Mr. Li Qing has no possibility of committing the crime. Second, although Mr. Yang Yun had no one to vouch for his whereabouts on the afternoon of the 8th, and circumstantially he had the opportunity to commit the crime, I have two pieces of evidence proving Mr. Yang Yun is not the killer." Everyone leaned forward, listening intently. I looked down at my watch and could not help muttering, "Strange, why are not they here yet?" "What is not here yet?" the chief asked. Just as he spoke, the door to the interrogation room was pushed open. A senior officer led two people inside. It was the manager and the employee, Xiao Zhao, from the KTV below Yang Yun's apartment. Seeing them, I let out an aha. They are here. These two are the witnesses, proving Mr. Beat. Yang Yun was absent from the crime scene on the night of the 8th. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, I explained. Everyone probably knows that on the night of the 8th, after killing the victims, the killer returned to the Ziju compound twice. Chen Xiao's wife nodded. That is right. The killer even came to us, asking about the case, and my husband was stabbed and injured by him. I nodded and continued. Exactly. The killer posed as a police officer to gather information. That was before we arrived. But later, between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m., the killer returned to the scene a second time. This time, he had a specific purpose. "What purpose?" the chief asked. I waved a hand. "Let us not get into that just yet. Let us talk about the killer returning to the scene twice first." Regarding Mr. Yang Yun, during the killer's first return from 6,000 p.m. to 8,000 p.m., he was at home. Mrs. Tron Yang can attest to this. As for the second return from 10,000 p.m. to 11 p.m., Mr. Bim Yang was sleeping in the KTV, and during that entire time, he never left the room once. This means, Mr. Ta, Yang Yun fundamentally cannot be the killer. Furthermore, when I returned to the scene again, I found this object in the living room of Lu Sen's house. Dr. Du stepped forward holding the Bodhi seed bracelet I had found earlier. I took it and held it up for everyone to see. This has Mr. Yang Yun's fingerprint on it. I know Mr. Cat. Yang is well versed in Buddhist culture and loves collecting antiques. Let me ask everyone, if you found this Bodhi seed bracelet at the crime scene, who would be your first suspect? No one spoke, but all eyes unanimously turned toward Yang Yun. I smiled. It seems everyone's thoughts align with mine. But if we assume Mr. Yang Yun is the killer, do not you see a glaring flaw? Seeing everyone looking back at me, I continued. A bracelet with Mr. Yang's fingerprint could have been left at the scene in two ways. First, Mr. Prekby Yang accidentally dropped it during his second visit. Second, the killer intentionally left it during his second visit to frame Mr. Benjeninu. Yang, think about it. If Mr. Yang is the killer, a man as obsessed with Buddhist culture as he is, how could he not realize he lost his bracelet? And if he did, would not he return to look for it? As people murmured among themselves, I continued. All right, let us say, Mr. Dingyan, Yang Yun was afraid of being suspected and intentionally did not go back to look for it. Then, during his second return to the scene, what did he take from Lu Sen's house? On this point, I investigated and found that the killer did not take anything from Lu Sen's house. He only ransacked the place to create a diversion, then left the bracelet. That means the killer's primary purpose for the second visit was to frame Mr. Yang Yun. Stabbing Chen Xiao and his wife was just a crime of convenience. Moreover, Mr. Yang has an ironclad alibi. After finishing, I stared intently at the people in the room, remaining silent. But kid, if Ren Wei is the killer, he also has an alibi. Plus, concluding Ren Wei is the killer based solely on a line of text that might not even have been left by the victim seems a bit hasty, the chief said. I laughed heartily and shook my head. No, no, no. As for Mr. Parkran, Ren's alibi, it can largely be said that it cannot withstand scrutiny. Officer Shu, that is not right. That night old Ren was indeed with me at the KTV. Yang Yun spoke up in shock. I nodded. Yes, he was indeed with you at the KTV, but halfway through, Mr. Ren stepped out once, did not he? I said this while turning to ask Xiao Zhao from the KTV. Xiao Zhao nodded. I turned back to look at Ren Wei. His facial expression was a picture. Officer Shu, that time old Ren just went out to make a phone call. He was not gone for very long before he came back. Yang Yun still seemed to want to defend Ren Wei. I raised a hand to stop him. Oh, really? Miss Zhao. I turned to Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao hurriedly answered. Yes, I said. If I remember correctly. You mentioned that on the night of the 8th. Mr. Ren went out once, but you did not pay attention to when he came back. Is that correct? Xiao Zhao nodded. I continued. That means the length of time Mr. Ren was gone cannot be determined. Yang Yun glared at me. I say, young officer, do you not understand human language? On the night of the 8th, I did sleep at the KTV, but I only slept for about 20 minutes. When I woke up, old Ren was already back. I asked Yang Yun, how are you so sure you only slept for 20 minutes? Yang Yun snorted. Do you think I do not know how to tell time? I chuckled, taking off the watch on my wrist. It seems Mr. Yang has realized it. While you were sleeping, Mr. Ren adjusted your watch and phone forward by 2 hours, then used the excuse of going out to make a phone call to return to the scene a second time, leaving evidence to frame you. Mr. Ren, am I right? As my words fell, all eyes turned to Ren Wei. Ren Wei remained stubborn. Say whatever you want. I let out an oh. Fine, it does not matter if you do not admit it. I will show you the evidence. I picked up Yang Yun's phone and watch and held them up. A phone is handled every day, so fingerprints are too messy to verify, but a watch is different. It is worn on the wrist, and normally, unless there is a reason, no one touches it. To prove my words are true, Dr. Parley, I will have to trouble you. As I spoke, I handed the watch over. As soon as I said this, Ren Wei gasped, beginning his sophistry. Even if there are fingerprints, it only proves I touched that watch. It does not prove I adjusted the time. Furthermore, are you going to say that 2 hours is not enough for me to travel between Mr. Yang's apartment complex and the victim Lu Sen's complex? I looked at Ren Wei and said. Ren Wei lowered his head and muttered a tiny, yes, exactly. Officer Shu, I have been to the KTV under old Yang's building. From there to old Lu's house, it takes at least 50 minutes by road, and that is not even counting the possibility of Huazhan causing a traffic jam. I nodded. Yes, the journey from Mr. Yang's house to the victim's house indeed requires about 50 minutes to an hour of travel time. A round trip also takes nearly 2 hours. That does not even factor in the time the killer spent knocking out the compound's security guard, as well as the half hour he lost clashing with us earlier. If that is the case, then the killer is not Ren Wei, the chief asked, looking at Ren Wei with a peculiar expression. I smiled and waved my hand. No. Actually, regarding this point, I could not figure it out for a long time either, but when Officer Wang and I discovered a shortcut behind the victim's residential area, everything became clear. Shortcut? The chief wondered. Officer Shu, do you mean the broken bridge, not far from the compound? Chen Xiao asked, stunned. I nodded. Chen Xiao coughed weakly. But that bridge has collapsed. Cars can't get across. If the road was not collapsed, 2 hours would be more than enough to make 2 round trips. I smiled and waved my hand. No. It does not have to be driven across. You can completely park the car on the other side of the bridge and walk across. That way it takes at most 40 minutes to get from Mr. Yang's compound to the victim's house. Mr. Ren, am I right? Ren Wei's face was flushed as red as a pig's liver. But all of this is ultimately just your personal deduction. After a long while, Ren Wei finally squeezed out a sentence. I looked at Ren Wei and smiled. Yes, ultimately, this is just my personal deduction. However, I have evidence to prove that my deduction is correct. What evidence? The chief asked. I snapped my fingers. Dr. Du approached, holding a plastic bag and some photos. I held up the plastic bag, which contained a small stone. I found this stone in the victim's study, which had been ransacked by the killer, and this stone perfectly matches the stones on the broken bridge behind the victim's compound. Furthermore, these photos I took at the victim's house. Although a bit blurry, you can still roughly see. There are many puddles of water and specks of mud on the floor. Everyone craned their necks to look around. The chief spoke up. What do these photos mean? I said. On the night of the 8th, the killer returned to the victim's house. Everyone should remember it was pouring rain that night. But does not everyone find it strange? It was raining so heavily outside, yet there were no footprints on the victim's floor. I thought about it over and over, and the killer must have worn shoe covers or something similar so as not to leave footprints at the scene. The reason for doing this was the fear of leaving traces. But no matter how he covered himself, mud and rainwater clinging to his pant legs would still drip onto the floor, creating these marks. Everyone, think about it. If the killer entered through the main gate of the compound on the paved road, how could his pant legs get covered in mud, Miss Zhao? Seeing everyone lower their heads in thought, I turned to look at Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao hurriedly answered, Yes, I remember you saying that when Mr. Ren and Mr. Sate Young left the mud and water stains on Mr. Ren's pant legs were much more severe, right? Xiao Zhao nodded. Yes. I smiled. This is the proof that Mr. Ren left the KTV that night. But what if Mr. Yang woke up in the middle of it? Chen Xiao's wife asked. I shook my head. He would not. Everyone looked confused. I looked at Xiao Zhao again. I remember on the night of the 8th, Mr. Ren went to the front desk to get beer once, right? Xiao Zhao nodded. I continued. To ensure Mr. Yang would not wake up halfway through, creating favorable conditions for fabricating an alibi, all he needed to do was secretly slip a small amount of sleeping pills into the beer. Right, Mr. Pratt? Renwei's face was now ashen. Kid, wait a minute. I remember when Han Fang was murdered, Renwei was sleeping at home. Moreover, when he woke up around 3,000 p.m., he called the restaurant downstairs to order spicy boiled fish. Furthermore, that night, Yang Yun called Renwei, and he left his house to go to the KTV below Yang Yun's building. Wang thought for a moment before speaking. Renwei, as if clutching at a lifeline, hurriedly agreed. Yes. Yes. I shook my head. Wrong. You are wrong. Wang was taken aback. What is wrong? I replied. That night, Renwei did not depart from his house to the KTV. He departed from the victim's house to the KTV. Why do you say that? I checked my watch. Since I had to wait a moment for the witness anyway, I explained. First of all, Officer Wang knows that from Mr. Yang's house to Mr. Ren's house takes at most 20 minutes. If he departed from his house, why would Mr. Ren spend nearly an hour on the road? You have to know, from the time Mr. Yang called Mr. Ren to when Mr. Ren arrived at the KTV, almost an hour passed. This can only prove that when Mr. Ren received the call, he was not at home, but inside the victim's compound. Furthermore, there is the most ironclad piece of evidence. When Mr. Ren arrived at the KTV, his pant legs were covered in mud. Miss Zhao mentioned this before, right? Xiao Zhao nodded repeatedly. Think about it. The route from Mr. Ren's house to the KTV under Mr. Yang's building is entirely paved. He took a car. The time from getting out of the car to entering the KTV is less than a minute. So how could Mr. Ren's pant legs be covered in mud? Even if he walked slowly, only rainwater would get on his pant legs. This means that on that day, Mr. Ren did not depart from his house. As soon as my words fell, all eyes turned to glare at Renwei. Just then, a senior officer walked in from outside, leading the owner and an employee from the restaurant below Renwei's apartment. Seeing them arrive, I took a deep breath and said, Now let me dismantle the rest of Mr. Ren's alibi. On the afternoon of the 8th, after murdering Han Fang and her son, Mr. Mang, Ren first called the restaurant below his building to order a portion of spicy boiled fish. Officer Wang also knows that the restaurant downstairs always uses live fish prepared on the spot. It takes at least 40 minutes to finish cooking the spicy boiled fish, right? The owner and the employee from the restaurant nodded in confirmation. So that means Mr. Ren only needed to run back within those 40 minutes, the chief said thoughtfully. I shook my head. No. The distance from the victim's house to Mr. Ren's house takes at least an hour. Moreover, I have checked. There are no shortcuts between the two locations. This means that after killing Han Fang, no matter what, Mr. Ren could not make it back in time. Then why did he do it? What if the spicy boiled fish was finished and delivered, and he was not home? Wouldn't everything be exposed? Someone in the room whispered. Hearing this, I sneered inwardly. Why would it be exposed? Young man, could you detail the scene when you delivered food to Mr. Sijul Ren on the 8th? I turned to the restaurant employee. The young man nodded and recounted the event clearly, specifying when he went up to deliver the food and how Ren Wei was showering and could not pay. After he finished, I finally spoke. This is exactly how the killer fabricated his alibi. What? It was clear most people present had not reacted in time. This employee said that when he went up to deliver the food, Mr. Ren was taking a shower. Right? I asked. Everyone nodded. The restaurant employee also said, that is right. The bathroom door at Mr. Ren's house is frosted glass. You can see the silhouette of the person inside from the outside. I smirked. But my friend, you only saw a silhouette. How can you be sure the person inside was actually Mr. Ren? The young man replied, at the time, Mr. Ren spoke to me, saying he had just gotten into the shower and told me to get the money from the living room myself. I thought that was inappropriate. Besides, Mr. Condit, Ren is a regular customer, so I said he could pay me later when he had time, and I left. I continued. Did he say anything else? The young man thought carefully, then shook his head. No, Officer Xie. It is as clear as day that old Ren was in the bathroom at the time. How did he suddenly become the murderer? Yang Yun muttered. I shook my head. No. A silhouette in the bathroom does not necessarily have to be a real person. Achieving this is very simple. A mannequin from a clothing store placed near the bathroom door can create a similar effect. A blow-up doll works too. Or even simpler, cutting a piece of cardboard into the shape of a person works, and it is easy to dispose of. As for the voice, at the time, using 2 phones can achieve that. Am I right, Mr. Ren? Ren Wei's face turned pale. Furthermore, I remember there is a landline phone in Mr. Ren's living room, right? I said. Ren Wei remained stubborn. Everyone has a landline. I nodded. Very good. Then we just need to check the call logs of your landline at that time. You can delete the call logs on your phone so we can't find them. But can you delete the logs saved at the telecom switchboard? The chief's face darkened. Send someone to the telecom company to check immediately. A senior officer turned and walked out. Ren Wei slumped to the floor. Not long after, that senior officer returned and nodded to the chief. On the afternoon of the 8th, the landline at Ren Wei's house did indeed have a call log, lasting about 2 hours. The chief abruptly stood up. Ren Wei, what else do you have to say for yourself? Ren Wei mumbled. Even if there is a call log, that is my private business. Are you saying I can't even make a phone call? The chief was left speechless and turned to look at me. I nodded. Yes, of course, you can. However, Mr. Ren, could you let me see your mobile phone for a moment? Ren Wei took out his mobile phone. I shook my head. Not this one. I'm talking about that one over there. Ren Wei panicked. I'll only carry this one on me. Seeing Ren Wei stop mid-sentence, I laughed, took out my own phone, and redialed the unknown number that had called me on the afternoon of the 8th. About 4 or 5 minutes later, the call connected. I spoke into the phone. Officer's son, bring the phone back. The person on the other end replied, and I hung up. Everyone. I think we will have to wait a little longer, I said. About an hour later, in the interrogation room, Ren Wei hung his head, and everyone else looked at him with strange expressions. Bang! The door was pushed open. Colleague's son walked in, holding a mobile phone. Mr. Ren, do you recognize this phone? I took the phone and asked Ren Wei. Before Ren Wei could speak, Yang Yun next to him exclaimed, Hey, is not this the phone old Ren bought on the 6th when I went out with him? I feigned surprise. Oh, is that so? Officer Sun said. This is the phone I found in Mr. Sri Ren's house along with a bag of ashes. As he spoke, Officer Sun handed the bag over. I took out a little ash and rubbed it in my hands. The remnants of cardboard were still faintly visible. Renway's face turned even paler. I took the phone, examined it for a moment, and found the call log for the 8th. Mr. Ren, if I remember correctly, when I went to see you on the 9th to gather information, we exchanged phone numbers, but you did not save my number on this phone. Even if you saved my number on this phone later, why does this phone have a call log with me on the 8th? Renway completely collapsed. I sneered and stood up straight. The evidence is overwhelming, and you still won't confess. I confess. After a long time, Renway finally squeezed out the words in a trembling voice. I signaled for Renway to confess on his own and stepped aside. Renway took a deep breath, exhaled, and began to recount the entire sequence of events. It turned out Renway had harbored the intention to murder Liu Sen for a long time. On the night of the 5th, when everyone was having dinner, Yang Yun and Liu Sen argued at the table and got into a physical altercation. The hot-headed Yang Yun even made threats. Just you wait. I am definitely going to kill you. Hearing this, Renway conceived a malicious plan. Right there at the dinner table, he began calculating his murder plot. After the 5 of them parted ways at midnight, Renway called Liu Sen, lured him to the blue brick pile on the dirt road, stabbed him to death with a pre-prepared dagger, transported the body to the police station, and hung it from the chandelier in the lobby. Hold on. Why did you insist on bringing the body to the police station? Weren't you afraid of being discovered? I interrupted Renway to ask. Renway shook his head. Actually, I originally planned to dump the body in front of the gate, but when I got there, I found the police station completely unguarded. The guard was asleep, and the power was out, rendering the security cameras useless. I watched for a while and saw you and Officer Wang on night duty, eating noodles with an alcohol lamp in a room, so I took a chance and hung old Liu's body in the lobby. Huazhan and Yang Yun gasped in horror upon hearing this. I remember Han Fang saying that when she called you, you said after the rain clears, the flower of justice will bloom in the most suitable place. What did that mean? I asked. Renway gritted his teeth. When old Liu was alive, he used his position to extort a lot of illicit gains. I went to him for help, promising not to turn him in, but he humiliated me instead. I harbored resentment, so I killed him and dumped his body at the police station. Since that dirt road is very secluded and few people know about it, I could use it to create a false alibi. Honestly, when old Liu's wife called, I was startled too. But when I calmed down, I said that as a form of punishment for old Liu. To sum it up, you were simply motivated by hatred because you could not secure personal gain, leading to your murderous intent, I sneered. Renway did not object at all. Yes, that is the truth. But I personally punished an unqualified police officer. My starting point was noble. Stop talking nonsense and keep going, I said. Renway snorted and continued. Actually, I did not plan to kill old Liu's wife and child at first, but they heard my voice. I had no choice. They forced my hand. Although old Liu's wife did not react immediately because of his death, who could guarantee nothing would happen later? Then why did not you silence Han Fang and her son right then? Why wait until the 8th? I asked. Renway laughed coldly. I am not stupid. I know myself well. Unlike killing old Liu, if I rushed to silence them then, I would be unprepared and leave a lot of evidence at the scene. Furthermore, I needed a scapegoat. So you found Huazhan to be your scapegoat? I asked. Renway shook his head. No, not him. From the very beginning, I planned to frame old Yang. Yang Yun, standing nearby, turned pale with fear. Renway sneered. I spent 3 days preparing a perfect murder plan that I could execute at any time. When I sought out old Yang, he was with Huazhan. I proposed the card game. After Huazhan lost money and went into debt, I subtly suggested he go to Liu Sen to borrow money. I also secretly took his half-empty pack of Marlboros. But no matter how much I calculated, I did not anticipate Han Fang still being alive and trying to leave my name. Discovering that, I killed her. But with the strokes already written, my plan was completely ruined. I thought for a moment and finally came up with a great idea. Renway looked unhinged, appearing almost entirely mad. Frame Huazhan, then point all the unfavorable evidence toward Yang Yun, I asked. Renwei nodded continuously. Yes, yes, that was my revised plan. Perfect, is not it? But no matter how many thousands of times I calculated, I never expected Yang Yun to suddenly invite me out karaoke on the night of the 8th. Ha, I thought carefully. If Yang Yun had not suddenly decided to go singing on the night of the 8th after my investigation, he probably would have been the prime suspect. Thinking of this, I could not help but shudder. But I also blamed Ren Wei for being foolish. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. Didn't he understand this principle? Having already planted evidence to frame Huazhan at the scene, he intentionally returned to alter the scene, resulting in exposing countless flaws. Detain the suspect Ren Wei pending trial by the court, the chief ordered. 2 officers stepped forward, arrested Ren Wei, and locked him in the station's holding cell. The case was finally resolved. Huazhan and Yang Yun, who had been arrested earlier, were released to go home. Chen Xiao, still injured, was returned to the hospital to rest.